Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Right?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the
and welcome to the elimination rounds of the LEC Winter Playoffs for Team Heretics and SK Gaming are fighting for their lives in today's series. I'm Laure, I will be your host throughout the weekend with GB and Trimby, watching the best League of Legends Europe has to offer. I guess we can't aim higher for now.
Europe.
Europe
Nice save, I like that.
Nice save. I mean, yeah, we gotta be realistic here. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing fantastic, and there's gonna be even more fantastic games coming in.
Hopefully. Last week we saw Team BDS and G2 Esports advancing to the upper finals. What was the story of both series, Trimby, you would say?
I think G2 series, at least the Fnatic one, I would say looked a bit more sketchy compared to the BDS time, I would say, because of course, as you can see, BDS two clean 2-0s, I would say, right? They were the team that was like just managing all the leads that they had. Well, G2, as far as the GX game was like quite decent, I would say, right? 2-0, like quite convincingly. The series against Fnatic was actually a bit sketchy when it came to like the second game specifically. And in the third game, there was quite a lot of fighting, right? But at the end of the day, they are the ones who won, right?
And that's the thing. These two teams are the best in Europe.
That
we currently have right now, and they have proven to be head and shoulders above the rest of the pack. I don't always necessarily think that it's because of their early games between these two teams, actually. What I think they do really well compared to some of the other teams is actually just that they understand their mid game very well, specifically their setups around the later objectives and their team fights. I mean, BDS team fighting has been absolutely amazing, and Caps has been smashing it for G2.
And on the other side of the bracket, for the teams that we have today, just a reminder that in the interest of not having a rematch and the same scenarios that we saw earlier in the playoffs, the winner of Team Heretics and SK will face off against Vitality, and the winner of GX versus MDK will face off against, the opposite. GX MDK will face Vitality, and the other ones will face off against Fnatic. Let's focus maybe on the first series we have on our hands today, SK versus Heretics. How do we think this one is going to play out when it comes to what we saw from these teams last week?
I mean, one thing about the system, I wish it was last year, because otherwise I wouldn't have faced G2 twice.
Yeah, you don't want to see this.
With Koi, and it was quite unfortunate to say the least.
You have to beat every team to be the best, Trimby.
Yeah, and that's true, and that's why we didn't deserve to go further, right? But when it comes to this series, right, it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a show, right? Like SK versus Team Heretics, whoever loses, like, you know, gets to only prepare for the spring split.
And they're in a really bad spot right now, GB, especially when you consider Heretics' 5-game lose streak. Nothing of what we expected coming from the expectations we have with this.
I think that's the right one. It's the expectations coming into it, because SK didn't really have that many expectations towards them, but Heretics at least had a legacy of their players. They had a certain resume where you expected more out of them. Every single player on this roster has won an LEC title, and while individually they're not always showing up in laning phase as they maybe would have done in their prime, you still would have expected that their veterancy, the experience would give them some sort of edge in the mid game. A player who's been playing for almost, you know, the 5 years, how many years they've played now, should know what you do in these scenarios, and that's where Heretics has let me down the most, actually. It's at the macro level, which I did not expect.
But that's the thing, were we fair to expect so much from this team? Could you expect the same amount of magic, the same amount of success that they could reciprocate in another setting, different team and different meta, Trimby?
The thing is, right, when you're a player, you really want to showcase, right, like the years that you've played. You want to show people that you're there, that because you actually deserve it, and you want to be out there, you know, to be the best. But right now, as we can see, right, both SK and Team Heretics are struggling, especially Team Heretics, when you have like faces like that. Like, I mean, I'm not such face as them, right, but if I'm in their spot, like, I really want to just show people off and like make sure that they can actually get better and better with each week, because if they don't, they just get out.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Heretics' bot lane a bit later, but first let's check in with their opponents, SK Gaming and the head coach, Swiffer. Take it away, Trouble.
Thank you so much, Laure. Swiffer, thank you also for joining me for this interview ahead of your game versus Team Heretics.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I can't tell you that this is going to be a very pleasant interview for you.
Didn't expect it.
I'll try my best to make it that. Deja vu. We're sitting here again after winter 2023. Best of ones going great. Early season going great. We hit the best ofs and it collapses. What has happened this time around?
Yeah, I think that coming into 14-2, we didn't really hit our stride in that week. I think other teams did, obviously, right? I think we also got found out pretty hard on the things that we were good at and we prioritized throughout the regular season. And we didn't adapt quick enough to finding new things that would put us on the front foot going forward. I think Vitality's prep especially was very good into us. And I think they knew exactly what they wanted to do. I also think that as the split went on, we started getting more and more inconsistent, and a lot of frustration started building between players that I think came to a head before the Vitality series. And ever since then, I feel like we've all kind of reset. The players have come together again in a way that we didn't really see it until like week 1. And feeling pretty confident coming into this best of. Yeah.
Talking about confidence, your bot lane is also very confident about their Lucian Nami, Lucian Milio, Lucian whatever from Exekic, right? It was a card you pulled versus Vitality in the best of 1s, and then it was also a card that you pulled versus Vitality in the best of 3s. Now, why do you think your team has that confidence when Lucian hasn't particularly been doing well on the Western world?
I think the first thing that we look to, obviously, is our practice, right? And if we're unable to replicate it on stage, then I think that has something to do with the prep or where we're picking it or like the angles that we're going for. And I think specifically into what Vitality had prepared, I think it was a very good answer into it. And I think that trying to catch them off guard with the same thing twice was perhaps not the best strategy going into that best of 3.
Now, talking about this best of 3 real quickly, because I've got my producer in my ear.
Yeah.
The bot lane of Team Heretics has actually been a shining light for the roster, while your bot lane has sort of been underperforming. Is that a scary part for you walking into the series today?
Not particularly. I think that a lot of the inconsistencies have come about because of kind of disagreements about which way that the meta is going, right? I think that all of that has been resolved. I think we know exactly what we want to do. I think that Heretics' bot lane has been performing really, really well, but I know that our bot lane can match that.
I'm glad to see that all the internal issues that have been plaguing you are gone, and we can't wait to see you on the Rift. Swiffer, best of luck to you and your team. I had that best of 3 versus Team Heretics.
Thank you.
And Laura, back to you.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Nice to have you back, honestly, and amazing to hear from Swiffer, because he was here mentioning that he came down to preparation and that here they have the confidence. Is the confidence going to be enough? Because it feels like SK lost the way they did things in the regular season, and this is what brought them the most success, GB.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same painting that we saw last split, where it looks really good in the beginning and then it starts faltering a little bit. But this time around, I feel like there's multiple reasons for it. If we take a look at the Vitality series they had, they did get 2v2 killed. They did have individual moments where they didn't present the same standards as they would have liked to. But as they also mentioned in the interview, they just got caught off guard by the opponents actually having a counter pick. Second off, I think the fact that they had a split map against them in the first game against Vitality made it really difficult to play. And I would actually overall love to see more of SK spend more time with their bot lane, because when they are making it work, it looks good. But if you leave them by themselves, they have been exposed now.
What has been working for that as well was the way they were setting up Irrelevant for success, Trimby, and it feels like they went away and shifted away from this. And given the way the bot lane is going, maybe they can't find this agency that Irrelevant found success on top lane previously.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Irrelevant, extremely versatile player when it came to Ride. This year, he's showing a little bit more of the carry potential, where it clearly works, right? They won so many games with him actually outplaying opponents, and that's where I think they should kind of invest time into, because right, when you want to play champs like Lucian Nami, you want to kind of shun away from those carries. You want to help your team and play like a Sion, maybe an Or that he played last time, right? And even though it's a good thing for the draft, it also limits the Irrelevance, like actually relevance in the game, which is, you know, something that you don't want to do with a player like him, right? Especially when he's been performing so well lately.
Yeah, I think Irrelevant certainly a player you can look to get an edge as well, because Wunder often has been on a weak side duty as well, and while he's been doing it well, Irrelevant has also been doing a fantastic job at exposing players who doesn't get the same amount of resources, or if he gets the counter pick. So I'm super curious about that later.
Any last words on bot lane? Because Swiffer was mentioning disagreements maybe throughout the way they were planning the draft, planning the meta, but it didn't work at all for them, Trimby, last year.
Yeah, when you look at it, right, from player perspective, actually, every single player has different perspective. Every single player wants to play things a little bit maybe different. And when it comes out to that, sometimes there is gonna be disagreements, as he said, and you have to actually make sure that you come up together and make like the plan together. Because if you don't and you're not on the same page, it's not gonna look good as they actually look. And I would say that was like the main thing, you know, for them last week.
And as Trouble suggested, the bot lane is going to be an area of attack for Heretics in this series, and Aragon and Shrimpy will be standing by to tell you why.
Thank you, Law. So, whilst Team Heretics have been struggling in general, it's not all true for the entire team. Me and Trimby thought it'd be a great idea, actually, to highlight Flacket and Kaiser, because I think they've been getting some unnecessary flack, especially from week 1 where they didn't have the strongest performance, but generally throughout the entire split, they've been performing extremely well. In this clip, you could see right now that they've already got a significant chunk lead. Why is that in terms of build?
Yeah, when it comes to build path, right, Flacket went for a bit of a different build when it came to like Hell of Blades with the Hui as well, as we can see right now, and he went for the Serrated Dirk, and with the max of the Q, it helps you out poking them, which Hui really wants. Hui as a champion wants to poke, especially on a support position. That's why it was so interesting to see, because it's not a variable that actually people try to do as Kalista, and that was something that actually gave them the edge, because as we can see in the clip soon, it's gonna be quite of a devastating look where like Vitality pretty much looks like they're already out before even the 2v2 starts, where they're like start killing them. And it's really a thing where, yeah, as we can see now, they're just so chunked before we even start commenting on the clip, and then enemy jungler is really forced to come here, which, yeah, as you can see, there's so much pressure that he misses the spells, and it's a 2-for-1 scenario where, yeah, you don't want to be in this position as Vitality.
Yeah, pure 2v2 domination, utilizing adaptive builds extremely well. And in this clip, I believe they've been playing really well around the fundamentals of trading and finding all-ins, you know, using their XP bars. Can you expand on that anymore, Trimby?
Yeah, first of all, from the context perspective, we know that the enemy jungler is not there, and as you can see, Flacket just got 6, and enemy actually, Team Heretics is playing around here, around the fact that Labrov is level 5, he didn't get the 6 yet, so they can easily go in, as you can see, and even though it's the matchup that I would never expect Varus Nautilus to die, they still managed to do that, and it's not like, you know, it's not a big thing, but it's more about Team Heretics actually making use of the XP advantage and the fact that enemy has to be under their tower.
Yeah, really solid fundamentals, finding plays on their level 6 dings whilst the enemy support was level 5, and that's probably because he was gone roaming or something like this. And in this last clip, we wanted to showcase this because it's not just 2v2 plays, it's also plays from the entire team, bringing mid down to bot, bringing Wonder down to bot, and actually finding dives. This is where they secure most of their early game leads.
And yeah, and as you can see, Fnatic is really disjointed. Vi is taking right now red buff instead of actually covering, so it's a really clever way of punishing enemy bot lane while pretty much right, and Fnatic is not even thinking about that. And yeah, like Wunder just coming in here, like we can think about who called it, right? But it comes from actually bot lane making sure that I can set up this play, and that's something that is really nice to see, and that's something that will be hopeful for the upcoming series against SK.
Yeah, absolutely. Securing leads against Vitality, BDS's bot lane as well. I think whilst SK's bot lane is struggling, that could definitely be an avenue of attack. Do you agree, Trimby?
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's something that I hope Team Heretics expands on, and I'm really hoping to see as well SK fighting it back, because if it's gonna be a good 2v2 battle with 2 junglers coming in, oh my, I mean, it's always nice to see, actually.
Yeah, and now it's time for our first series of the day. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, gents. Beautiful segment, as always. That's what we expect of you guys as well. Now, Aragon was very intelligent there alongside Trimby. Let's see if we can be smart to identify.
That's not going to happen.
No, well, I didn't even tell you what we're identifying first. Don't worry, no problem, guys. Not going to be that intelligent. They talked about the bot lane on the desk, and by sure as hell, I think us leading up to this matchup as well, we're like, that might be a problem for SK if Team Heretics are able to stabilize and pop off that bot lane.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of it, though, is that I want to see Flacket being a little bit more selfish when it comes to bot lane. I want to see him going, hey, look, these are the resources I need. If I need to reset, not going for something like a dragon, just saying, hey, look, this is how I want to play my game. And perhaps Team Heretics can kind of take things a little bit slower and see if they can come out here well against SK.
I mean, again, it's elimination time. We're in the losers bracket. The first matchup starts. We're still BO3s, by the way, guys. So less chance to see that draft diversity go through. But remember that the winner of this matchup goes up against Fnatic, who is sitting there and waiting. At least believe them to go up against Fnatic. We'll confirm that later on. I think more importantly, Dagda, The fact that we're losing Team Heretics or SK is kind of crazy. Like, Team Heretics, the remade roster in the top side was such a big deal in the offseason. SK's start in winter, as Trouble was talking about in the interview before, was such a great first 3 weeks. And then it's gone a little bit downhill with their recent matchup against Vitality.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. For Heretics, it was a little bit of a rocky road to get here. They didn't have the best of starts. I mean, they literally, day one, they ended up going up against Mad Lions Koi and kind of got, well, their behinds handed to them. So
True.
I think there was a little bit more of, hey, we need to start to reset, figure out how we want to approach the game. I think there's still a little bit of that for Heretics, whereas you look at SK, they came in swinging. SK looked absolutely fantastic. And as Trouble alluded to on that interview, was saying, look, you kind of struggling now towards the end of the split, and it does remind us of winter last year where SK came in, they finished third, but then couldn't actually close it in playoffs. They got to fourth, not a bad spot to be, but certainly higher expectations here for SK coming into this playoff.
Absolutely, especially when we've been excited about the mid jungle on top of that as well. We've been excited about Irrelevant's champion pool. Note on the desk, they were talking a lot about the fact that Irrelevant team player doesn't have the same spark to it. Already Jack's taken off, Rumble taken off the board, taking away some of these individual carries that are relevant. Could pop out. Remember, he has things like the Akali as well that's also flexed up to the top side as SK ban away the Seraphine from Flackett just in case we go down towards what a supported bot lane.
Yeah, I do feel like you can still go back towards the Cassante here for Relevant and still be relatively okay. The Renata ban here says to me that they're worried about them taking, say, the Callista on this first rotation here for X-kicking the spot lane, which they will, looks like they will do, but they don't want the Renata to go with it, or at least put themselves in a position where they have to take the Renata away here. So going to take that Cassante we just talked about for Relevant off, and then the Azir as well immediately for Perks in that mid lane. So curious though if we get to see some of that like flexibility like in towards the mid lane or even in some of the bot lane for Heretics, but at the moment this looks fairly bog standard. Maokai going to be taken up here, and then I imagine they'll take a Nautilus or some sort of aggressive support here for Dawson that bot lane.
Okay, so assuming that the Maokai will just stick in the jungle. Remember, we've had a couple of flexes of that before, but it's something that here in the LEC, as you say, it's been paired with the strong junglers. Excuse me, ignore that. Zach early on. Now, we've had this out of Broken Blade smashing through. Mirwin as well. Now coming through for Irrelevant, who's played the Ornn, played the Akali so far. And Dactor, I will say as a small tangent, the Twisted Fate banned against Niski all of last week. 100% ban rate so far in their playoffs. Let's see what gets let through.
Yeah, I mean, the ADTF would be nice, but I'm a little bit worried about you're in the laning phase, because I think if you get an aggressive jungler, like, well, I was going to say the Xin Zhao or something, you can play for like level 6, swoop back. TF doesn't really have any sort of escape. So instead, they are just saying, look, we are going to guarantee that good matchup for Relevant on that top side. He's going to be fine as the Zac. Xin Zhao as well, probably the strongest jungler on the patch at the moment, so not surprised to see that taken. But the question mark now is, what are the answers here for the Heretics bot lane? Because I'm kind of surprised things like the Ashe Varus have just slipped through the entire draft.
Great point,
I think with the Varus taken here, I mean, Kaiser could go towards the Ashe if it's not banned in this next rotation, but to me, it kind of says that the teams aren't fully comfortable taking this, and we haven't seen it. Yeah, just double checking. Yeah, we haven't seen any Ashe support from Kaiser thus far, and it's kind of looked better to me on these more easy to set up playmakers like a Nautilus or something along these lines.
I mean, again, that's still open too, but as you said, the draft's been a little bit peculiar, a little bit of a different direction here on 14-2 as we go into the second ban phase. Now, let's talk a little bit more. Hui taken off the board, which can also be flexed into the support position, as we've already seen. Niski has also already picked it up by SK.
Yeah, I also think it's just, remember that combo we saw from G2 last week, where Zac dives into the back line, Hui just pops you with a QW, so trying to minimize a lot of that long-range damage.
You're saying like Hui's waving from the distance. Hello!
Yeah, just not even like in fog of war, it's just like crash down, immediately you're dead. So definitely don't mind that. I wouldn't be surprised to see, well, the Poppy's gone, which I think is just a good answer to Xin, Zac, and Callista. But I do think SK Gaming may need to go for something like an Ashe just to try and get control on that bot side. Yes, you can have the Zac play hyper aggressive for dives in towards like dealing into that composition, but I still think you just lose so much bot lane pressure if you're not able to go for, get rid of the Ashe,
Okay, smart move. Now for Kaiser, as we talk about the rest of his champion pool, things like the Bard have popped up a lot this split. You've already mentioned the Nautilus so far in this draft as an option. The Maokai was flexed around. Remembering that Yankos hasn't got a jungler yet, but another point that it can also go to the bottom lane and stick on a Callista. So we can kind of leave that one up in the air until we get Heretics R5 to round out the draft, as this seems like a little bit of a throw in Kaiser's direction. Remember that he's, I believe, the most played Bard so far in the LEC this split, but DOS has also picked up this champion too.
Yeah, he did play it in the week 1, few hiccups when it came to the mechanics, but looked good on the roams and that sort of stuff. I do think, though, you want to go for something a little bit more aggressive in that bot lane, like the Nautilus, but I actually like the Sylas here. I think it's a decent matchup into the Azir.
Yep.
I think Sylas has been doing well. You see a lot of, like, the Storm Surge into Lichbane build, now that Lichbane is so incredibly strong, so I kind of like this. It does mean you're very dive focused, though, and if you want to try and, like, Maokai, you got the Azir. I'm curious if they have any sort of other pick that they want to try and go, hey, we'll actually just play to try and kite this one out. And there's that Nautilus we were talking about.
Okay, so an engage option that follows through for SK. We can break this down in a second. I'm just curious about how Team Heretics are going to round out this draft. They've got a lot of DPS, a lot of range here so far, Dagda as well. Good engage tools to pop out. We just want to find out, assuming that that is going to be a Maokai jungle.
This would actually be a 6 spot for something like a Braum, yeah, or the Janna, yeah. I think this is really good. It's just play for kite back and just go, hey, look, as soon as you jump into us, you're going to be several melee champions, which means Braum can get a lot of value out of spreading his concussive stacks around. You can try and play for Peel as well. You got Interrupt there for the Zac as he tries to jump in. So I really like this. I think Heretics have kind of read the board well. You've got a good poke. You've got the opportunity to try and, like, you don't have as much side lane control as you might like as Heretics, because Sylas will eventually win out that. I'm pretty sure Relevant, just off of healing, should win out of that side lane matchup as well as the game goes on. But at least with the longer range and, like, good tank line, there's a lot of opportunities for you to press forward to try and get vision in the mid game, which is something that oftentimes teams that struggle with against Zac will end up really coming back to bite them. So I like that Heretics have the setup here.
Okay, like, good setup. I mean, I think that's something that we didn't talk about in their last series, or at least their last BO3. It was, you know, you and I talking with a bunch of friends last night against BDS. I think we saw one of the drafts where so reliant on their mid lane pressure but couldn't find any. For Team Heretics, I said that. I feel like I said that about SK during their game as well against Vitality, where they got blown up in the water. And it's crazy. You know, these two teams, the names you have on them, the mid laners you have on them. Guys, don't forget, Niski versus Perks. Not only they're domestic champions here as well, but in NA, the lesser region, of course. I'm here in the LEC, I'll say that now. I think that's okay to say. If not, come at me. You guys are so far away, it doesn't matter.
They did just kind of beat us with it.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's a new year. And when you have two Cloud9 champions going up against each other, two inter-regional champions, the fact that one of them's going home here today is sad. And I think we need to reflect on that, because to start off the game, there has been, wait for it, a pause. There you go. Now let's reflect.
I mean, heartbreaking to start us off with the pause, but of course it is LEC, so that's the way it goes. But yeah, curious to see how this one's going to pan out. Niski on the Sylas, his second most played in his career, 20 wins and 17 losses. He even had his incredible performance against Weibo Gaming at Worlds on this pick as well. So I'm excited to see what he can try and do in this champion. It does mean we'll probably get a lot of attention from Isma towards that mid lane. And I'm kind of excited to see that, because one of the things I think has been lacking is the strength of that mid jungle that we saw from SK in, you know, the first couple of weeks. So having this combo where you got a Xin Zhao and a Sylas you can play hyper aggressive on says to me that they want to try and set up for, hey, let's go for invades, let's try and pressure. And the fact you've got a non-hit Varus in that bot lane as well, I think you've got Kalista push. You can try and, like, play towards mid, get Azir out, and then look for some sort of pressure in towards jungle invades in that.
And I mean, you've got a Bard on your team as well, right? Like, you've got yourself, Nautilus coming through. Too excited about the Bard. But you've got a tool that can join up with jungle. I think that's the other big thing as well, because Isma's so aggressive. Would be nice to see what DOS can do outside of the laning phase, but I think on the desk, you know, kind of alluding to it, the bot side is our first focus. We're leaving Isma and Niski to whatever happens through mid-jungle, but we're looking at bot because there's a bit of liability there, a bit of issue there. I think when we look at Exekick and DOS being the weak point in certain regards, and we look on the other side for Flacken and Kai'Sa, it's not like we're like, well, hey, you know, they've been the most consistent either, but if they can win through bot side, we know that that could be a weakness coming through as we get out of the pause to see how that happens. Don't worry, guys. I can see it on my screen. It's time to get into the game. That's right. We've waited too long. We've waited too long for this. It's Elimination BO3. There's no time to muck about, especially with the players we have on the riff. Inexperience, yes. Everybody liked that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how these two teams are going to face off. For Heretics, I do want to see a little bit more of a calmer and controlled game. When we look back to the first game of their last series against BDS, it was Adam solo killing Wonder. Flack could end up taking a poor reset timer, so he falls 20 CS behind, and it felt like there was just no way for them to really get to grips in that game. And I think this is where you kind of have that opportunity to go, right, a huge amount of what SK want to do is snowball through early skirmishing, try and set ourselves up for success, and already looking for the skirmish.
It's 3 versus 2 as well. On to Kaiser from level 1's good, but Flackett's without him for the time being. Ignite down, he's just dead. Over to Niski as well. No, first blood given over, but Doss is going to get the flash out of Kaiser. He goes over the wall. It's a shame that Doss got it, but nevertheless, first blood over to SK to open up the laning phase.
Yeah, you could see Niski wanted to try and get his hands on it, but didn't want to auto to get the Ignite kill going to Doss, but still, nice kill, flash burnt on both Kaiser and Flackett, plus you get the push on this early wave. I'm very curious to see what Isma's response is here on this pathing, because he's already done his... he's already started on his Raptors.
Yep.
So going to, imagine, move towards red, and then off of, like, wave 2, wave 3 in that bot lane, could look for an invade onto the opposite side, but maybe even looking for an immediately good ward here. We'll spot out him as he transitions over, though.
I mean, it's a good ward, considering that both those flashes are down from the invade. So further to your point, Dagda, options now created. Isma going in deep, spotted out by Jankos, and this change in pathing as well to cross this split map, or at least get down towards the lane. Starts with him doing the Raptors, leaving Krugs for the time being as well. He didn't actually finish those, but he is also, too, spotted on a ward from SK.
Yeah, I'm curious if he wants to try and do the Raptors because they're slightly quicker and then cross over to the opposite side, but no, he's just going to wrap around. So they're going to spot out, if you look at the vision control that they have set up, you're going to spot on this board here, if I can get my buttons working, that you're not going to get the move towards Mecca on the bottom side. So it'll be irrelevant who wants to try and crash that wave on top to make sure he's not going to cause issues for himself with Jankos moving up towards that top side. You can see already just very quickly trying to get that wave crashed in so that then Jankos can try and visit, but may not have managed this.
Let's see, level 3 now picked up. Irrelevant, as you said, trying to crash it. Further to Dagda's point, the timing just feels a little bit off here. It's an elastic slingshot that'll have to get him out, but Wonder looking for the flip back. 1Q hits, Ghost lands, slingshot, flash midway. Jankos doesn't get the Bramble Smash, but it might not matter, making them kiss for a moment. It's a romantic first date, but Wonder doesn't want to take it to the next step. Irrelevant survives, and that was a flash burnt for a Ghost and a flash from Jankos.
Yeah, both burnt, but still irrelevant. Won't be able to get that wave crash, so doesn't even opportunity for Wonder to reset for bot lane.
It's so dangerous, especially with concussive blows up against all. It's rough. The dive gets messy, though. Isma's gonna die. It's a double over to Flackett, and he survives. X-Kick now gets teleported on by Perks. They can't finish the job, but diving a Brom, as soon as the concussive blows come out, you better run.
And there was no need to try and go for that progressive play. You could have brought Isma down if you wanted to look for that, but I mean, sorry, Isma was here off the back of it, but like, they go in, they get Isma on the play, Isma dies, Flackett goes down as well.
He gets a double!
Like, I don't know, that was messy stuff from SK, and as you say, like, trying to dive the Brom was just an absolute mess. I was caught completely off guard by that one. I didn't expect to try and go for it, yeah.
I thought our levels are down, no problem. But Flackett, Kaiser buying a lot of time. A double kill over to the Varus. It is a Berserker Greaves already on him too. Dagda, considering how the lane was panning out, considering that first blood and the delayed return to lane, as Flackett and Kaiser push up mid-wave, I mean, Team Heretics have just been given a massive leg back in the game. They've literally got 4 legs now, I don't know how.
But the problem is that now you're going to move all those legs in towards the jungle, steal away this camp from Jankos, make sure you're keeping control on this bot side. And XE now has no flash, Doss has no flash,
True.
And the wave is crashing into them, so I'd be surprised they try and look for any sort of like return gank onto this bot side where you try and dive Doss and Exekick, but the lack of control now that Exekick and Doss have in this bottom side is going to hurt SK in the long run.
Yeah, giving Jankos a new angle. Isma now trying to trade cross parts of the map as well. Perks is here, but he has a shifting stance available, but he just put a soldier down. Absconded Duck, he has to flash in the end. He's poked out. Isma can't finish the job. Great timing from Isma. The soldier went down, and Perks didn't have a way out.
Pings are going down onto Isma, though. They want to see if they can get on towards Jankos, but bot lane has that push, so should be able to find a get out here.
There's
Maybe
4
not.
members coming down. He's just tagged out, and Flackett and Kaiser are like, no way are we touching that. A free rend. This is messy, messy, messy. My apartment's cleaner than this.
Yeah. The fact that you don't have... I thought you had a bit more push on that bot side. Maybe Kaiser and Flackett can get into zone, Exekick and Doss off, but Janko's just sticking around that bit too long. Yes, you got a lot of vision, but you don't get the Raptors and ends up paying his life for the red buff and passing it off to Exekick as well. So now, despite the 2 kills you have in this bot side, if you end up with some of this red buff stacking in onto Flackett, you can chase down that bot lane for Exekick and Doss.
Let's just quickly take stock of the game, because I feel like we are just going round a little bit of a... What would you like to call it? The helicopter down the bot side, but at the end of the day...
Merry-go-round?
Yeah, merry-go-round. There we go. Dagda obviously been to a theme park before. A 1k gold lead for SK as Jankos now sits down here. trying to protect their assets, because look at where the wave state is, slowly pushing up against Team Heretics. The stand behind me there, Doss doesn't get a good dredge line, but flashed on concussive blows comes in handy again. It's a nice Nature's Grasp out as well, or rather, should I say, Bramble Smash. Doss pulls in, but Flackett gets his 3rd kill. We continue to fight over this bottom side, and there's no point taking stock if we're just going to flip it around again. Ulti out, Niski almost gets it with the flash. Perks just walks that one out, I think lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I'm surprised that didn't end up connecting Niski, trying to use the fact that he had that push to get an advantage now. Will mean that Isma, with that mid control, can start to move up towards this these Void Grubs, and there's not really any sort of response here for Jankos, as he's just going to try and go up towards his top side and collect it. But good amount of vision control on this top side in favor of SK, so if he starts to move over towards that red buff, he should be spotted here.
I think I have time to do what I was going to do before. As Jankos, as you said, clearing upwards, Isma taking grubs. Something that you, Mark, and I think it was also Gouldborg yesterday talking a little bit about. First grub, remember, 150 EXP, it's a lot. And Isma's already up in the jungle matchup too, as he takes the other 275. Starts off with 3 grubs for SK. That is a big thing. Even though we're getting the seesaw down bot side, it still consistently comes out with a CS lead for Exakick, who still has a kill. A CS lead mid for Niski as well. A CS lead in the jungle, a CS lead in top. SK in this early game, despite it going back and forth, still end up being in a rather comfortable position.
Yeah, I will say though, Flackett having 3 kills and a gold lead is not the best spot to be in.
It's an issue on the other side, isn't it? Yeah.
So there is still a good amount here for Heretics, and the thing is, right, like, you definitely want to try and snowball this as SK to play for getting advantages on Niski, which they have done, and getting advantages in towards, hey, we want to look for skirmishes, but like bot lane dive going as poorly as it did, and then SK now also giving over kills onto Doss as well, is not the way that they would have liked this one to go.
Also
so
true.
There are still like avenues here where Jankos, and I think Jankos has been doing the correct thing here, is like, look, Isma's been, apart from that failed dive, farming a great storm. He was a level up as he got towards Void Grove, so he can't really contest. So Jankos is like, okay, cool, I'm going to take that time instead to cement that lead on bot side, make sure that they're in a good spot. You can see him working up towards Blade the Rune King for Flackett. And now even on the invades, you should have a decent time here in responding to this.
If one camp gets taken, Isma will be level 6 as well. That means the engage potential goes up a little bit too. X-Kick and Doss have a rend available. Jankos comes in with the steal. Dredge line back on him for the re-engage. We mess it up again as Niski with the Abscond of Duct. Slows it down. Almost went back in. It's because Dragon's up and available. Welcome back, Dragon Timer, by the way, in our top right. We're just waiting for that first one to be taken as SK run out of the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Niski leaving mid to try and make sure that he's able to set up in towards the spot side jungle. So they have the numbers advantage there, but Perk's not moving. It means that Heretics will just give up their blue buff. And I think, again, it's kind of just Heretics saying, look, we don't want to overextend on any of these plays, give an opportunity for SK to continue snowballing these leads. So we're just going to take it slow, make sure that we're just not falling far behind, and then play for this kite back composition that we've set up for ourselves.
Listen to your Dagda. He says, take it slow. That's what Team Heretics want to do. On the bottom side, SK keep trying to speed the game up. I like that point because it kind of situates where SK are in the game, where they want more pace. They've got the Silas, they're skirmishing tools galore. Callista Silas, by the way, at 1 item and 2 items, early game fights. Holy moly. If they're at gold or ahead, it is abrasive, abusive, unloving, uncaring, divisive. Think of another word, Dagda. Come on, the dictionary's out as we get a dragon down in the meantime.
I was just enjoying you going through the whole thesaurus there, you know, making sure you had all your
the
words
words
up
that
and
my
running.
brain somehow knows, but it doesn't get any further than that. Oh, it's a gold grab. It gets us off this topic and straight into a new one. Perks in. Ulti back. Okay. All right. Well, there's the kittens out as well, just showing that they can do it. You know, hey, you want to do it again? Well,
yeah, all right.
All right.
I mean, kind of missing now your timer, because it's like, well, Flash is going to be back up for Niski. Won't be able to TP back immediately, but you can probably have people hold on towards this. I could understand if this was like right before, say, the next Void Grub spawn or something, but like you still have a little bit of time before that, so you should be able to get back here.
Doss has flash. Doss has flash. There's a Zac coming up. I mean, Jankos just invaded after they both missed their ultimates. Team Heretics flash with a depth charge. Here comes the dredge line. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Bot together's good. Irrelevant somehow taken all the way to Asgard. He gets out with a slither of health. Good potion timing. But Jankos died for a play. I don't feel like he should have absconded ducked. A real Azero comes out. Nesquik shows how it's done. That's 3 spoons full already. You get another one. And the drink keeps on stacking up. Perks the half HP. And Dagda, do you want to talk about what Jankos was doing or what?
I mean, Jankos just got unfortunate. He was like, look, we got to try and make the most out of the fact that Niski reset, doesn't have his TP. Let's try and go for an invade and use the fact he's mid push. But Perks didn't shove in mid, wasn't moving across to help him, so he just gets completely caught out. And now again, Perks taking the damage.
Chain Lash, wait for the Kingslayer. I'm not sure if it came through yet, but Petricite Burst keeps coming through. 5 points on Q. Dagda just pointed to that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of your bog standard when you're in these ranged matchups, the Q to help you push and also be able to poke down in response. But Niski trying to see if he can stop the backs. Doss is here, but may not want to be here, to be perfectly honest, as resets are coming through for Kaiser and Flacket, but they're a bit far off. So just going to make sure they can keep Perks at bay, so now they can move in towards their tower.
Do you remember when I had that moment where I'm like, man, what if Doss starts linking up with Isma Niski in this aggressive comp? I think so far we've seen that topside play, mid as well, roaming around, constantly skirting around Vision. Doss so far has had a very ingenious game, number one. I think kind of caught Team Heretics off guard to a degree as well. Speaking of which, 2K gold lead, by the way, for SK in this early game. As we gear up for the Dragon, not now, 2 minutes 30 to go. Team Heretics positioning aggressively like it was up.
Yeah, I think there's a massive advantage here for SK, just in the fact that Niski's been having a fantastic time in mid. He's got the push, got 2 plates.
Yep.
Now you're going to have all 6 Void Grubs going to SK, plus the fact when you think forward to Rift Tower that's going to spawn in 2 minutes time, you can just use that mid and essentially just crack up a mid lane turret. So if Exekick and Doss can shove out bottom plate for a mid, then you can get that. You then set up Exekick and Doss in the mid lane and just shove in again, because Flacket and Kaiser can't really contest you in the mid push, and then you can operate from mid into bot with Niski having these advantages and look for dives on Perks solo under tower. So SK have a very clear way of how they want to try and play this game. Sure. I think a huge amount of this is going to be on Jankos to try and slow down that pace and make sure that there's not an opportunity for SK to go for things like Rift Tower or like find picks beforehand.
I mean, where is Jankos when you need him right now? Opposite side of the map, depth charge there. Flacket gets over the wall, but Chains of Corruption going to fly through as well. Abscond of Duck, look on the right side, ignore Kaiser, because I just saw Niski destroy Flacket in one smooth move. SK won't let that pace slow down. Dagger, they're going to keep on going.
I mean, Niski did say in the Euphoria he would never lose to Heretics because he thought some of the players were washed. And Niski's kind of showing up big here for SK, getting control of that bot side. Great timing on waiting for that ultimate as well from the Nautilus to hit, because he had the Chains of Corruption, but was like, cool, I can just follow with my own Abscond Abduct, then get the chains down, make sure the Flacket isn't able to move, and there was literally nothing he could do there.
I think there's a reason Niski has played this, you know, he's second most played champion of all of his career. I don't care about the win-loss. All I care about is the fact that Niski, on a champion that can carry, on a champion he's comfortable with, is showing up big here when he's going up against Perks. For Team Heretics, now down 3K gold, but that Dragon, we mentioned before, is 45 seconds from up. Doss is here, ready to set up and engage in a pick before we get towards it. But first, let's watch this good engage.
Yeah, I mean, overextension here for Vision by Kaiser, with especially the push in mid, not knowing where Niski had gone to. And as he said, you wait for the Chains of Corruption, and after you use that Abscond Abduct to close the distance, and you're in a great spot. So really nice play here. I'm curious to see though, if I'm SK, I don't play for Dragon. I actually play for the Rift Herald on this one. I want to go, hey, look, Dragon's cool, but it's one Cloud Dragon that can go across the Heretics. Cracking mid lane tower is significantly stronger for us, so I'm not surprised to see them rotate Exekick and Dawson towards mid so they can lean towards that, but they don't have the pressure on bot side because Flacket's slowed stack that wave, so they need to try and get this control first before they can move up to it. But with Isma on bot side, maybe they are just looking to go Dragon.
I mean, you take away a concussive blow, or rather that Glacial Fissure laid down. Kai's not going to die, but Isma goes in with the Titanic, but he's going to get stunned up. Chains of Corruption, however, with his ult in return, it buys time. Team Heretics using a bit themselves, that Flacket ulti. Maybe it makes a difference to start up this Dragon, considering how strong SK actually are.
Isma is low, though. Don't think Heretics want to try and commit to this. I wasn't sure with the health that you saw in Isma, and also both Isma's ult and Niski's ult being down.
Yeah.
Maybe you consider going for something, but instead, they just decide to back away. It does mean, though, with Exekick now returning to mid, actually, they don't go for the Dragon, but I think you'll get a reset in towards going for one of these objectives again. But if I'm Jankos, I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and, like, play off the fact, because you can know that SK, well, they haven't done it yet, right? Because you haven't got that sound that went off, so maybe you look with Perks to go up towards Irrelevant. If you can get a pick there, maybe you can look for the Rift Herald as well off the back of it. Although Irrelevant's teleport is just about to be up, so maybe they feel like they're just going to wait for something on his bottom side. But I think you should just cross map. Maybe it's the pick before, but they need to do something.
Dagda, your brain, if I was there, I'd love it, you know. You're telling me 5 moves ahead of the play right now. I'm trying to keep up at this point. I think the one thing I can take away is the fact that the setup's been so important for Team Heretics to delay things out, but again, getting pushed all across map, the lane pressure from SK enables them, after shoving out, to once again get another objective. 6 grubs, 2 dragons, now moving up as a 3-man unit to potentially get for this top side. And Jankos, I mean, he's still down. He's still down about half a level 2. I don't know why Dragon does that. It turns into like a VHS. You know, it's like
just
wearing
a rave on the rift.
It's wearing like a dotted shirt on camera as well. Repeats for about a century.
But this is the thing for Heretics. We're kind of seeing the repeat problems come up for them. They haven't really gone for any sort of cross map. They're not really answering for any of the pressure SK are putting down. Yes, they have had like Janko's playing well around bot side, right, to get that control, but it's kind of stagnated now.
Iski,
and now Iski
in a 1v2, but Silas, wow, that was Chains of Corruption damage. Just an R.
But with 2 people now on bot side for Flacket and Kaiser, Heretics are just going to go, right, we can try and get control established on bot side, but I like this. They know Isma's on top side. So watch Exekick and DOS. They're just moving down here to cover a potential dive. DOS going to spot out Jankos now.
Yep.
So Niski has already cleared out the wave, so maybe you can try and look for it off follow-up wave, but I think Niski should just back away from this. You get mid lane tower off of the Rift Tower play, and yes, you'll lose bot tower, but I think you can very quickly answer for it elsewhere.
He's hijacked 3/4 off the cooldown, and look at it, because he's at level 11, or plus I should say, he almost has it up and available. 5 seconds, you can see a little red timer there, so Team Heretics have to be careful. It's a Nature's Grasp. It's Flacket's ulti probably up soon and available as well from that cooldown. Niski trying to threaten as well. Flacket takes a turret shot. Niski has flash too. And when you look at him, you look at a player like Niski on one of his favorites, Silas. That's why the cameraman stuck down there. He's like, maybe this guy's going to try and 1v3? Because you can see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, at that stage, he wasn't even 1v3. You can see DOS was hovering in the wings after moving down off of that mid wave. You got you got Isma, who's moving down to cover as well. Exekick moved back to mid. So that's kind of Heretics trying to scramble to make a play after Rift Tower was taken. And you can see how long they committed to that bottom side, but they're just not in a great spot. Now you've got Rift Tower picked up for Isma. I wouldn't be surprised to see that plonk down in mid lane as Exekick comes back out of base. You got the opportunity then, if you overcommit as Heretics towards mid, to go, right, well, Niski, you take bot side as well. This game is just becoming very difficult for Heretics to try and play out.
Again, running out of options. I know we talked about waiting, buying time, but SK continue pushing the game ahead. 3,000 only at 18 minutes, yeah, but look at what else is on the board. As Dragon spawns in 2 minutes 30, SK don't have a reason to walk down here. Until now, they see the rest of Team Heretics. Niski's like, okay, I'll take it. Ulti's out, but avoided with a quick little armor guard, but running through. There's a Perks kill. And Team Heretics find themselves someone out in rotation, and the game suddenly gets a little bit easier.
Yeah, well, you're still going to have SK, which are going for the trade, which is, hey, we will take this mid lane tower, which is, I think, what they should have gone for initially. I think Niski could have just sacked bot lane tower, because you can hop in again, even go for a potential tier 2 if you really wanted to, guarantee that charge, but you're also getting Irrelevant, who got the top tower as well. So you always trade 2 for 1. So I think a bit of a mistake there from SK on trying to defend the bot tower, rather than in just looking to trade quicker on the map and get your tempo advantage that way.
I mean, great point, especially when, you know, someone like Niski as well hurts him giving a kill over to Perks. This late game Azir, this carry that is going to damage out with Flacket on the on-hit Varus as well. You get a step in the right direction. You still slow the pace, and I know you're talking about the trade there, but still when we're looking at a composition that we talked about scaling in, as this game goes on, things get easier. Gold matters less and less. We're definitely not at that point right now, as we are hitting 2 items on pretty much everyone, but we are slowly getting there. That's the point. As before, I will say, in the early game, it was like a 1.4k gold lead between Niski and Perks. Now there's only about 200, 300 gold between them, which is a vast improvement.
Yeah, I think, though, this is where you have ways for SK to try and play at the game, but if you start to go towards team fights, you're still waiting on, like, another item and a half, I'd say, for a lot of the members on Heretics before you're massively in control of this game.
Very true.
So that's why I think at the moment, I like the turret down in mid for Perks. Essentially what they're trying to do is delay the shove on mid to then lean into the bot side. You have 2 dragons already for SK, and if you end up taking bot lane tower as well, you scatter a ton of vision on this bottom side jungle of Heretics. It makes it really tough for them to try and fight against like things like a Zac who can pop in from anywhere, and Niski who can come from multiple different sides, and you can play through a very strong Silas on these side lanes. But they're doing a good job of holding it. I think you need to be careful face-checking on this one, but that's why they got Wonder here as well, just to try and get that numbers advantage. TP from Perks onto the bot side to try and answer the push from Niski. And again, it's just slowing down until Dragon in 15 seconds.
Not sure DOS wants that dredge line either. Quick note, Ocean Dragon's huge, especially for a team fighting comp 2, even just the individual stats. So we digress. SK move into the river, and Team Heretics reposition. They're going to be on a ward as Irrelevant walks in as well, but you watch Niski on the back end, Dagda.
Heretics want front to back, but look at Irrelevant. Moving around on the side, Niski in the flank as well. This is such a good setup for SK.
Control ward doesn't spot out, but at least the lens does. Wonder now zoning off that Zac. Niski takes himself a Nature's Grasp, and the angle is massive. 1 cent out from Wonder, Jankos, but it won't matter. Depth charge in the back line as Irrelevant has just been ulted into everyone. Why did Wonder do that? As they bounce up, maybe it turns around. Somehow it turns around. Okay, Wonder, I'm so sorry. It worked out perfectly.
They managed to get access to SK and dismantle them. So much was used to try and gain access to Flacket, to gain access to Perks, but it doesn't work out in the end, as they just end up overextending. You can see here, Niski gets a good ultimate across the backline here, and the depth charge on towards Flacket, and Flacket does get caught. But now watch, Wonder keeping Irrelevant locked up so they can't really get onto Flacket as he's in CC, so Flacky gets to flash away. But you've left now Exekick completely separated. He's not able to get into this fight. Great ultimate from Perks in this close quarter fight to get Niski into a position he doesn't want to be in. You can see there, all of their resources used to try and get access to this Varus, and they just couldn't get him off.
That was just a crazy fight. Tracking that, impossible. I thought they made a great mistake, Dagger. I thought Irrelevant being in the middle, all the members getting a 3-man ulti, just set it up perfectly for SK. But Perks on the wing. 2 items, great ulti himself. Now a bounty of 450 gold. Team Heretics with 1 fight and a Dragon on top of that. And suddenly they're in a gold lead, as we're talking about. For SK, time is not on their side. And already things have started to become more difficult just after watching 1 ace.
Yeah, I mean, it was just great positioning from Heretics to fight back into that corridor so that then they've less opportunities for SK to gain access or come in from multiple angles. And that's where Heretics want to try and find their fight. So for SK, though, I think they still have a decent opportunity to try and get control. So you can see now they pushed out bot, they pushed out top. As long as they can keep mid control, they're actually going to be in an okay spot to keep pressure going with Niski on a side lane. But it is going to get more and more difficult, especially as we start to move forward. And if you can't find the vision that you need or the angles of attack that you need to come in from multiple angles as you set up for a team fight, that's going to favor Heretics. So for SK, I think it's take your time and fight before that you hit river rather than after you hit river.
It's going to get harder, as we know. No Dragon in the meantime. Baron sits there standing, which now has about 8 arms, I believe. Somehow, red buff given over. Team Heretics now move mid. You can see Irrelevant's trying to find an angle over the wall. I mean, this could be huge. Team Heretics are walking towards this. And as they move in the choke, all it takes is Irrelevant to find Flacket and Perks, but with a cute little kitten, they know he's there. Out he goes, and the flank suddenly dismissed.
Yeah, good read from Heretics, because that could have been devastating if you end up with Zac in your backline, and you've got, again, the opportunity for people to come in from mid lane, coming in from river as well to try and get on towards Perks or towards Flacket. So for Heretics, just continue to play this slow, keep your waves pushed out, and just try to avoid any opportunity where SK can get vision control in your jungle, and they can deny you getting access to river for the upcoming dragon fight in 2.5 minutes or anything along these lines.
Another one as well from setting out vision. I want to say that SK through this game, their vision control's been pretty superb. Really good tracking so far of Jankos, but more than that, the movements from some of the solo laners. This time around, Team Heretics will be able to clear out some of the aggressive vision that was put down by SK, make their vision line known, and get towards the Baron again. There's a cheeky control ward right in front of the Baron right now by SK, and that's keeping them in the know that Baron's not being started, but you can say vice versa for Team Heretics holding their own control. So no sneaky Baron, no jump towards it right now. Instead, it feels like we might just wait until the Dragon in a minute 50 again, to find out if SK can find some of these more ingenious angles we talked about before.
Yeah, it's tough for SK at the moment because I don't think they've set up their waves as well as they could. When you look towards mid, reset there from Exekick, but it was also as Niski wasn't able to get full control on bot side because they didn't have mid pressure. They're trying to consistently go for these sort of plays where it's like, okay, let's see if we can quickly collapse onto mid lane and catch someone out, which can work. But I think you need to get like bot lane pushed out fully first. Try and establish vision or push Heretic's vision back. Because at the moment, it's too easy for Wunder to just sit here as they like split 1-4 because you don't have pressure anywhere on the map that draws Heretics out of position.
I will say also, if you're able to get yourself into a fight and jump on Wunder, you know, the Zac at this point of the game, Wunder is invulnerable. Oh, hello. Niski caught on camera. It is a Zhonya's hourglass, as he says cheese, but still. That's a cooldown we have to track now. We're not going to see that on the HUD for the time being, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm sure you all know the Zhonya's cooldown at home. I can't think about it on the top of my head. What is it, 120?
I want to say it's 90 seconds.
Okay.
I could be wrong. But either way, you won't have it for Dragon,
yep,
which is the major one. So I think that's where, especially as you're looking to try and dive in onto the backline, it's going to become a bit more of an issue. Push is mid, but again, Niski starting to roam. He will be caught on vision as he starts to roam towards mid. There was an opportunity, I think, with TP up for him to completely push out this bot side. Maybe it's set up as a slow push. Maybe I'm reading that wrong. Which would put pressure onto the tier 2 right as you start to look towards the pressure on towards Baron. And it looks like SK have kind of given up vision control on their bottom side and said, look, Heretics have already established too much here. We're going to try and look for the trade of Dragon for a potential Baron and draw Heretics into these positions where we have flank angles.
But again, their front line built up so much that for Irrelevant to get back there, Flacket has to step up massively. Perks has to be out of position. Maybe now the answer's Abscond, abduct, ulti for ulti. They get flung back and he will slide and glide. Oh, Perks. He must have been watching Michael Jackson videos. The moonwalk backwards gets him to safety. And that is a big ulti and a flash from one of their main carries of SK.
Still though, TP will be able to come through here for Niski, so I don't know if you're going to be able to get particularly much out of it. So you're basically ult for ult in the grand scheme of things. Flash obviously is a nice one, but I still think for SK, you can see they're not dissuaded here. They know they have better vision here as Perk starts to set up for the Dragon. He will take it.
Yep.
Now, where are the flanking opportunities?
Got enough help. They're trying to do the Baron, lure them in. Dredgeline unstoppable is Wunder. He took no damage. Cassante, things to start us off. Exeking is still hitting this way with Irrelevant, but remember that Isma's walked away. SK are so separated here. Dagda Niski's got a stolen ulti, but already starts out a little bit crazy. He's at 10k. The Baron now hits.
Irrelevant needs to be in a position where he can go on towards the backline, but he's not going to be able to.
Not
Ult
at all.
comes across.
Slingshot in. Nature's Grasp is out. It's by the double. Irrelevant jumps in, but Perks in with a death charge. It's a bouncing flubber, but it might not matter. SK is still getting hit away as Flacket and Perks rejuvenate, rebirth, and give us hope that Team Heretics are not going to be eliminated today. Jumping in once more. It's Perks' day. Long have we waited. This is here. More than activated.
Perks is standing on the shoulders of Wunder in these fights, though again, key target selection from the Cassante. Tears Exekick out of the fight, tears the hope from SK, and might just sneak the Baron away right underneath the nose of Niski as well.
It ain't sneaking if he can see it going down in his face. Niski stealing a Chains Corruption, but Wunder knocking him back. Perks over the wall. Will send his soldiers out, and Team Heretics, the early game might not have been strong, but they find a way.
But this is a really good, well, terrible decision-making from SK, I'm not going to lie.
There you go.
But Yanko's with the counter-ultimate, but I want to keep your eyes on Wunder as he immediately yoinks Exekick over the back of this wall here as they set up to go on towards Perks. So as Exekick is taken out of the fight, Perks gets the time to reset, get the kill onto Irrelevant, and Wunder's just solo killing Exekick in the back line. So yes, you have Niski who can do some damage, but he's forced back out of the fight because of Perks having the opportunity to go golden. And it makes it so difficult then for SK to play it.
Oh boy. Okay. I don't know what Yanko's saying, but man.
I need voice comms.
Yeah, I think we do.
Oh.
Can't be good. SK on the run as we come back from a replay. Dagda, that's the second fight now where you see, wow, the Zac bringing everyone together. What are SK doing for damage? They are starting to lack it at this point. I think we even saw it in the last fight as well. The front line of Team Heretics able to absorb so much. And it just looks so difficult, and we know now where this comp is going. We know exactly what Team Heretics is going to do. This is so hard to win out as Slingshot comes out and over the wall, buffed back. Perks says no. No. Irrelevant, you're just going to stay there and die. Doss is going to get tagged down now as well as Wunder comes in from the side. I remember this movie. As another kill to boil through. Doss, gets out in the end, but 5 versus 4 with Baron minions bot side. I mean, Team Heretics is just going to look to end, it feels like.
And this is such an incredible showing from Team Heretics. control from Jankos in the early stages, played the slow game, punished the mistakes from SK, and SK, if Heretics get in here, are one game away from elimination.
It's crazy that SK at the start of such a season now getting doored through the front. Perks with another kill. Wonder's looking for more meat, and Niski tries to flank, but Flacken makes short work of that. Perks running in once again, even without the ulti. It's a comeback in game number 1, but that's all you need for Team Heretic fans to be excited for game 2.
Heretics looking good in this one. The fact that you're able to get control of the bot side, major botch on the dive from SK, giving some early advantages there.
True.
And they can try and run this one through, but we're going to toss it over to a quick break, and then we're back with the analyst desk to break that one down.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC in this elimination match here as Heretics pick the first game against SK Gaming and Trimby. In Ready Check, we set up the fact that Heretics should strike on bot lane, especially for SK Gaming, who was underperforming in that area. Can you talk me through what happened during this game one and how both bot lanes played into each other? Because it seemed really back and forth in the early game, especially.
First of all, as we heard in Swiffer's interview, he said that they came prepared, and they did really come prepared. Like when it came already level 1, Sylas came bot lane, they tried to force flashes away, they got an actual kill plus both of the flashes from the bot lane, and that's where it all started for SK and Team Heretics bot lanes. Like really, there was so much fighting going on that I feel like we saw so many different angles that it just felt like there was just back and forth fighting from each team.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. It was just crazy, wasn't it? We were talking backstage about how, you know, it just keeps going back and forth. They would get leads down bot side, then they'd throw them away, and then back and forth, eventually scaling one out.
When you look at what happened here, I mean, as we said, both teams were trading pressure and playing on junglers' timings for ganks, but which team got the advantage here and which one executed it the best?
Yeah, when it comes to this team fight, for instance, right? SK was really well prepared. They got the split map split off, but then they tried to dive and they just give 2 kills for free without even trading back. As well here, right, Jankos gets caught because actually I think in this game Niski did a really good job when it came to roaming, but when we see there's so many clips going on that we can't even tell which one is at what time, even though they were like one after each other. It felt like it was constantly fight between each team to actually make their bot lane stronger, and that's something that I'll be honest, I felt like we would see, but not in such an extent where they're just constantly fighting between each other and there's just no way out of getting out of here.
Yeah, you're really just watching those clips, you wouldn't be able to tell who won. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing.
When you play Maokai in these compositions, it's really important that you mitigate any invade potential and you're kind of just surviving to be able to get through the early versus the Xin Zhao, because there is a lot of invade threat, and because of all these back and forths, he was able to free scale, and yeah, just in the end, it worked out really well for Team Heretics.
It did work out well for them, but I feel like the team is still messy, even though we saw a glimpse of improvement on the side of the team here. But I want us to take a look at the Dragon fight, because here, guys, again, you take a look at this fight, you're unable to tell who makes the best out of it, but there's a lot of mistakes on Heretics' side though.
Well, to be honest, I felt like it was one of those US solo queue team fights, not gonna lie. It was really back and forth. There was a lot of going on our screens, and there was a lot of spells that I would say some of them hit, some of them didn't, and it didn't look as well as we would like it to see. And even though SK was a bit ahead in the fight, it just turns out for Team Heretics to be the best because Varus doesn't die. And if Varus doesn't die and you're like so overextended and you went into them, it's so impossible to get out of the bram of all the tools that they had to actually like, yeah, just stop an enemy from engaging.
I think fundamentally, SK, what they had was a flanking composition in the mid game where they had to land their spells on the enemy carries who were playing a standard front-to-back team composition. If they whiffed, they lost the fight. It was really that simple, and we saw that all the time with Irrelevant throwing his Zac E's and just coming short. Maybe it was a summoner, Varus flashing away or something like this, or just straight up missing. And half the time, Irrelevant got stuck in no man's land, and that's why they lost those fights.
Throughout the success of Heretics, though, I would like to point out Perkz this game. We've been heavily critical of the mid laner since the beginning of the season, but here I feel like even though he fell behind quite a bit in the early game, he picked up from it and he had Niski's number this game, Trimby.
Yeah, I think even though Niski, as I said previously, he got I think 2-3 really good actions and actually moves away to bot lane where Team Heretics suffered. I felt like Perkz really easily made sure that he's not falling that behind, and even though he was for like first part of 15 minutes of the game, it still felt like they were really strong to actually fight for like the third, fourth Drake, and it felt like Azir was the one actually dealing the more damage, right? At least coming into that mid-game transition, right? And that was something really nice to see, because as a team, you just figured out, right? Azir is slightly behind, Salas got some kills off, it's fine. We just have to scale up, get to 2 items, and I think as soon as the third Drake came up, we just hit that 2 items mark on Azir, and we instantly tried to fight, and we actually fight properly, right? It was this fight when it was really, I would say, like a little bit clowny, and like there was a lot going on, but they still managed to win.
I mean, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I just want to say it's really nice to see Perkz doing well, because I think also in drafts, they've been putting a lot of pressure on Perkz to perform. They've been picking him B1 Akali, which they then build a composition around, and he just hasn't been there mechanically. They've been picking him Ezreal, which has a lot of burden of execution, competition. So now seeing him on the Azir again, being set up and helping his laners, it's great. It's a great look.
So summing all this up, looking at the way first game went, there was a lot of mess all around, back and forth, whether it's on the bot lane or in the way both teams execute the team fights, out the objective control and anything. Do you think Team Heretics is finally on the path of recovery? And what do we make of SK's preparation as they're on the verge of being eliminated here leading into game 2?
Yeah, when it comes to the draft itself, I feel like Team Heretics came prepared. It looks like they really wanted to make sure their bot lane can have the tools to actually play out the fight and play it properly. That's why, as we can see, right, they have so many tools to peel off from that Kalista, to peel off from Nautilus, Zac, Xin, Sylas going in. As we can see also the last pick of Maokai, Maokai on 4th, seeing already 3 champions, as the Braum on last pick, which is, I would say, really phenomenal last pick over here, and that's just something that just sets them up for success. And even though SK, I would say, was prepared, they did think of the potential like level 1 invade or like level 1 action, which resulted in them getting so many flashes of early and actually getting the advantages there and the early like gold leads. They still managed to fail the dive, and then the back and forth fights, even though they're slightly ahead, just from the team composition, it just feels like they're behind all the game, all the game actually.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I also think I liked both team compositions, which is kind of rare. Both team comps had very clear win conditions, peeling for their hyper carries and front-to-back team fightings or flanking with the Zac, with the Xin Zhao, and the Sylas had a great Sylas angle, being able to steal Maokai ult as well. It was just came down to execution, so I wouldn't mind if they ran back both drafts.
I feel like the themes, both of them, it just felt like both of them made sense.
Yeah.
It's just like the left theme, the SK theme, was around engaging, and they had to engage well.
Yeah,
and that's something I felt like they didn't manage to do, and that's something that I would like to see in the upcoming draft.
And it feels like they have to stick for the same ban rotation, Aragon, on the side of SK Gaming with a really spooky Seraphine. You know that Splakit can pilot it well. Is it making them weaker when you consider the power picks right now in the meta, the fact that you have to target Splakit?
I think for sure, usually actually there's more target bans towards Flakked. Usually you see Draven target bans as well. It doesn't look like he's going to go for it. Maybe he'll pull out against the Kalista first pick though.
Oh yeah, but
Run it back, I guess.
Here when it comes, like they already banned Renata. I think Renata was not banned previously, so they're already trying to prepare for something
It
else.
was banned previously. It was the exact same ban on the
really?
both sides.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. But as
And I
we can
guess-
see, the draft is going off the same way. Maybe they just think both themes were just good and they just want to keep it up. Like we'll see actually, because if it's gonna be okay, there's already a little bit of a change. Oh, with the Gnar, which is just, I mean, that's something that we wanted to see, because that's something more towards irrelevant to actually be able to counterpick the top lane and try to get advantages from there. But we'll see how it goes there.
Yeah, I really like this because I think Isma has looked best on champions like Rel and Maokai, where he could easily facilitate ganks to mid around Niski as well, when he takes really good condition trades, which allows for simple dives as well as ganks. And we're seeing it rounding out, and there's the Varus into the Kalista again. They're just doing a run back, aren't they?
I mean, I really think as well the Maokai is like a really good setup option, but for potential dives as well. But as we can see, there's gonna be Varus, so I would say there's gonna be quite a bit of bot lane challenges, quite a bit of bot lane action. We can already see Blitzcrank banned out, so well, maybe there is going. I don't think we'll see a Django last pick. I think it's gonna be Django 4th pick, but they're already making sure that they ban the vulnerable lanes that enemy can pick on blind, so that they can have a chill lane where they can outscale and out-teamfight enemy team.
Pretty much similar bans here, honestly. We'll see if the way comes here as well, but maybe not keeping the Poppy ban, Aragon, on the side of SK Gaming, given that they're not aiming for the same type of composition here, I thought.
Yeah, typically you see Blitzcrank bans as setup bans towards having a double range bot side. Right?
Yeah, but I feel like nowadays in EU specifically, I feel like Blitzcrank is just blinded.
That's true.
And
yeah,
you know, if there's a Nautilus ban, you know, and they just pick Blitzcrank, they're like, what are you actually picking? And there's not that many champions that can actually stop the Blitzcrank queue. I mean, I personally like Ornn support, but you know, if you pick Ornn support, then there's a high chance they will just report you both in solo queue and even here, so it is what it is, sadly. But as we can see, there's also Vi, so they're thinking that Maokai is a support, or like it can be flexed to support, which is I would say quite good option, and I think that Vi would facilitate the draft quite well, so that's nice.
I think on R4 here you just secure some kind of tank or front-to-back teamfighter like Xin Zhao. I think Rel or Xin Zhao works well here, and then you save counterpick here.
Yeah, Rel also is a really good flex as well, right? If you really feel like doing it. I would say Xin Zhao is a really simple choice just because of how strong it is with the Titanic, and overall I would say it just brings you so much more, I would say, action early, because as well right now it's the opposite, where Zinza is on the other side, and right now maybe they are gonna be the ones actually abusing the Maokai, which previously was slightly abused, but not that much.
Waiting to see what is Cable luck here. Rakan to go with the Kalista.
Well,
what do you make of this choice, Jimmy?
I mean, Rakan Kalista, I did play it a couple of times. It's quite nice to play, but it is a weak lane. Don't get me wrong. And if enemies pick like an Enchanter lane, that's something that they can actually abuse on. So I'm curious on what Kaiser will bring here, because there's a Hui. I mean, he won't maybe play it with our. Oh, there's a Talia. Okay. I mean, it's. The issue is there's not that much dive from the other side, so I think it's more of like a setup option with all of the CC you already have in order to maybe look for a one-shot potential, but we'll see what's gonna be at the last pick, because there's a lot of options and variables. Okay, there's Milio.
I half expected an AD mid to come out with the Maokai pairing. I thought something like Yone would be good into the control mage, but I guess maybe that's not a Niski champion.
I feel like it's also so much AD damage then, because remember that if you get I mean, Yon obviously, because of his passive, he also deals magic damage, of course.
Frozen value.
Yeah, but then there's like Gnar, Kalista. There's not that much magic damage in your team, so maybe you want to have a little bit more magic, but on the other hand, right now mercs are quite valuable for the other side. As well, as we see Milio last pick, it's not something that, like, I would say abuses Kalista Rakan, but it's a really great pick into Maokai, yes, exactly. And that's, I feel like also Varus will get so much more range, and Azir also benefits, as far as I know, from the Milio's W, actually as well as Zen, so honestly that's a pretty good pickup on the last pick.
We have been criticizing SK's approach in game rather than in draft for the game one. Do you think that this composition is going to set them up for success and is going to be easier to execute?
I think that the bot lane of Team Heretics is a bit more vulnerable, just because of the fact if you play well Rakan, you can always engage and Kalista can follow it up. But if they manage to fail it once, I feel like they can take, Varus and Milio can take over the game, because it's very hard to then play when they have the actual prio and then Zinzao can invade the Maokai.
We'll see how it plays out for them here. It is do or die for SK Gaming in game 2, and we hit the rift with Heretics and Hysteric, sorry, and Dagda. Take it away. I'm sorry, man.
It's all right, it's okay. First time I've been called a heretic, but nevertheless, I'll move forward. It is myself, Hysterics, and Dagda. Taking you into game number 2 to see if SK can bounce back. Different draft this time, with our first Talia of 2024 here at the LEC. And it's Niski, surprise, surprise, picking up another pick.
Yeah, we will be getting into game as soon as we can. There is a issue with rune selection, so we're just doing a quick reset and we'll be getting into the game shortly. But yes, first Talia coming through for Niski. Does feel like they're going to try and play again for like kind of get push into like side lane and skirmish control, and then kind of try and play for Talia all in towards like team fights and zoning people off of fights, which could work out well for them. But I do agree with the desk. I think it's going to be super important to get control of our bot side again. We saw how good it was in the last game. I think coming into this again, Kaiser's going to need to be on point with the Ultra Mega Fire kicks if he wants to try and keep Rakan off him every time he goes for the Grand Entrance. So I think there's a lot of different things that you've got to try and keep in check here, but I love the Milio pick in general. I think as Trimby was alluding to, the extra damage and attack speed you get across and range you get across 3 of your picks, and also the fact it just shuts down a lot of what Maokai wants to do with that lockup, because Milio can ult, the Maokai ult, it works out very, very well.
Could be a bit of a pain. Just a quick note on the game delay. There was an issue with runes, as Dagda said before. They're remaking picks and bans off air, but it is the exact same as what we just saw. Nothing changes going into game. The draft's the same. The matchups are the same. So while they do that off air, once they fix that, we will be getting into game shortly. So thank you for waiting patiently. A quick note as well. I mean, I will say for Team Heretics running back their draft, you know, despite there being other interactions on the other side of the rift this time and SK adjusting, Team Heretics in that first game, yeah, they won out. They lost out early. But like we saw in that dive getting botched, where Team Heretics were able to survive the 2v3, where we saw Team Heretics able to stall out at points of the game as well. It felt like the easy to execute composition, right? Especially once they had time on their side. And again, we know that the scaling's there. We have a Zia Varus with Cassante top and like the same great tools. And I will add, Wonder in game 1, I'm not sure I gave him enough credit. I was talking about perks a lot, talking about flaked free firing, some of the cool engages from Kaiser, but Wonder, 1v3ing on Cassante, dude, he was insane on this champion. And again, just showing how much of a beast this top laner really is.
But that's the thing, right? Look, Wonder can have some mistakes in lanes, but especially when he gets to team fights, he is top of the pile when it comes towards top laners. Like, this guy's absolutely insane, and you can see it in those fights where, you know, ripping Irrelevant into a position where his team, he would be able to provide frontline for his team, but also then giving them an opportunity to fight that front to back stall that they wanted to without worrying about the Zac coming in, then getting X kick out of the last one. I think he's going to be crucial here again, because even though it kind of looks slightly different with some different picks, it is Heretic still playing a very much a front to back style of composition where they want to try and have SK hit them from the front. You can have the ultimate pop by Xin Zhao, keep him nice and healthy so he becomes that pseudo tank. Then you end up in a position where you can continuously press forward with on hit Varus, which I assume with the Melio. Yeah, it is lethal tempo as we're just about to get into game. And then also looking at the opportunity for Perks to pop off again. I think Perks lost out on some early trades in the lane, but when it got to team fights, he was great in that last game.
And look, he should have an interesting time in lane again this game around, because Perks Halo Blades on the Azir, as we'll see momentarily, but it's do or die, literally. I know that's a cop-out, guys. I know you're here. Do or die, it's a must-win. If SK lose this game, they're gone. We won't see them again till spring for this Miracle squad.
Yeah, do or die, or win for SK or go away, you know?
Nice rhyme, Dagger. I like it. The third seed, by the way, of Winter, if anyone didn't catch that, the third regular season seed underneath G2 and BDS, which are right now sitting in the top side of the BO5s in round 4 in the upper bracket finals, waiting to get into finals, waiting for these days to pass.
And that was the thing, 2023, Winter, they finished third.
Yep.
And then we're like, okay, cool, this is a team that maybe can try and run it for a little while up. They had that big resurgence. We're like, cool, let's see if they can try and get into that top spot and end up passing out in 4th place. So this is where you want to see if they can try and answer for a lot of that, especially again where they had that great start to the split. But it just feels like once more SK are stumbling as we get later into the split. Now 1 game away from elimination. They need to get control here on this bottom side of the map. They need to make sure that they're getting the wins for Exakick so he can step up and be a carry in this game.
Let's just be real. I mean, if SK loses as well, as Niski said on the podcast, saying some members were washed on the other side.
I think it was Perks.
I wouldn't be coming back as Perks and be like, take that. Who's the better C9 mid laner now? I mean, this is a bit of an ego battle through mid. We already set it up before, but you look at the names, Wonder, Yankos, Perks, I mean, even Flacked, 4 ex-G2 members. And then there's Kaiser as well. Once upon a time played with this here as well, back on the Mad Lions roster. So Dagda, where would you like to start on this one when it's such an important game? We're talking about jungle pathing in the early game, last game, especially with how it was cross-mapping. This time a bit more of a standard start with topside beginning here for Isma and Yankos, and no crazy invades and no crazy level 1s to kick off just yet.
No, but it is still a huge amount of control, of opportunities for both junglers to make their way down to this bottom side, and then look for a gank, because you're full clearing top side into your bot. Niski already with a roam just to try and spot out where there potential is for Yankos to be, so we know that he is going to be going for a full clear on his top side into this. So I think you'll get a crash here from Exakick and DOS to make sure they can get the bounce back on the 3rd wave. And then it'll be a case of, okay, well, do we just end up with everyone coming in onto this bot side to go for a big play?
Small engage, there we go. Ignite as well from DOS. Flackett gets to half, but it's the trade back that's hurting even more. Varus Melio, ladies and gentlemen. There's healing, there's range. DOS runs in and might have regretted that.
Yeah, big time. He's going to have to reset. So the wave will bounce back out. It'll just be a slow push, but you can kind of see where Shin is at the moment, just trying to say, like, hey, I can try and set here. This is dangerous for Exakick to step up this far. There is a ward spot out to Xin Zhao if he goes forward, and there's no real setup for Yankos into the spot side, so maybe he just decides to back away, but here you can see the wave is still in a bit of an awkward spot here for Exakick and DOS.
Again, as you mentioned, look, that ward on the Tri-Brush gives a lot of information to SK here, so the fact that they can stand here right now is helped because of that, especially when Isma's coming for a possible return gank. Level 4 on the Maokai here, Yankos clearing out his walls, then he'll be down towards the scuttle, but it's Isma who lands first. It's a small little ward in the form of a cat that comes through. Good seismic shove in the mid lane as we turn our heads. Perks and Niski going at it once again, but trade is pretty much even. The scuttle, by the way, will go to Isma, so the bottom side seems a bit more concrete for SK.
Significantly more mana there for Perks, though, so I think Niski's going to have to call Isma over to get the wave shove, so then he can actually look for the reset. You can see Isma just hovering over towards that mid lane to make sure that nothing does happen. Because I think Perks kind of realized that, look, I can actually just slowly push this one out, get a nice reset for myself, and use the fact I got it. But here we go.
This time he's closer to the turret. You know, game 1, Dagda, he put the he put the soldier down, and that's where Isma was, straight away in. And Perkz had to burn a flash. So this time around, is a little bit closer. He's a bit safer as Isma is going to double scuttle. Do you remember the time when double scuttle, you're like, oh man, this early game's absolutely stuffed. You know, you're like, oh, this early game's lost. We've lost both scuttle crabs. And now you're like, oh, yeah, it's a bit of experience, bit of money, 80 bucks.
There is like opportunities though to try and punish if you get double scuttle. So like you can see where Isma's going. He's immediately going to go over towards his Gromp here. He'll be able to reset. Should be able to finish out his wolves and actually hit level 5 just as his.
Nice shove. DOS is here. Actually, Perkz might be dead or a flash. Which one's it going to be? Stone's out. He doesn't flash. He knows he's gone. With DOS to match the roam, Nisqy with a perfectly timed first blood.
Yeah, nicely done there by Nisqy to get the setup and punishing the fact that Perkz couldn't get that wave crash. We said Perkz had the man advantage, but needed to try and crash that wave so then he'd be able to reset. Wasn't able to do so and ends up giving over that kill. Jankos, though, trying to spot out exactly where Isma is. Knows that because he got the double scuttle, should be close to level 5. Actually, yeah, just hitting it there. So if Jankos can at least take one of these, he'll get 150 XP, which is going to be great for him. And can just back away. But it looks like Isma's not even interested in it, so maybe instead going to look for someone like a dragon off of the reset timer here from Nisqy.
Have you noticed Isma keeps flashing the Mad Lions Koi logo as well? And, you know, as we know, Giant X, Mad Koi, coming up later after this series. If you didn't get that already, also fighting for their lives here in another BO3. One elimination, one going home, I should say. So maybe just a bit of respect from Isma. Also playing with Nisqy, we'll do that with you as well.
Also, a lot of his ex-teammates from Movistar Riders, obviously on Mad Lions Koi. So there's still a lot of, like, you know, camaraderie between those,
I'd
those
call
two
it
sides.
love.
Yeah.
At that point.
Ah, bless.
Look, Isma, as he walks through enemy jungle, just trying to spot out here with another sapling again. SK getting a bit of priority here in this early game. And as they start off the Dragon as well, using the Callista Rend. Yes, we see you, Isma. We see you indeed. Relevant just popping the ulti top, but you look at the map, you look at the scores, Dagda. Early game is smooth again here for SK, in without the dive. This time maybe even a bit of damage on Kaiser as Emilio. A soccer kick comes out. That could be messy. We don't know who's playing at the computer, but Kaiser at the very least, negating that dive while Dragon goes down.
Yeah, punts him back, and there's not very much that XK can do. And XK even low on man himself a little bit here, so I imagine we want to try and get some sort of reset in soon. Yanko's just clearing that vision, so it makes it a little bit more of a problem for XK and DOS to play aggressive here. But yeah, I think the fact that it is going a little bit slower is still lending itself towards SK, right? You get that first blood in the mid lane, you've got the opportunity to get dragons for yourself, which is kind of where you want to try and play for your objective fights. So, and I think a lot of these objective fights are going to come down to Nisqy trying to split up Heretics when it comes towards like the Weaver's Wall, separate the front and back line, so then it's a bit difficult for them to try and play, especially like short range AD carry like Flakkid will struggle to get access to fights if that Weaver's Wall is put down carefully.
And I think as well this time, you know, further to your point about SK, there's more tools in the kit. You know, Gnar ulti comes through this time. Yes, the Zac obviously has some of the most tools in any top lane kit right now, but Nisqy especially on this Taliyah, as you're mentioning before, a lot more go buttons, a lot more buttons to separate and expand upon an individual fight or a small skirmish created by something like this Taliyah.
I also think there are opportunities, as you say, to find those skirmishes now, because it's level 7 hit for Nisqy. He has push on mid. Again, running low on mana, so you may need a reset before that actually happens, but you can start to go, right, Ismail, let's actually get in the face of Jankos. Yes, you'll lose out in the 1v1, but we have push on bot side. We're doing well with that. Unlock DOS. Go with Ismail.
Yep.
Weaver's Wall in with Nisqy. Challenge Jankos in his jungle. Challenge Jankos as he's trying to get access to the map. And I think you've got ways to play off of Nisqy's strength in the mid lane. And that was something that we saw from SK at the start of the year. They were very, very good at Nisqy being that shot caller, say, hey, play around when I am strong. So I think this is going to be another moment where we need to see Nisqy step up. As DOS would be found, would he be able to make his way out?
But to be fair, last game I was like, man, Nisqy's good doing this and this and this. And then Dagda, nothing happened. So, you know, I've done this multiple games where I've come in and talked up Nisqy, but then it hasn't translated throughout the game or something's gone wrong. So I'm going to pull back. I'm going to be like, let's just wait and see what happens here, especially with Perkz last game. You know, having one of his better performances, I feel like, in the past, I don't know however long. Especially with how Team Heretics were able to close out that game once they had an edge, once they found that full-on team fight. We still see a big team fighting comp once again here with the on-hit Varus. And a game also going slow ain't the worst for Team Heretics when we look at the long con, when we look at the next 20 minutes if it can go like this.
But here we go. This is what we're talking about, right? Unlock DOS, unlock Isma, move with Niski to get your Weaver's Wall and just put pressure onto Jankos. I really like this play. And you can see here, Jankos going to immediately find some hurt, but actually going to turn on to Perks there.
DOS gets out thanks to Niski. Kaiser's moving up. Level 6 on Flacket as well. We look at this bottom lane 1v1. Flacket flashes over the wall. Niski comes in with a Weaver's Wall. Kaiser gets a fire out. He has to flash on top of that as well. SK play the aggressive card. Meanwhile, on the top side, Irrelevant versus Wonder is heating up as well, but nobody dies. We just wait to see if Irrelevant goes any further.
He just wants to get this plate, make sure, there you go. Gets the Demolish proc off, and a nice stun on the way out, Wonder. Gonna take a lot of damage here. Yeah.
Hyper, but not enough damage, as you said. Wonder also leveled up, which helps stop that dive.
But with Flacket being pushed on this bot side, now Exekick gets the plate on himself for that bot end. Isma's going to steal away a lot of these jungle camps on the bottom side as well. And you get a reset off, and with the wave bounce back timer on bot lane, you'll actually get a hit the tower, it'll bounce back, hit your tower, and you will be able to slow stack in towards Dragon. You've already taken all these camps on the bot side, then one of respawn as well in time for Dragon, so there's a lot of opportunities now for SK to try and play for second Dragon, which is why we see Jankos up in this top side going, cool, I'm going to make sure we get 6 of these Void Grubs, just try and answer for that play.
Well, the XP at least are going to be in his advantage somewhat. I'm looking at the sidebars, should be matching what Isma has at the moment. Gold slightly going towards him, but 6 scrubs here for Team Heretics. Note the 1k gold lead, because you can see on the bottom of your map, or at least on the bottom bar, the individual leads in top side, thanks to Irrelevant's 20 CS lead. Even despite Niski being down CS, naturally that first blood gave him an edge as well. And bot, small CS lead for Exekick. So once again, we're saying the same things about this early game for SK. And Dagda, you know, Niski trying to be aggressive here with the ulti. Let's have a closer look. About 30 seconds off cooldown to try and find something else.
I think SK messed up to the timers here because they tried to match Flacket and Kaiser going up that top side. I think you could have dropped this because now you're looking at 20 seconds until Dragon. You don't have the reset timer here for Exekick and DOS to try and push out bot side. So they're immediately just going to try and roam mid, maybe force Perks off and they can play through mid in towards Dragon. But for Heretics, you will get bot push and then can use that as an angle to get in towards mid. So you can see SK tried to respond here by just completely en masse moving towards mid lane and guarantee the shove there. But yeah, I think a little bit of a missed timer there, but SK still get mid push, and it does mean Perks has to defend mid. But I think Wonder could TP down here if they want to try and make something happen, but it looks like they're just going to back away.
Maybe see if they can get individual leads, because yeah, Dragon is gone, Rend helps with that, and Smite as well. Kaiser gets slowed down, Nature's Grasp is out. Kaiser running for his life, DOS goes into the quickness, the fire's out, Jankos is out, jumps back in. Bait's call from Exekick, looking for a re-engage. It's a good shove, it's a triple knockup. It's a bouncy castle. Happy 6th birthday party as Perks flies in on top of Niski, and it turns around again. When I get excited for SK, they just end up dying, Dagda. But Irrelevant coming through, might find Wonder. Hyper gets the proc and Irrelevant. Now going into Mega Knight, flies back. This time I'm wrong. This time, SK make it work.
This time they find the fight, they find the kills and get the Dragon. Heretics tried desperately to find their moment, and it looks like with Perks having this big ultimate on the bottom side, they might have been able to find it back, but it just wasn't enough. Kaiser ults here to disengage. Jankos goes in, but Exekick pulls out DOS, and here Niski's low, but this knock back into knock up from DOS decimates them, and then Perks here gets the 2 kills on the bottom side. Think, right, let's back away from this one. And I think at this stage you would have been happy, but Wonder thinks he has the angle, but Flacket is on bot side. He's too low to really get into this. Remember, it's on hit Varus. Not going to have a huge amount of poke he can deal from range. And then Irrelevant getting that flash just on towards Perks as well. I think to Heretics, they covered well, but they just needed to back off and not overextend on the second engage.
Well, there's some life in SK. Yeah, big moment ahead. 2 kills now on Irrelevant. Niski picks up 1 as well. Note the gold lead. But the fact that Dagger, I thought we're just going through deja vu, like, oh no, Wonder from an angle. Team fight again. But the individual damage came through, and now we have a Trinity Force Nah. Now we have an Archangels on Niski, getting close towards Seraph's Embrace. We're getting 1 items for Team Heretics too, but we know that if this comp starts snowballing, it's going to be hard to control, especially in the side lanes. Wonder's going to 1v2. DOS goes to the dive, takes 2 turret shots, but Niski's damage, nothing to frown at. Wonder has to get out of there as Nature's Grasp bottom side. Perks flows with him. Isma went on a wild ride. Irrelevant now to Mega Knight, but Perks is away. as spectators, we went on a ride just watching that Azir fly over the wall.
Yeah, I mean, great play from Perkz to get over that wall. I was convinced he was going to die on that one, but
yeah.
I mean, SK feeling confident to try and make plays on both sides of the map here. They will get a good amount of pressure onto the bot side. Turret plates will fall, so they won't be able to try and push in too much further, but I think this is the advantage that you have, again, of this Kalista versus the on-here Varus, is you can get that push in mid, unlock DOS to try and make plays, but now you're on reset. I'm curious if the answer here from Heretics is try and push out top, see if you can move Jankos in towards mid lane to contest the mid lane push and then look for Rift Herald, because you are in a little bit of a late reset here for SK for that, especially with DOS now on the bottom side. May just look to disrupt, but I think that might be the go button then for Rift Herald if DOS is spotted.
Perkz' back is cancelled. Pings are going down. I mean, DOS really wants to do this. Quickness is up. No flash available, but Perkz is like, I'm on the edge here. I'm not sure how I feel. There goes a soldier, sees DOS, does a bit of damage, while Irrelevant use that pressure to get first turret blood. In the bot side, push them to 3k, and set themselves up for more priority down bot, especially with Dragon coming in a minute 45.
Yeah, Heretics trying to connect on towards mid lane though. DOS will be spot.
Quickness. Oh, that's used before a fight comes up. Perkz under turret though. Almost getting solo killed. Irrelevant's damage massive. But Jankos coming in wants Perkz to follow this up. However, there's too much damage. Perkz could die if they go any further.
But that's the thing. Heretics again have commit towards that bot side. So SK get mid push, lean in towards top. So now Heretics need to make a play on this bottom side. They don't realize DOS is still there. Irrelevant.
Jankos under turret takes a lot of damage. This is a big play, all for the sake of getting through to these kills, but turret's going to stand strong. Herald's going to go down to SK, and we are looking at still a teleport for Niski to join in if he so chooses while he's in the top side. Pushing a turret by himself as well. SK are loving this play right now. The map is theirs.
He wonder how to abandon top side because he knew that everyone on Heretics was bot lane, and with the TP just coming up in time for Niski, he would have been able to join in that bot side play if they went for the dive. So SK kind of called the bluff, say, what are you going to do about it? We're not giving up this bot lane turret. And they're still getting extra kick, solo farm in the mid lane as well. So he's starting to gain a couple of levels for himself. And you see in the gold lead there, 3 members of SK all looking very good at the top of that goal graph.
And how much better is it this time around, the SK draft diversity? I don't think it's something we touched on as much with top side. You know, the Zac we know ain't going to play side lane, always going to play the fight. Nah has versatility. Nah can play sides, but also join in and use those timing windows to really set up the fight for SK if they choose to make that play.
Similar story with Niski, right? Good push, good opportunities, but also good setup for a narrow ultimate.
There you go. Look at the wall down. How do we get past that? SK say we need to build a wall. Team Heretics are on the wrong side of it. Kaiser now comes through, but that's the Weaver's wall down and a flash from Niski. I was just complimenting the team, Dagda. That's a big tool down.
I mean, it's TP from Wunder, but you're kind of wanted that anyway to come in. Irrelevant now, separated from the team. So they're just going to look, maybe it's give Dragon for mid, which is not the end of the world here for SK, especially with Niski having no ultimate and no flash. How far do they want to go, though?
Get in the Herald again, why not? This time Niski the driver. Okay, brother. All right. Niski did not get his license, don't tell anyone. Team Heretics are going to take down the Herald as the second push doesn't come through, but that Dragon now up and available. SK have the river to themselves. It would be their 3rd Dragon here. Isma's the only one starting it, as the rest of SK are trying to bait and switch that they're not there yet.
Yeah, Perkz TP top. I actually think you might have had an opportunity as Heretics to take this fight.
Maybe.
With having no ultimate on Niski. And also when you look at like the Narbar and Relevant, he's very far from actually getting that one up and available. So maybe this was your chance to try and find it, but just not feeling confident. It worked out last game for Heretics, where I was like, look, we don't need to try and throw these leads in the early stages, or sorry, throw these like 50-50 or even like 70-30 plays. Let's just see if we can look instead to take a much more even footing as we start to get towards Perkz late game, where he's free farm, where he's got to his 3 items. Looking towards Flacket as well, we kind of said he wants to go up towards his Quinsus, then get another item for himself as well. So you can kind of see that they're just like, we will play for a time. But I think there are some moments where they could probably push a little bit more.
For Team Heretics, just knowing how far they are behind, maybe scattering them a bit. Because Soul's coming up next. SK have had full Dragon control. The only thing Heretics have pulled up that's an objective hasn't been a turret, hasn't been a Dragon. It's only been the 6 Void Grubs. But when you're a team right now who can't have access to sidelines, playing on the defensive consistently with elongated top side and bot side, unable to touch those objective bounties, it feels like you're not even talking about Void Grubs right now because they don't matter. It's a 5k gold lead, just about, for SK. A much better game 2 so far. And Dagda, we are gearing up for a Baron in 110. They have Kalista. They've got a bit of DPS, but I think more importantly, the ability to lure Team Heretics in when there is such a lack of vision control for Team Heretics now getting forced out in this top side as we're seeing on our screen.
Yeah, I mean, the huge amount of the 5k gold lead, as you say, is the top half of the map.
Yep.
But I think it's much easier for the K'Sante to get value in a fight than it is for Gnar. So that's why I'm really curious to see, especially if you got flashes on Perks and Flat Kid, how Irrelevant plays these fights. Because if you can get a Niski wall to set up Irrelevant, brilliant. That could easily be the game-winning play. But it is also kind of difficult if you're trying to flash out on the back line and suddenly Flat Kid flashes away, maybe Perks ends up ulting you out and you just don't quite get as much value. So I think these team fights can still be difficult for SK to navigate, and just with how much heal Heretics have between Jankos, Wunder, and Perks, and hell, even Kaiser offering the heals and shields and CC immunity that his ult offers.
So you're saying it's not done yet. It's definitely still on the cards. It's still definitely
I think SK are definitely in the driver's seat.
You hope so at 5k gold lead, you know?
And they do have the opportunity, as you say, to like play through sides, but if they fumble, it's very quick and very easy for Heretics to try and turn that one around, right? And at the moment, it's like, okay, well, we've got a short-range Kalista in mid, so can't really threaten mid turret.
Yep.
So it's more push mid into play 4 sides. And I think at the moment, Irrelevant actually has a very big lead in the 1v1 against Wunder, so you can probably leave him on his own. So it is more to go, hey, we'll push mid into play with Niski on top side. But that's why you can kind of see a lot of members of Heretics playing on this top end of the map to make sure you're able to set up with Niski. To punish Niski if he overextends before the mid wave's in the correct position. And at the moment, SK haven't really synced up mid and top side correctly.
Yeah, it feels like now with the waves, at least they'll both be crashing in a moment, but you're right about syncing a little bit behind. I'd say a second or two with X-Kick now going mid. That Baron is now up and available. You know what I'm more curious about? I'm curious about what happens. Well, I was going to say bot. Now let's look top. Weaver's wall. Out they go, ulting through a lot for Perks, but they need to finish a kill. He flashes, he tries to shuffle over. He doesn't execute Dagda. He does not execute, instead executed himself. Jankos popping the ulti's good with the Faith call out, though. Still, Team Heretics has absorbed a lot of damage. There's a fire out, Niski getting jumped on. Oh no, it's not going well as they bring everyone into melee range. X-Stick running through, needs to clean it up though. Never mind. Niski finds a kill, SK still on top. And these fights have been like a bipolar event for me, Dagda. What is going on?
I mean, Heretics, the second they leave top was just unfortunate. SK decided that was their moment to fully collapse on towards Niski in the top lane. Perks stepped too far away from the turret and he ends up falling, and SK now off the fight. They'll get the Baron as well.
Niski should have died, did not. Irrelevant came in and blew him apart. And SK now with the Baron. This game feels like it should be going to game 3 after this
So
fight.
this is the thing, I think if Perks waits for that wave to hit the tower, he's actually in a fine spot. Because see, the wave got cleared in mid, and then they could rotate top. But because SK realized Perks had overextended to actually clear the wave before it hit tower, they're able to catch him out quickly. And then Heretics tried to collapse in the fight, but Perks was already gone. Imagine you having his ear in this fight, but how low all the health bars for SK are going, right? This is why I'm saying I think there's still moments where Heretics could have come back. But now, this is just too big of a lead. SK winning this fight is massive for them. And I think it was just Perks needed to be a little bit more patient on that top wave.
Isma's feeling it. I mean, we're going to a game 3, it feels like right now. We're at 8K. 8K for SK. They've got a Dragon Soul coming up in 10 seconds. That'll be theirs too. You can see Perks is trying to angle for a flank. One last hurrah in this game to get an angle and get a pick and slow it down again, but look at the pace SK are bringing now to the top side.
I don't think you want to do it on a Mega Gnar, though. It's like, wait, send them in. It's like, wait, no, sorry. That was not the guy.
Very true.
SK, with the pushing mid now, will need you move over towards top side. You still got Irrelevant pushing mid. Dragon will go towards Heretics, but it feels like it's, you know, slightly putting the stopper into the bathtub. This game is still slowly sinking away from them, and SK, they got the push on top. They're going to get the inhibitor. They're going to be able to rotate back towards mid. Perks may find Irrelevant.
Okay, but it's up to Jankos as the flash comes through. Irrelevant gets a blast cone and he's running for his life. He'll actually just get out. The rest of his team there. And so they committed for that. They did deny the Dragon Soul, but losing top side completely, losing mid inner 2. It's now just about 10,000 on the gold lead, and we haven't even talked about, you know, the rest of this Baron play.
Yeah, Irrelevant, I think, is just going to walk bot here, clear out the wave, try and push in for the tier 2. This one might be a little bit greedy because you're sitting on a good amount of gold here as SK because you got top. outer, inner, inhib, plus inner as well. So I think you could have looked for the reset to then go back into this play. They have 1 minute remaining on the Baron, so you got 2 waves that you can play with. So just try to eke out every advantage that they can. But I'm trying to keep my eye out to see if there's anywhere that like Perkz could TP to in behind them, but there's really not. So it's just Heretics trying to see if they can clear out this wave and stop this tower from going down. 1 more wave is pretty much all you get here as SK.
But even under turret, I mean, remember, DOS has himself flash ulti as well. There's X-Kick, whose Fate's Call diving ability is big. Maokai just does this, an easy dive coming through, or at least to push him off the turret, but they don't pull the trigger. Fate's Call now used defensively. Gets DOS out of there after the Chains of Corruption from Flakked. SK have another wave. Yeah, only 15 seconds till Baron goes, so that push a bit of a failure to try and get this game further ahead.
But that's the thing, the wave will kind of get here just as Baron dies, so Heretics should be able to force this one back. You can see 3, 2, 1, and just as the wave hits, so...
Weaver's Wall onto Jankos. Jankos with the ulti available, but holds off for the longest time. There it is now, finally. Means the poke doesn't mean anything unless to push him away, which they've done so to SK. Inner turret goes down. Now it's onto the base. As you can see, Inner's in the top side. Super minions are crashing in. SK just leveraging their damage that flies in top.
Yeah, just barely able to get the last little bit of value out of that Baron buff to make sure they get the bottom tower. Good ultimate coming through from Niski to separate them as well. So then they were able to get that one last. Now, resets coming through. 3rd item picked up for Niski. Terminus completed for Exekick alongside, I think, just a full Quince shoes. I had to double check that, but I think he just bought an entire item off that reset. So really nice stuff for SK. And now it's just chill out. 2 minutes till both objectives are up on the map. Just keep the pressure up where you'll pop Niski in towards top side. He can escort some of those minions in. Then lane in towards mid. You can just throw it in a Weaver's Wall to zone people off if you want to. And then get your mid lane turret. Have Irrelevant keep control over bot side. This is a strong game too from SK to bring themselves back into this.
Yeah, it's a real defining stance considering how game 1 felt like. Yeah, there were small windows, a lot of draft discussion, I think, from game 1 from people everywhere. And game 2, better options, better utility, better escape tools as well. I mean that for escape conditions of the draft. I think this time we've seen SK adjust well within the series. Maybe Team Heretics, it's up to them to see what they can do differently, because their early game got botched and SK just used so much of that power coming through from Maokai dive, and I think Niski's tools as well to accelerate the game even further than last time, and last time included a dive.
Yeah, and I mean, it could have been, again, a very similar story where if Heretics had won that bot side fight where they don't overextend, maybe that's it for Niski.
Shove. Not going to connect.
Swing and a miss, but Heretics starting to move out from their base, and that's kind of where SK want to see if they can find them.
Jankos wants to jump in, but it's onto a Rakan. Nature's Grasp in return. That's an issue. The fire's out from Kai'Sa. That'll get them out, but a shove onto Jankos half healths him. SK can miss things, but they force out ultis regardless. Irrelevant split pushing in bot. Team Heretics are getting dragged every which way. And there's just not much they can do. There's the Weaver's Wall again. Zones off mid. Wonder almost gets caught between it. And now SK is a 4-stacker going to push through, but Chains of Corruption lands onto X-Kick. They're trying to save his life, but Wonder's in again, and X-Kick's down. How is he dead? Team Heretics defending their bases. Isma's off to the left. Jankos almost dies to the right. Perkz now free firing away as Irrelevant gets poked out, but man, Wonder's Cassante with Flackett's Varus. It came together at a 10k gold deficit.
SK didn't have the pressure on the map. No one was needed to defend bot lane tower. The top hadn't got the super creeps in a position where they could really threaten the base. So as he went for the Weaver's Wall, they were like, cool, let's just try and get you on this overextension. And Exekick was the one that got caught with a nice chain of corruption for Flakked, but now he's dead for next dragon. So no soul for Heretics, unless SK can make some sort of miracle steal. But I think they're just going to turn towards the Baron and try and bait Heretics into that position instead. But it's, I think, a little bit rough for them to try and just solo that.
How quickly without the Callista, right? Also, no summoners, there's Dragon, split and split. Irrelevant's down here. This is a big Mega Gnar. I mean, he can take on the world right now, but as Baron gets pushed down, Soul's denied.
It's such a big bluff. Irrelevant just showed. So Heretics thought that they were going to commit to the Dragon. Even Perkz coming in on the TP.
Yep.
But it's just a massive bluff. SK were like, cool, we don't care if you get Dragon. It's second Dragon for you guys. But we're just going to go straight for the Baron. And Heretics were convinced SK were about to commit onto that fight at the Dragon.
Oh, Jankos just used E. He just used Audacious Charge. Jankos just used his Engage tool. Ulti's now going to come out, but he's in the middle of 5 people. Big mistake. It's from bluff to now mistake that SK find themselves in a 5 versus 4 for 40 seconds. A nice way to end the game.
Wave is already in topside. Inhibitor are going to go down mid. They can collect either of these and escort the main. Heretics trying to push them off of mid lane, but with the Baron buff, it's so difficult to keep these minions off your tower.
Well, another inhibitor going to drop topside in the meanwhile. Baron is up for 2 minutes 15. It's going to be hard defense unless Perks gets the alley-oop, unless Wonder's able to follow through and do the same. Lower health bars on Isma and Niski. And it's crazy that I feel like, oh, there's a potential for Team Heretics when they're still down 14,000 gold. And it still feels like SK's got this game in the bag.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Heretics missed their window, right? I think there was once or twice where just when you're about, you know, playing in that top side, looking for that maybe, there's a moment where you can slow the game down and get to a point where you do become incredibly strong. But I think at this stage, the boat's already sailed. It's just too difficult to try and get control of the map or find these front-to-back fights when SK are very simply able to use Irrelevant in the side lane, use Niski in the side lane, and with both inhibitor top and mid down, defending bot becomes incredibly tough toss. Maybe even looking for something with Niski there, but not quite able to get there.
So the slow burn. In the meanwhile, I hope we don't have to talk about the next Dragon. I hope we do get to see 3 games in the end. Because we've only had 1 Game 3 so far in our Winter Pass. It was between the El Clasico and G2 and Fnatic. Now SK is saying they can deliver as well. Bottom side, the only inhibitor turret that remains. As the pressure's on through mid, through top, with the inhibitors down. As the Weaver's Wall zones him out, it's Wonder by himself. Perks as well. The shove doesn't connect, but as SK walk up to this turret, they are slowly whittling down. Even Wonder here with the Koenig Rookern. That shield's slowly burning as well as he dodges away from being stunned up with a shove. Niski's damage is so relevant here with an almost 4-item Talia.
The ult is down though for Niski, and Irrelevant not having access to his ultimate as well. Heretics feeling comfortable to continue to stay here and keep pressure. Top lane super creeps are about to come in though, so that's why Heretics feeling the pressure now.
Nature's Grass comes out. It's ult for ult though as Jankos also pops his. Niski gets poked down. He steps up. Perks sidesteps nicely. Dos also getting poked, but Irrelevant's trying to end the game. Flacket is one to match this while the rest of SK are looking to come through mid. 1 turret down. Irrelevant's also pushed the minion wave in as the teleport comes through. It's Niski to rejoin with a Rabadon's death cap, I bet. SK is a 5-man trying to make this a game 5. Perks sidesteps though. SK just need to finish the job. As Wonder's still an engaged threat, his ghost is down. He steps forward, but it's no flip back. A Sun turret to replace the one lost. Dos is down here. It's all over the place. We're doing this dance that SK are doing with their pants on, of course, Dagda. But the problem is, when is this dance going to end?
We're going to have to find out because Heretics, they've got the defender advantage here. They can keep going back and getting heals even off of coming through from Kaiser, but DOS doesn't have that luxury. Relevant trying to keep that pressure with the top wave coming through. Bot lane has been abandoned altogether. Perks just trying to keep it off of that bot lane, but SK, they're going to turn onto Perks.
Weaver's Wall comes through. Perks is just out though. He just walks it out. It's still going. Oh, team return. He goes golden. Jankos sends Isma out. Irrelevant can't end the game. We're still here. Flushes away from the seismic shove. Okay. Perks lost the summoner. And at 32 minutes, maybe it matters, Dagda. Maybe SK can finish next time.
I mean, you're getting to a point where you are going to get like 3-4 items coming through for Heretics, but I don't know. With 50 seconds on towards Infernal Dragon, Infernal Soul for SK is going to be very, very tough for you to match. Inhibitors aren't going to be up in time. You've no vision control. Like, it is not looking likely for Heretics.
Who's playing the bluffing game now? Maybe the Dragon play was right all along. They're like, oh, we don't care if they're getting the Baron. We denied the Soul. Dagda now is talking about items a little bit more seriously. It's ridiculous. Everyone's sitting at home being like, sure, SK can't lose. This is unlosable, right? Guys, this has to be unlosable. It's an 11k gold lead still. 33 minutes. We have gone on for an extra 10, it feels like. All it takes is one engage, one pick, one member advantage. That is Azir or Varus dying, hell, even Wonder dying, for the game to be over, right?
But that's the thing, even if you slow it down as Heretics, making it tough for SK to finish can even do the mental damage in a series that can make it so then you have that opportunity in game 3 to come back. But this is the moment, right? Heretics have said, look, you can't really contest here. You have a 2 and a bits items coming through for Perks there as he tries to move up towards his Void Staff or Crypt Bloom, whatever he decides to go for. Whereas you look at like 4 items completed completely for Niski. you don't have vision control. You don't have any way of getting into the pit. So SK do manage to take this away. And I think with that, this is where it's just that Infernal Soul is going to be too strong for Heretics to fight against.
I don't believe you. I don't care what you say. When I see the fight one, when I see the Nexus fall, that's when I'll start taking it on board. DOS, not caught out, just takes a bit of damage and escapes. Dagda is right in one element. The Infernal Soul gives a bit of oomph. It should end this game. As Wonder looking for Irrelevant, still on a Mega Nut, all out now, Burn. He hops, he leaps, he jumps, Perks following away. They're all in. Perks doesn't have his flash available, but another Shifting Sands at this point, not better than a hop. Meanwhile, while they chase him down, Exakick is in front of the Baron. Late game Callista does this so easily. Heretics are here, and now surely SK can find something, right? Engage, stops Jankos. Flacker takes damage from Niski. Ow, it burns, he says, as Teleport comes in from over the wall. Weaver's wall now. Jankos on an island. Ulti's out. What are we doing? Where are we going? A shove backwards. Jankos about to die. Poked out. Flashes away. Here comes the Nature's Grasp. Wonder is in Narnia. How did he get here? He just appears out of nowhere. The ghost is popped as well, Dagda.
But he has no ult.
losing my mind.
Wonder had no ultimate to get into position, and now Irrelevant's just trying to put pressure on the bot lane tower. He will give some fancy feet, but he will surely go down here. Baron is going to be turned on by SK, though. They're going to be happy to trade Irrelevant's life for it.
He's got a shield. He's slowed down. The ulti from Perks. If Irrelevant gets away, Dagda, you are solo casting this, I swear. Into the wall. Perks gets the shutdown. The Baron goes down. Ladies and gentlemen, do you believe?
I mean, it's third Baron for SK. Now this has to be it, right? I mean, with Inferno Soul, the Baron, all inhibitors are exposed. It feels like SK, you just wait until Irrelevant's back up, give it 40 seconds, march your way into the base and go, hey, we're going to take every single one of these inhibitors. We're going to take that last remaining Nexus turret. We're going to make sure there's no way you can go back into it. Like, yes,
literally no way.
The shutdown for Perks did end up meaning he could finish his Zhonya's. Had just picked up the Void Staff off the back of that. Wonder might be caught here.
He's got no ghost. Unstoppable. Cassante thinks, never mind. Not caught out. Elder in 220. All right. Baron's up. No, it's not. That's a bug. Baiting me in. It just means that the Baron is there.
You want the little one in the middle
Minus
there.
Minus 200, Dagda. Well, what would you like to talk about next?
I mean, Heretics just want to try and push out here to make sure that they can't get
DOS.
Our SK have less chance to push in, but Irrelevant's up. DOS is in a good
ward.
spot.
Okay, the wall's out. Flacket on the right side of it. Jankos is not. The shove is there. There's the engage. DOS runs in, but Chain of Corruption. Fate's Call saves his life somehow, but Jankos absorbing the damage in his ulti is a great thing. DOS is saved by Exakick, but a Redemption flies out. They're back to full health. They're winning the fight only slightly, but look at SK. They're running away in fear.
But they've only got a minute 30 now still on this Baron, so the fact that they haven't been able to push out waves, get control and sides with Irrelevant means that this is a major win for Heretics, even if they don't get kills.
Late game Milio, healing is big. It's a cozy campfire, marshmallows included. Perks is running from Niski because a flip back, a seismic shove, I feel like could just win the game. But Perks is not getting caught here. It is his day. We just got to find out how much that holds true with triple inhibitor up, by the way. A quick note, there is still one Nexus turret, so if an inhibitor goes down, backdoor not in the cards, unless they can take down that last Nexus turret with it.
The setup for teamfights, though, hasn't been great from SK. Even there, trying to dive the backline, but you're underneath the turret, so you can't really overextend. Now, Heretics, this is where it gets dangerous. Trying to see if they can get vision control in this top side. Jankos.
Shove.
No.
Jankos, no ult. Oh, he's dead. Jankos is dead. But what does it all mean, Dagda? Now where?
Now you've only got 4 members of Heretics that are up to defend this base, so you've got 30 seconds of Baron Bolt, but it doesn't matter.
Flacket by himself, but is he really? He's got Emilio by the side. The fire's out. He flashes out. Chains of Corruption. He tries to fight it, but he doesn't with Perks. Flies on in. X-Kick, though. They'll finally do it. I think this is it, Dagda. Perks is dead. SK, it only took 20 minutes, but here we are in front of the base, back again. I don't know who we're calling an ambulance for, but as SK walk forward with their Baron buff, the rest of it in tow. It's Wonder's defense. Under the Nexus turret, they find warmth, but Kaiser not for long. The all-out splits the difference, but Wonder's by himself. The Nexus exposed. We are going the distance. We are going more than the distance. We've got about 20 kilometers more to go if we go based off that.
We took a wrong turn somewhere along the way. But SK, they managed to close this one out. Heretics made them work. And I have to see now what's going to happen in game number 3, because I have no bloody idea.
No one does. No one does. Ladies and gentlemen, take 5. Come back, and then we get to sort out who's going home and who's going to go up to the next round. Woo!
Done.
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está? Uy, uy, uy. Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm tryharding. I'm angry.
I'm angry as well.
I'm angry as man. What was that shit gameplay? Guys, Azir is full. No ult.
Plays Joel. No ghost, no
flash,
ghost.
Asya, no flash,
Azir, no
Asya.
flash. No ult.
You reach? Stop it.
Azir, no ult.
Really good, guys.
Nice.
Okay.
What the f?
Yeah, Rosa.
Driving lessons. Go Drake.
Okay, go Drake now.
30 seconds of longbow, but it doesn't matter.
Flack by himself, but is he really? He's got Amelia by the side to fight him. Then he clutches out, chains of corruption. He tries to fight it, but he doesn't for perks. Flies on in. X-kick though. They'll finally do it. I think this is it.
And welcome back here for the LEC elimination game between Team Heretics and SK Gaming as we see them backstage getting ready for a third game, Goldberg, because SK struck back here in this game too. Convincingly? Maybe not, but they stay in the race for now.
You heard them. They were angry.
They were
coming
angry,
into this.
yeah.
It was censored gameplay. I can't say the first word. And they look like they at least had a good idea coming into this game what they wanted out of it. Drafts were very similar, at least the first 3 picks coming out for Team Heretics, and I think that gave SK rather, a very good avenue in terms of finding that response they really needed. They had good takeaways from game 1 and coming back in this game too.
I agree, but yet again, on game 1, the issue was not the draft itself. It was more the execution, Aragon. And here it feels like SK picked up the slack that they had in game 1, leading to the victory in game 2, but it took them a long time to do so, especially given the fact that they picked a fight in the early game on bot lane, and this is what gave them the lead that they should have been sobering on.
Yeah, absolutely. It was such a beautiful fight as well with the multiple knockups. I really like how they're giving Niski so much proactivity with this Talia. But yeah, as you can see here, it's going to be just chain knockup after knockup after knockup, and it's showcasing just how good they are at skirmishing by now.
Yeah, right now it's looking great for SK, but I also think that we get 2 signs of this team fight. One is now Perks coming into it, finally making up for what happened, making it a 2-for-2 initially, or a 2-for-1 actually. Here's the problem though. Wonder is feeling himself, and there's a point of feeling himself too much, because he comes out with the TP, ghost immediately, realizes this is a losing play, unstoppable out. But what's the problem? Well, Irrelevant, because of Wonder, has now been allowed to stack up that Naba, which then catches Perks. So it's looked good for SK, then it looks good for Team Heretics, and it's just like both teams doesn't have a stop button. They just go in for the play until they realize it's the wrong one.
Yeah, and fundamentally, that's problematic. They're biting off more than they could chew, and Team Heretics, they have a composition which really outscales, right? They have incredibly strong front to back, but they don't have that much skirmishing early. So they won that fight in a composition where they shouldn't, versus SK side with the Talia, with the Maokai. Yeah, they kept going, and that's where they threw it all away.
And for me, that's a symptom of this series, honestly. If you look at both teams, the way Heretics won in game 1, SK here winning in game 2, is mostly both teams capitalizing on the other team's mistake, rather than being convincing and decisive here. And this is why I have no clue where this third game is going to go here.
I mean, I have a decent idea, at least from Team Heretics, because going off their first 2 drafts, at least, it feels like they had practice in Scrim, where they found 3 prow picks that just straight up worked for them. We saw it 2 times on Red side now, where it's a rotation of first pick Cassandra and Asia, and rounded up with Avaris. Now we've seen this 2 times in a row. The adaptation this time for SK Gaming was that we're not going to let the Maokai go through, we're going to pick it up for ourselves. We know this is a very skirmish-heavy game, and we're going to give Irrelevant a straight-up counter pick into this Cassandra, where he can get agency, which is what has been so successful for them in the past. So I'm really hoping that going into the third game, Team Heretics doesn't make it predictable. They change it up, so it's not that easy for SK to just find straight up counter picks for all these things.
And I completely agree with you. I really hope their draft looks a bit less lifeless, because in the early game, you really had no way to bridge to the late game. The only thing that composition did was front-to-back team fight well. There was no way of getting there. Usually you want to kind of attack Maokai early game as the Zinzao or find some kind of plays with some setup, but they had nothing in any lane. And so they couldn't just find Maokai either, because whilst they did have priority, the enemy bot lane could just come play for the fight and then they'd lose too. So Jankos was relegated to kind of just sitting there and matching and eventually being in blob and team fights, which is not what I want to see.
Let's take a step back away from the game for a second, because when you look at the side of SK Gaming, you heard it in comms. The team is angry. The team is angry and frustrated because of the level I feel like they showed for the past 2 games and for the first game especially. Inexperience on one side, and we know that Heretics is also underperforming, and this is what has been surprising given the strength and experience in this roster leading into this game 3. When you have elimination on the line, the end of your winter, what approach do you want to take, and who has the better chance of taking it to the victory?
I mean, right now I still think in terms of chance, SK is just looking like they're coming onto the stage with a bit more fire, but in terms of what Team Heretics should be leaning on, well, it's what they should be have lent on the entire split so far, which is that veterancy. But that's where I become scared for Team Heretics, because it has not been a good enough foundation to have these 5 players together to actually show that experience. We still see bad cross maps, or even cross maps that doesn't come through when they should. I think that mid game is still plaguing them, and I think that's why the draft has been so easy to play, because they understand we can't make it complicated like we have in the past, but they also still need to find an avenue where they have an attack against SK.
Yeah, I hope SK keeps the same sort of thing. I really like playing through mid lane with Niski on this sort of Talia pick who can facilitate other lanes. On the side of Team Heretics, though, I hope they're giving resources to bot side, which is really good, but I hope they give a little more firepower, a little more proactivity to Kaiser, because we've seen just how strong he is and how he can secure leads early game.
And it's all on the line here in Game 3 as Team Heretics and SK fight for the right to challenge Fnatic on Monday. Casters, take it away.
Marbles have been regained for this one because we take a breath of fresh air. As I said, it's all on the line for this final game to see who goes home and who has to verse Fnatic, which is another big task, but still, it's kind of crazy. We're here when we've seen 2 very different games. You know, we've seen stock standard drafts, I guess, from Team Heretics, as I said. And GB saying on the desk, anyone doesn't know, that's good, Borg. They need to change it up a bit. Team Heretics' draft is very predictable, very straightforward. Maybe there needs to be a different direction here, and I feel like with the roster that you have, this wouldn't be a hard thing to look for a different direction, considering that we got 3 old blokes on the top side of the map who, again, have been in the league for a combined time of, what, 25 years or something? Like, it's insane.
But I do think it's about trying to find what has been comfortable for you, and when we look towards their games over the course of this split, it hasn't been the most comfortable. So if this, as the desk was saying, was like, hey, look, these are your 3 picks that you feel comfortable on, why not try and go back towards that again? But I do think you do need some way of trying to bridge the gap, or finding some way to cross map, or some way to try and slow the bleed, because you can see the, like, there was moments where nearly Heretics had opportunities to turn that around, but they just couldn't quite get there. So I think this is where for Heretics is try and take a step back and find it. And if for SK, if you can try and play through this aggressive mid-jungle again, why not go for it?
Oh, we're going into the full-on house music for this one. It's a final game, final draft. Heretics for SK, what's it going to be? Maokai taken off the borders. Remember, Team Heretics did pick the blue side. They've also taken away Irrelevance Jax, which has not been given all series long, which I could say the same thing about the Karma, about the Seraphine for Flacket.
Curious though if we end up getting the Kalista first pick coming through for Heretics, because at least that would give them a little bit more control on this bottom side, where they can try and look for, hey, we can go for a Xin Zhao, try and go for the plays into the face of Isma, especially with the Maokai being banned away. Yeah, would be the Kalista pickup. Maybe we get the response here with the well, actually, I wonder if this is the case where we actually finally see this Ashe Varus lane come out, because you can do quite well against that bot lane. I don't think we've seen DOS play it thus far. But no, he hasn't veered into that Ashe, but I think you've got an opportunity here to go for that, or you just go for the Xin Zhao and try and take that away for yourself.
Or the Draven. Okay, against Flacket, they were like, oh, on the desk, they're worried that Heretics might pick that up. But this time around, in your final game, you're going to put it all on the line for that bot side, for Exakick.
Yeah, going to be putting a lot of pressure down towards this bottom side. Rel is well taken, which will at least give you some sort of opportunity to play for. Well, you can play in that bottom half if you want to with the Rel, or you can put it in towards the jungle. But the Nautilus and Vi on the opposite side is going to be a very, very strong trio that's going to look for a lot of skirmishes, especially at that level.
That's literally the deal with Draven tool just picked up as well, plus the Fates call too. I mean, they're saying, hey, we can deal with Exakick. It's just now about the tools separate, or rather built up for SK to help this exquisite behavior that should be coming out of the bottom side. Already got the Rel engaged tool. Niski going to take away the Azir. That Perks has played 2 games in a row.
Yeah, because this is very much a close quarter, get in, dive in your face comp that Heretics are going for at the moment. So taking that Azir at least gives you some protection for the Draven, which I think is a good call. But I'm curious what the plan is here for SK, because you can put the round to the bottom side if you want to. Not a terrible matchup against the Nautilus, but actually, sorry, it is a bad matchup in the Nautilus, because the Nautilus can hook you out of your engage with the W. So it's probably going to be Isma that is piloting that, and then it's more of a, okay, well, what do we want to take for an answer into the Kaiser in that bottom lane? Could go for something like a Leona for DOS if you really wanted to go all in on that heavy engage, and then just leave counter pick here for Irrelevant on 5th pick.
Irrelevant's got a massive champion pool too, and he's been very relevant despite the name. Too many jokes have been made, but it is the truth. K'Sante taken away by Team Heretics is just something to note. As I think on the other side, what's more crazy is the fact that Wonder not having that tool that did so well before is something for Team Heretics is going to be a different look. I mean, how is Wonder going to deal here, being on blue side and having to blind side into Irrelevant?
Yeah, I think Irrelevant has been so good when he does get answers or gets the opportunity to try and play his game. So the fact that you're taking away the Cassante here already says that they're probably going to set up for something like maybe even an R here for Wonder on that top side, or just try and go for something that's at least a safe blindable pick. But I am curious to see exactly. I mean, Zach is also an option here. Maybe that's what Wonder is thinking in this top side if you want to. Poppy going to be taken again. A lot of trying to buy space for this backline and the Draven and the Azir. So it does mean it'll more than likely be Doss who's going to take that rel into the bottom lane.
Yeah, again, I mean, the crazy thing is we could still see the Poppy go topside into the Zac as well. We could still see some more flexibility. I'll keep my mind on what you just said as the Hui gets looked over here. Something that we have also seen in support position. But we got Nautilus already. Hui gets locked in. Game 3, Perks. Here we go. Dagda's already said it. He wants to see a Zac go on the top side. But Aatrox for Wonder, also a possibility.
I mean,
the
Hui feels a bit weird. I think Hui works best when he has setup and he's not under a huge amount of threat to try and go for, not under a huge amount of threat in the mid lane. And I think when you've got the Azir and Poppy who can both combo really, really well to put this Hui behind, I think you can get some good pressure towards mid jungle. And then even when you get towards team fights, I'm going to say there's good dive opportunities here. So even Irrelevant going towards the Malphite, like this is going to be a, hey, we've got great engage tools off the Malphite. We can put a ton of pressure on towards Hui as soon as he doesn't have flash. Yeah, I don't know if this was the angle for Hui. I think he needs more kind of a, hey, I can play very far away and Zac can engage to set up for that play, or I need something that's going to be able to provide safety in that front line. And I just don't really see that here for Heretics.
I will say, though, I love the adaptation from SK. The Draven comes out of left field, and then we finish off with a Malphite. As you said, maybe not the right angle for the Hui. The crazy thing is, if Perks ever does not have flash available, that dude is dead. Like Malphite, Poppy, Azir backline, you've also got Rel. There's so many engaged tools to follow up. We asked for Team Heretics, we said, you know, change it up, keep it fresh, right? We have changed the drafts. We're not to full scaling to losing out the map like in the second game. But this time, Dagda, I'm kind of worried about how this game's going to progress, considering all the tools at level 6 that SK have to offer.
Yeah, I don't think a Hui have enough damage to like one-shot someone on the back line.
Also that, good
so
point.
I think that's where you're going to struggle here as Heretics, because if that combo doesn't pay off and you don't get a high-value target, but then you've got the opportunity to kite back the re-engage that Malphite can offer in those situations. It becomes very difficult to deal with a short-range Kalista or even Hui who doesn't have flash. So this is very much a case of Heretics kind of need to snowball the game, particularly on Jankos, so they can try and get that, or I have a feeling that this is going to be just SK being able to play these very strong front to backs and make things easy.
I mean, SK going to be feeling good after the last game. Despite how it ended, it was still an SK win. We got there eventually, and it was drawn out. And Team Heretics really struggled to have options in that game. As we go to game 3, a quick reminder to you all, loser is out. Going home, done. Completely off the board until spring. He's going to take some good damage from Wonder. In the meantime, just push him down, but 40 seconds means he's fine to go back and heal up and come back out for his first clear.
Yeah, Relevant got to spot out Wonder, take a little bit of hurt himself, but I don't think it's really going to mean too much in the long run. Wonder will have push in topside, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Isma start up onto this topside jungle, which is why we see Heretics just placing a ward there to spot out the poppies and make his way through his jungle. I'd imagine he'll go like Red, Krugs, Raptors down into that bottom side of the map and making sure that then he's able to play towards what is going to be a very explosive bottom lane. You can see even the double ignite and the Hail of Blades as well for Exekick means that they're going to be looking to very quickly turn the tides of this bot lane in their favor.
Oh yeah, we know Draven lane, Kalista lane, whoever comes out of that lane alive, probably going to start running the game. It's what the desk said at the start of today. Exekick and Doss versus Flacket and Kai'Sa is a very important lane. And now for the series, it's damn well the most important lane here, coming through in the first 15-20 minutes. We'll watch more of that Hui and Azir and how it pans out, but level 2 important here to see who gets it first. Right now, it feels like Flacket and Kai'Sa have the aggression to play off and should be hitting that mark first as Isma. Now, for what? Just flashes over.
He's just going for Jankos.
Has Hex Flash, wants to kill. This could be the biggest Chad move ever. if it plays off. The ward is down.
Nobody has smite.
Jankos under threat. Shove against the wall. Isma, the rookie, flashes over. Grump almost kills Jankos. Isma now has a Grump that has not been de-aggroed. He's waiting it out. He'll take it. Isma is the biggest Chad I've seen in the LEC this year.
That was incredible. I mean, the fact that you get the Summoner spell off the back of that is amazing. Now, Nisqy and Perks trading heavily in the mid lane, but Perks has to be careful. You don't have help from Jankos coming anytime soon because Isma now controls that top side of the map.
Exactly. What a guy. I mean, we talked about the aggression of him. That kind of shows at new level. It's funny because, like, that felt like Bo FPX vibes as Hex Flash. Just wants to get through. Where are we going? Jankos is back out. The shove doesn't hit the wall. Hang on a minute. Isma's going to get out of here, but the poppy still does damage. Yeah, you're right. Doss is coming in to help. He controls the map. He's in Jankos' head right now.
I mean, he's about to be in his Raptor camp as well, so Jankos probably going to have to back away from this. They see that he's taking it. Doss is still here to help. No, are missing bot lane, so they don't feel like they can really go for this. But as soon as you see Kalista and Nautilus showing that wave again, Isma's going to start up this red buff and make sure that he's able to keep control here. Nisqy, good push on mid, level advantage as well. So Jankos still level 2, going to try and fight this. Doss spots out Kaiser.
Hex Flash, remember, is there. Isma used everything for the time being. Kaiser flashes in for the dredge line. Ignites down as well. Isma might pay for this with his life. Blackens up. Oh, no! The gutsy attitude. That's karma immediately for first blood. Over to Flacked.
Exekick just trying to get that wave push meant that he wasn't able to come across, and the fact that Flacked and Kaiser were willing to drop that push on bot, know that Exekick wasn't going to be able to really push that quickly, means that they're able to come across and help him out. So realistically, Kaiser and Flacked lose nothing, but they get that kill. And Isma, look, you're even Stevens realistically when it comes to you versus Jankos, so it's not the end of the world, but that kill to Flacked is going to help him out a lot.
As you said, it's more than just Jungle getting caught out there being cocky. As you said, it's the roam that should have come through from X-Kick from Doss. Flacked and Kaiser dropping the wave means they also drop summoners, but that first blood leads them up with 200 gold, pushes Isma out of the jungle. For the meantime, he's picked up blue. He's on the edge of potentially going back in, but there's nothing in the bottom side. Bottom has been completely cleared, and Jankos was able to get his back off.
Isma just wandering into this bottom side now to see what he can spot. Will realize that there's a pink ward there, so immediately they know where he is. Nisqy going to take a little bit of hurt, but watch boss. Wave is going to push in again. Jankos trying to make his way down to this bottom side. Isma still has no flash. Spot on the ward. But I don't know if you can go for this. Jankos will just about be here in time.
Another ward there to spot. Flacked low on mana, but as you said, Jankos here to match. And XP now even as Irrelevant is running down Wonder.
Oh no.
The Team Heretics top laner trying to get out, but he gets killed. Name him Relevant already. It's been so every single day.
The fact that this Malphite is getting the kill onto Nara is not the best of signs for Wonder.
No.
Solo killed last week. Now getting solo killed this week. Perk's already been solo killed once. Does not want to make it twice. As Nisqy very, very close. Still has his flash, so going to be fine in that one. But you're getting the plate on that bottom side. So Exekick, even though you have the kill going over towards Flacked, in the early stages, still evening up a lot of that thanks to CS lead and the plate that he's managed to get.
This early game's still even, but so much has happened. And you got to give respect to Isma, how he's played it out. But now not only him, Irrelevant running down the Narn. We already talked about the teamfight capabilities, how easy it is for SK to run down this comp as it goes on. Seeing the lane off to a bad start for Wonder is like, well, a bit of a kick in the shin.
But this is the thing. I mean, for Isma to come in, it's elimination game for SK. And you say, I'm going to flash over Baron Pit to chase into Jankos' jungle. The most, like, from a longevity perspective, the jungler of the LEC.
Yep.
And he's like, cool, I'm going to go and sandwich him in against the wall in his own jungle. Like, that's absolutely incredible. But didn't end up coming back to backfire. But I got to love the gusto and give props to him. If he can now keep this pressure up, where he keeps going towards this bottom side, it could work out. Wonder will need help though. Irrelevant still has the level 6. I think he's fine.
As you said, the ulti to come through. Irrelevant pops it. Jankos tries to match, but he's just outside of range. Picture in picture, bottom side sees that X-Kick's in a bit of trouble, but it could be Kaiser gets traded off. Draven's down through. A bit of burn damage from the end of the Ignite. X-Kick now has the wave in his favor though. And you can see they're trying to make this a further up play on Flacked and Kaiser.
Yeah, Nisqy has pushed mid, so Perks would either have to drop the wave to come, or they're just going to have to leave Kaiser and Flacked to their own devices. Jankos is running as quickly as he can, but he won't be here in time.
Flacked has the cleanse available. The shove is against Kaiser, flashing forward. They want this Draven to catch him, but it's Isma to pick up the kill. Now Flacked for the turnaround. Ren slows them down, but Jankos doesn't have any power. Nisqy's coming in off the win. SK have numbers advantage for now, but Perks is here with his gigantic range and spiraling despair. So they have to be careful. If SK overstay, that Draven's going to lose it all.
Heretics can't go forward though. Niski has ultimate, so immediately they would be overextended off the back of that play. So 2 plates and a kill response now into that bottom side. SK are starting to get those advantages. Like you can see at the bottom of your screen, a lot of those numbers turned red over the last few passages of play. And even though Isma did get shut down a little bit early, SK are fighting back well here.
He's not stopping, is he? He's just in the enemy jungle again. Smite, no. Jankos going to pick this one up. Isma just walks away. Even though he's being cheeky, Jankos now takes a small portion of the CS lead. But Isma's still a threat. He's slowed down that level 6 on buy. I think that's another big thing, another big engage tool that gives Jankos more of an edge as well. He's delayed that. Now to 8 minutes, Jankos half the way to level 6 as he starts taking his blue, while Niski starts moving into Fog of War as well.
Isma is definitely behind on levels though. Level 4 coming up to the nearly 8-minute mark. This is where you traditionally see junglers be hitting level 6. So Isma definitely wants to try and get his own camps and make sure he's okay. Because at this stage, Jankos is just going to start to be in the case of, hey, look, he's about to go a level ahead of him already, but pushing up towards level 6 is going to make it nigh impossible for Isma to try and do anything. So I think they're going to try and go for Dragon here, but it is going to be a slow process, so I think Isma off the back of this will have to take a step back off the map and try and get towards his own level 6. As Jankos, I imagine, going to trade this for Void Grubs, so not really sticking around. I assume that will be his trade just here as the Dragon starts.
At least this time with the Void Grubs, you have the Gnar. So, it was something prevalent before, but more importantly, having an edge for Wonder would be nice considering how this game started out. He does have a CS lead in the top side. And it's just something I need to quickly mention. CS lead for Niski and Exekick on the other side, so don't really care too much if you're irrelevant, especially when that Draven right now, that's a 207 stack in, cash in, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of gold sitting on the bench. All Exekick needs to do is cash it in, and I feel like this game is going to swing even further to Team Heretics. Excuse me, to SK.
They just need to make sure they can actually get anything, because gold is even at the moment, and the Goon Squad is here. They want to try and move in onto this bottom side and punish Isma for a little of his transgressions earlier on, but not really in a position to do so again. You are still a little bit nervous with Serrated Dirk and double longsword there for Exekick. Could be in a bit of problems, so they're just going to back it on up. And again, there you go. Isma is starting now to hit his level 6, catch up on Jankos. He's able to get his camps now. He can start to be a little bit more proactive on the map once more.
And the fact that he has the ult too, the ability to knock away some core damage pieces, some engage tools. It feels like, again, that Poppy is going to come into massive amounts of value. I just love, again, as you said, when your back's against the wall, Isma, I still can't get over. He did the bow. Remember when bow debuted in the LPL in FPX 2019? On the Olaf, flashes over the wall at like level 4. Same deal. Got in the enemy jungle and literally went 16 kills in his first game or something because
Doing
of it.
the ice coke, you know?
Yeah.
One of the old LPL junglers who would just like flash everyone
like, who is ice
level
coke?
2, 3.
Well, let me sit you down. Rogue Warriors, right?
Yeah. The good old days.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it hasn't panned out as well as it has for some of our old casting days, but Isma's still in a great spot. Level 7, as you say, the ability, if you over-engage as Heretics, to like knock Flacken and Kaiser out of a fight, immediately take a 3v5 is going to be very, very strong. So I still like where SK are in this game. It just, you kind of feel the need for Heretics to do something, and doing something maybe Wonder leaving this tower, because there is a ton of members from SK that are trying to get access to this top side, even just to deny Void Grubs as well.
It's just nice that he's paying respect. You know, a lot of laners would try and hold off the next wave. They'd get greedy. Wonder's definitely not going to do that. Irrelevant in the meantime, though, I will say, while Wonder's losing out, Irrelevant's getting a push in bot. And you can see, like, it looks like the whole map is doing fine for SK. So Dagger, it's not even a trade-off here. Exekick able to push in. Irrelevant going to get a turret plate. Mid gets shoved in, then they move up to Void Grubs. SK are getting everything. These guys got a 30% discount off on Railway, and they're just buying it all.
They're going to have to TP in for this one with Relevant, though, if they want to make this a special.
That's a Malphite angle if I've ever seen one. Jankos, Kaiser, Flacket, who is it? Onto Perks. Irrelevant's like, I threaten, gets him midway. That's a 2-man, but no one's there from SK. It looked good. It threatens them off, but for SK, the follow-through's just not there.
And you're going to have to send Irrelevant back to this bottom side as well to make sure that you're not losing several plates on this bottom end of the map. So SK, they tried to make it work. Heretics back it up, and I think at that stage, you could have just played a little bit slow. Say, hey, look, we're just going to go take these Void Grubs, make sure we're all good. Even just getting one would have been fine, but instead now, You've got Irrelevant who's on the top side. He's not in the best of matchups. They're leaving the Draven mid, so Nara's still getting a lot of this pressure on the bottom side. With this wave push, Flacken should be able to get a play for himself as well. So even though SK don't technically get any kills, Heretics should still be able to get a good amount of gold off of this and finally start to even up against SK.
And look, while you're talking about Wonder, teleport used by Niski to get to bot. Dragon's up in a minute 15, and while that might give more setup for the bounce back, I think the problem is that you've just now lost a teleport as well. I like the word you use, it wasn't the patient setup from SK. And that's the issue at the core there, isn't it? This comp, setup is always good. As Dagda, a minute till the Dragon, Team Heretics are moving down to the bottom side, but at least SK doing their due diligence, getting some deep vision themselves, with Isma DOS going into enemy jungle and trying to track the follow-up from Team Heretics. Well, look at him again. Just give him a hull breaker at this point. Irrelevant's just whacking turrets for free.
I mean, Niski's doing the same here, though. Won't quite be able to get the Terror down on that bot side, but will get a turret play for himself as well. Reset coming through from Exakick with 30 seconds on towards Dragon. Immediately move in mid, shove out that wave, and start to lean in over towards that Dragon objective. So, SK, looks like they're stepping up here, especially with Young's completed for Exakick. This is the time when you want to try and fight for this objective. Like, you don't even have your first item complete onto Perks or Flacket, so this would be a big win for SK if they can find this fight.
Just put them into such a good state, and getting the Mountain Dragon as well, those bonus stats for Irrelevant. I know I talk about dragons all the time, but it just feels like this is so relevant. Pun intended, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. Not holding back today. Team Heretics for their pick, or will it be DOS to set it up? Look at the movement from X-Kick from Isma. Dredgeline connects, they've found the support. What was DOS doing here? He felt so confident, but instead giving a kill over to Flacket in front of the Dragon. Big mistake by the support on the elimination game.
You're not respecting the engage. Could have W'd out, could have flashed out, but instead tried to just go for the speed up and was like, cool, this will be enough. Hoping to keep his crash down for the fight, but it meant that Heretics able to punish. And just that little overextension for DOS now shuts down a lot of the power play that SK could have gone for.
Unstoppable force at the top side. Wonder, not again, not again. Irrelevant running out of mana, and Wonder builds the distance. Dragon going down the meantime. It is a smite to secure, but DOS is now back alive. Magnet Storm comes through. Exakick flies in, but it's an ulti from Jankos. However, no one from Team Heretics are there. And it's money bag time for Exakick, opening up the enemy jungler.
May even get to open up a little bit more as well. Niski moving down towards this bot side should be able to push it out. SK trying to establish vision on the bot side so he can get that turret for himself. And SK, a little bit late to the party, but at least they still got that fight and get that kill for Exakick.
1,300 gold lead over his lane opponent. Niski, give him some more gold. First turret blood given over to SK2. We blink, it's a 3k gold lead. And after that mistake from DOS, maybe it was just a lure. Like, oh, don't worry, death timers are only 10 seconds. What does he care? Jumps in, sets it up. And now all of a sudden, you know, we're back to this good early game from SK. An early game that just gave them an opportunity, another, pun intended, because items have now changed to be strange names. 2-item Draven versus 1-item Kalista, who also has 2 kills, by the way. It's an insane path that X-Kick now walks on this R1 Draven.
And the fact now that you get to just play off of X-Kick's strength is going to make it very difficult for Heretics.
Yep.
You can kind of see in that fight that Perks hasn't really hit the point where he's doing a ton of damage. So a Yanko's Perks combo threat onto X-Kick isn't doing a huge amount. They need Wonder to help them with access here. But as long as X-Kick has his flash up, I think he'll be relatively fine. And if SK are able to keep the pressure on the map, so they're the ones that are approaching objectives first, they're the ones that are keeping control over the entrances to River, then it makes it even harder for Heretics to buy access to Exakick in these fights.
And remember, just a quick note on what Dag was talking about, those vision lines, those entries, you know, a lot of the time you're going to see Infernal Cinders like they are on the ground right now are going to be spawning towards there. Remember that they spawn based on who's ahead and who's not, so it's going to spawn more towards Team Heretics side of the map. But I'm bringing this up because in 14-2 they got buffed. They got buffed to 0.6 ability haste each. And on average, you have like 10 to 20 of them. And when you are talking about a Draven with stand aside, a Poppy with huge potential, with a Malphite as well, just like SK having an Infernal Soul this game is another good thing to talk about. With this team that's holding control, that's holding Team Heretics back, and has been stomping their stamp of approval all game long. Jankos coming up. Does Irrelevant care? Nice sidestep. Just looks at Jankos. He doesn't care. This Malphite is almost to 1 item and getting to the point of unkillable, or at least feels like he is.
And with Heretics committing towards that top side, SK get pushing mid here, so should be able to get control here. Nothing invested on either side though, so looks like maybe SK aren't as committed to being like, hey, we can actually go for this on mid. You don't have pushing bot side for Nisqy, so it looks like the cross map isn't quite there, especially with Perks just being able to step up and clear that wave. But Heretics, they're trying to find these moments where they can look for picks. I don't think they should be doing it for Irrelevant though, because Irrelevant is just way too tanky at this stage.
Oh yeah.
I think looking for Perks on a side lane is going to be your better option, because Nisqy, or sorry, not Perks on a side, Nisqy on a side lane, because when you have Jankos, you can just avoid a lot of the escape tools that Nisqy has. I think that's where you can start to look for plays with Kaiser as well to follow up.
That Nautilus has got to be a pivotal tool to those picks. Team Heretics need something. It's 1 minute 30 till Dragon. They're trying to find a bit of priority up in this top side. Remember as well, if there's a slip up from Team Heretics, a stretch line there onto DOS, not going to find its mark. SK can just drop this Herald. They've got a Herald to open up mid, to open up sides. You know, depending on what happens here, it looks like top could be the play as Isma is the one showing. But Nisqy might find this himself as he pops out. The ulti doesn't connect. Kaiser goes over it. Depth charge onto Nisqy. Maybe an opportunity for Team Heretics as Golden to buy time. It's teleports coming in galore, but Irrelevant lands a 3-man. In the meantime, they kite back, and Nisqy saves the day. We've got a spiraling despair onto Isma. It kills Nisqy in the meantime, but Irrelevant, and now Fluck it dead. Oh, do the Mr. Krabs up. Exit kick is cashing in again. He loves his money.
Plankton is sent to pack in here as Heretics go to base. It's a beautiful day for SK with all the money that they've just made for Exit Kick, and what looked like a great collapse for Heretics goes disastrously with the amount of time Nisqy's able to buy with that Seeker's arm guard, and as well then Irrelevant TPing in with that 3-man ultimate. That was beautiful from SK.
It's now a 6k gold lead just about. Holy moly. Did that blow up out of nowhere, and it looked good at the start for Team Heretics with their pick in the back line, evading a lot of the CC.
Especially when Isma missed the ultimate, but Nisqy bought so much time here. And then with the TP coming in, 3-man ultimate as Jankos goes in, 0 follow-up in time. So Nisqy does end up going down here to Wonder in the back line, but he has to overextend to do so. And then Irrelevant is getting so much work done because Perks doesn't have the damage to take down this full armor Malphite. And as well, Exit Kick then, he's just like, cool, I'll wander up, I'll grab some kills.
A double on that as well. It's a double cash in. It's looking good for SK. That could have been the fight. That knocks out this experienced roster. Oh man. Heretics do not look happy. And you can see why. I mean, this is a roster with high expectations. It might only be winter, but you see Wonder, Jankos, Perks back on a roster together, and you're saying, man, this should be a top 3 team. Right now, they're going to be top of anything as they on death's door, getting eliminated onto Irrelevant. Dredgeline there, he holds out just for good measure. As Team Heretics keep trying to find a way back into this game.
I mean, you look at Heretics as a roster and as an organization that finished 4th in summer last split, or last year. You think, hey, look, you want to be trying to go higher with the players that are on this roster. But now, desperation sinking in. Baron is spawned, 20 minutes on the clock. SK, they spot them. Heretics need to pull off, but they haven't yet. No ult on Irrelevant. They feel like they can do it.
But an ult on Isma to send them packing low health bars. Desperation's the right word. Nisqy is split pushing in our bottom left. The whirling death flies out. Team Heretics look for a turn, but again, they look so desperate. You can see the stench coming off them as they run for the hills. Baron gone. Nisqy stays strong bot. And SK continue running the map and making sure Team Heretics don't have an inch or a mile to speak of. And that turret is gone.
Yeah, Heretics are sweating while Nisqy's in the bot lane taking photos with the leading terror Summoner's Rift.
Yeah,
he's on holidays. He's having a great old time.
Yeah.
Getting some gold for himself. Heading back now, going to be able to spend his golds on some new shoes as well. Upgrade them. He's going to be so chill. But for Heretics, they want to see if they can try and change that. He's unspotted. He's
ulti out, all buffered though. Jankos comes in. The smite helps him out a little bit. Flacken and Wonder on the way. The slide and glide. Nisqy's been targeted. The Sun turret goes up. He's doing good damage. Trying to outplay 1v2. Flacken tanking up. The turret's going to do a lot of damage as he goes Golden Perks. Gets the Severing Bolt, which is an execute. And there, the damage is done. Nothing up in the bottom side, unfortunately, Dagda, but at least some gold back.
But with the build that you have on X-Kick, even picking up the Sundered Sky is not going to be able to do a huge amount towards Baron. So you can see SK, unfortunately, not able to just turn immediately over towards that and pick it up. So this will slow the game down and give opportunities for Heretics to get themselves in a position where they are a little bit stronger, try and find maybe a little bit more picks as DOS needs to be careful here. Heretics are trying to find their way out. They spot out Isma. Isma, this is not the moment for you to try and find the play.
It's not indeed. I mean, Yankos going to hold him still for the time being. Irrelevant is over the wall. Perks is coming in. Irrelevant's being super patient. He's got a two-man now, but feared out before he can pull the trigger. Flash also not available for the top laner of SK2. Worth noting, makes the tool so much more dangerous, as at least for SK, they've done a little bit of damage on the side and the bottom side. Baron is being pinked out. Niski is on the way now, having respawned. They do Baron quick enough with a 3-item Draven, by the way. Now going into Fog of War, Team Heretics to keep this series, to keep their chances alive.
Yeah, Niski's going to absolutely rinse this on the Azir, and that's the one that they're really looking for, but keep your eyes on Irrelevant. He's not with the team. They're trying to
engage. He's a little bit early, running through. The Rel comes in from the back end. It's a beautiful ulti, but flying through the Whirling Death is even worse. It's Irrelevant. Flies on in! Keep it smooth, you master of the top lane. He's already picked up a double. He's taken no damage. And while SK, their health bars are burning, they just keep smacking these pros in the face.
And they're not going to stop. They're going to take the Baron as well. Perks is here, trying to get the damage from afar. Doss is low. Maybe you can try and snipe him out, but I just don't think there's very much that you can do in this situation. Flakked will try and trade it for mid-tower. May get it, but just won't even get it. Niski going to make sure he shuts that one down. And SK very, very happy with this one. Goes Baron buff now available for their third dragon in a minute and a half. That is perfect timing for them.
They got knocked out of the water by Vitality. It was such a surprise, but here against Team Heretics, it ain't the same as we watch this engage. Again, with Doss's counter being so good.
But look where Flakked and Perks are. They have done nothing this entire time. The positioning from Irrelevant coming from mid lane, Doss hiding in the bush and getting really good opportunities to zone them away. They're able to separate the front and back line, and there's just nothing you can do.
As a fellow Australian, I know the words that came out of his mouth, and I know they're not safe for air.
I love the reactions we're getting from the coaches of this one. Heartbreak for Peter Dunne. Swiffer looking very, very pleased.
Swiffer's looking happy
well,
as anything.
I was going to say pleased, may not be the words, but relieved is definitely on his face.
Absolutely.
SK setting up now, pushing mid. You've got tier 2 in top going down as well. Wonder just trying to trade for position on this bot lane. I think they kind of know the base is going to be cracked here and just trying to see what they can do in response.
And they find some kind of comeback. I mean, it's 10k gold deficit. But Team Heretics, they held on long enough in game number 2, but this time SK are not making the same mistakes. Wonder, as you said, in the side lane, Objective Bounty is there as the Whirling Death, I think, is flying up to help clear the wave, and it's a thin one at that. Really nice ulti. Wonder's going to take a couple of turret shots. The push ends there, and the inhibitor's now cracked for SK.
Recess coming through. They want to try and go for the dragon. Heretics trying their best to stop them, so maybe they could try and rush it. Exit kick, going to pick up the Whirling Death. Going to do a round trip.
Ulti's out this time against Wonder. It's good damage from X-Kick to follow up, and he's got to speed up too. Wonder needs himself to find a hop out. He flashes instead. The boomerangs through. X-Kick, as long as he catches blades, he can keep pressing W. Every time he catches a blade, W's out. W, doesn't matter because Dragon's up, as you said. And SK have their name written all over it.
They're going to move over, make sure that they're able to pick this one up. And it was a nice attempt from Heretics. Maybe if they'd been able to separate some of the backs, they could have picked this one up, slowed the game down like we saw in the last one, but not quite able to do so. So it's going to be just pushing out waves. Top inhibitor down. Will be the end of the Baron buff, so they're not going to be able to get anything off of this with 30 seconds left on this. But I mean, 1,300 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, you're going to be very happy with this as SK. And with nothing really left on the map for Heretics, like, where do you try and fight back? You've a 2-item Callista, a 2-item Way, and you're looking at 3 pushing 4 items coming in on SK's side.
Defining game that Fnatic probably now watching going, well, how do we prep against this? Waiting to see who they verse coming up next Monday. And Dagda, I mean, for SK, what a journey it's been. I know, again, the game hasn't ended yet, but it feels like surely we have to encourage SK with how they've been playing this out, with the different drafts we've gotten as well, and the engage tools that have just come out of nowhere.
And I think a game like this is going to give them a lot of confidence. I think that's kind of what we've missed from SK from the first few weeks versus what we got at the end of this split so far. This is going to be a game where they're, I mean, Isma going for these flash plays in the early stages. Now starting to move in here. This is what we expected from SK coming in towards playoffs. The aggression paying off, being able to set up exit kick for success. and now they're just a few steps away from being able to close out this game against Heretics, but it's not an easy one.
It's not.
As Heretics pushing forward.
Niski took a lot of damage. There's the engage. Niski can't be part of the fight, but he has to stand aside as X-Kick runs on back in. Look at the spiraling death. It's Perks who's doing the damage. A big shutdown, but the range finally comes through. X-Kick gets a kill. Niski comes over the wall. Perks is out, but why did Niski do that? He had flash available too, and the ulti. SK are botching it up, Dagda.
They're taking those steps too far. Niski thought he could get the kill and flash back out, but Kaiser says no. His former teammate saying, stay right here with me, mate. You're not going to be able to get out of this one. And now, Heretics get a bit of time to slow the pace of the game down, find some gold on themselves. And as you say, Perk's doing a lot of damage in that fight.
He's almost at 3 items too. I mean, when that Void stuff comes through, the spiraling despair, as you saw, when everyone's standing so close together, as we look in this replay, you're just liable for procs of the passive over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to catch Niski with that QW on the back, sends him incredibly low, and then it's easy pickings there immediately on towards the Malphite, who's gone pretty much, or almost solely for a ton of armor to try and keep himself safe from everyone else in Heretics. So looking slow, and then guys are great flash here. Niski thought he'd be able to pick up the kill on Perks, gets up the back and flash back over the wall.
Oh no, no.
Jesus. I mean, someone's getting a shellacking after this game.
I don't know how many hot springs or stuff here after the game tonight. I think they're in need of a hot spring, a massage. The coaching staff really deserve it at this point. It's been back and forth, and SK is still in the lead. They're still 9,000 ahead. But there's again, like the last game, just this maybe, and I know last game ended with SK taking the victory, but it's still that maybe, considering that once again we have decent scaling, and Dagda's about to ground me and say maybe it's a little bit different.
No, let's take stock of where we're at, because 30 seconds until Baron, SK are just trying to keep their push in. You've got super minions on the top side, which will hit just as that Baron spawns. So SK, I imagine, are going to try and rush it down, but as you say, like 3 items now with the complete on towards Perks, he's going to be a great spot. 3 items now for Flacket as well. He's in a significantly stronger spot, and that's why Yanko's starting to step up here. We still have to wait for Flacket.
Irrelevant has flash ulti. Flash unstoppable force, look at the angle. Ward expires mid. Wonder's the only one stepping up without a Mega R2, but Perks and Flacket are together. Team Heretics, if they find out they're separated, which they do now, it's always that engage because SK is still in the driver's seat. Now Baron is completely blind. They started off.
It's so dark though. Heretics need to try and spot out where this Malphite is. They need to spot out where Dost is, who has the flash as well. Baron's about to go.
It's gone. Dagda. Isma also made short work of that. Isma gets the engage. It's irrelevant. Rather the flip back is great from Niski too. Yankos comes in late. The spiraling despair is good, but SK have done it. It's a triple immediately over to Kick. He finishes it all off. The teleport comes through, and SK will not be making the same mistake.
SK find the fight. They immediately TP to the base. They want to end this now.
Team Heretics are gone. It's a super team into super nothing until spring, but it's SK's journey now, waiting to see what Fnatic can provide. A 2-1 keeps them alive, keeps them going in winter playoffs, and makes that run all the more possible in the lower bracket.
SK will advance further into playoffs, but I have a feeling there's going to be some stern words from Swiffer after that one.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, overextensions at times, but still, SK, they pick up the win, and they will keep their, at least for the moment, their dreams alive of pushing forward and picking up a winter win.
I mean, against Fnatic next, it's a bigger task. But Team Heretics, you know, we've had some pretty good games this winter split. We sadly have to say bye to them. We can get depressed a little bit later. I know the desk can send them out too. But first of all, vote for your Kia player of the game at LEC on X, because we've got to be positive and talk about either irrelevant Kick or DOS. Some insane engages and an insane Poppy Flash to start off. But Dagda, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you here to see SK's journey maybe begin. We're going to go to a break before we go to an interview with DOS. And remember, second series, Mad Koi and Giant X will be following after that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Here to match an XP now even as Irrelevant is running down Wonder.
Oh, no.
The Team Heretics top laner trying to get out, but he gets killed. Name him Relevant already. It's been so every single day.
Alpha is still top, okay? He's also approaching him, okay? There's one shot.
We've got a spiraling despair onto Isma. It kills Nisky in the meantime, but Irrelevant, and now Fluck is dead.
Nice.
Gimme.
Welcome back to the LEC. I'm here with DOS. Congratulations on a reverse sweep. How does it feel to get a best of 3 out the way?
Well, I think since we've been losing a lot, it's really good for the team to finally get a win, and then 2 wins actually. Because I think, I'm not sure, like our last 7 games or something haven't been the same. I think we lost last 7. So I think definitely for the team mood, like just getting a few wins is really good.
I gave you the happy question. Here comes the hard one. What in the world happened this series? It looked tough. You guys had consistently 10k gold lead, couldn't finish the game. What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah, so game 2, I think you're referring to, where we were super ahead, but we didn't really manage to close out the game. I think, honestly, with the draft that we had, it's not the easiest game to close out unless we actually like synchronize our cooldowns when we siege turrets, like siege inhibitor on bot, for example. We ended up using like Maokai ult without having Talia ult. It's like, I think if we actually synchronized our cooldowns, then we were just like 1 shot since out with no flash or something, and then would have looked a lot cleaner.
So it was small mechanical mistakes that obviously can be fixed for the next series to come on. Now, between 4.1 and 4.2, has anything changed particularly for you in the bot lane as a support player?
I think, honestly, most patches doesn't really affect support too much. I think mostly it affects like whatever champs they play on top side, maybe even ADCs. ADCs are like sometimes affected a bit as well. And then support is more of a role where just like it's really conditional, like you adapt to whatever your team needs or like what your ADC needs or something. So I think for support didn't change too much, but definitely for other roles.
Absolutely, and talking about roles, who do you think deserves Key Player of the Game for this one?
Ooh.
Because I feel like he did have a pretty rock-solid performance.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Joel or Irrelevant gets the MVP, I'll perma here about him saying how good he is.
Well, prepare your eardrums, because Irrelevant is the Kia player of the series.
Oh my god.
Pretty good performance by him. Now,
I mean, he did get the solo kill, so.
On Malphite as well. Now, really quick question right here. Is the performance of today concerning moving on to the series versus Fnatic?
I think my individual performance game 1 was a bit concerning. The rest was okay-ish. I think as a team, like our whole way of playing the game, like our calling is becoming a lot better. I feel like we are more on the same page now than we were before. But obviously, like the mechanical part is not really there, and we can like push it a bit more. But I think honestly, it's looking good in my mind.
All right, looking forward to seeing you brushing off those mechanical skills when you go up against Fnatic. Congratulations again on the reverse sweep and moving forward. And we're going to toss it over to Lore.
Thank you, Trouble. We have a second elimination game here on our hands as Mad Lions Koi will face off against Giant X in our second series of the days. And I want to talk about Mad Lions Koi at first, shall we? Expectations versus reality. I'm going to expose the entirety of the broadcast once again and say that most of the people placed them at the bottom of the expected standings, and well, they're here in playoffs, fighting for their life still, but they're in playoffs.
Yeah, I think expectations were really low of this team in the beginning. A lot of people thought that this looks like and they've really managed to surpass those expectations. I also think that while doing so, they have been incredibly entertaining. One of my main reasons for this, well, here's my tier list. Where are they? They're at the bottom.
At the bottom.
Yeah,
with
don't mind. Don't worry about Max Verstappen. It's an entire different joke. Let's not do it right now. Anyways, they've been very, very entertaining to watch. I think a lot of it comes from the fact that they're willing to just send it, be super fast-paced, but also bring a range of different variety in their champions.
I mean, when it comes to Mad Lions Koi, like basically I would say, right, as you said, everyone was put them lowest because it's a team that just came with like 4 rookies, right, as you can see also. I didn't put them D though, I didn't really feel like they're...
It's not a good look on you guys.
But my D was basically my C tier because I had to fit in, so we're kind of in the same boat.
I don't want you making excuses for yourself. You can stand by it and say that maybe no, but they surprised everyone. And I think it's fair, but Trimby, you've been in this rookie situation. They know each other. They've been playing together for a year. They were at the top of the ARL, facing off against KC last year in the Masters finals. You've been in this rookie position. What pushes rookies to perform that good?
I mean, first of all, right, the good performances, and they got those during the regular split. And even now, even though, right, they lost to Fnatic, it was still a performance that, you know, should be like praised, because I think Fnatic actually had to struggle quite a bit in order to win those games. And that showcases that even though they're like new team to the league, they still know how to make use of themselves in when they come together, you know, in this team right now.
And we've heard of the players, but not the man behind the players. And earlier, Trouble checked in with Mad Lions coach Melzet. So let's see what he had to say about the team.
Thank you, Lore. Melzet, thank you so much for joining me for the interview. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes.
All right, now, ahead of your best of 3 series versus Giant X, this is a question that I have also asked Dylan, because he has suffered with the same problem. Your players are just too creative. Their champion pools are just too vast. So how do you function as a team and as a coach to sort of put everything in order before a draft with so many options in your hands?
Usually we have the pick that we practice during the week, even the crazy picks. So when it comes for preparation for the draft meeting, we usually spoke how involved those picks in the draft, and then usually it's not a surprise for me. But if it came in the middle of a draft in an official match, probably I will choose between how confident he is and if he's a good pick or not in the draft.
So when it comes to just practice and Merwin says, hey, I want to play Soraka top, you allow him that flexibility in the practice as well.
Yes.
But when it comes to the official, as you said, if he says, coach, trust, Soraka top here, would you potentially give him the chance to first time it on stage?
If for me makes sense, like I see the angle good, yes. If not, no, he won't be allowed.
That's incredible. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
And good luck in your best of 3 versus Giant X and all the crazy picks. Over to you, Laure.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Amazing to hear from the coach finally, and also the confidence that he has for his players, picking these strange picks usually that have been not working so much maybe sometimes, but it's going to be interesting to see what they toss in Giant X's face today, as I want to say they sneaked their way into play-ins. We saw good faith on the side of Giant X. Was it enough though? Because when you look at the showing they had against G2 last week, no, we don't want to see any of this again.
I think it's gotten a bit worse for GX, and it didn't really help that they drafted that Ezreal Yuumi bot lane 2 times in a row. I think the thing that made them strong when they did look strong was the fact that Igna was on a strong facilitating champion that allowed them to play aggressive through bot lane, something that Patrick didn't necessarily always have with Limit, but the fact that he could always go for a Draven, a Kalista, and try and win lane with this kind of approach. But you can see it here with the late game. It's just been rough for GX when things don't work out for them.
I mean, that's the thing, Trimby, what happens? Because we saw in the first stages of the game against G2, for instance, last week, they have something going. They dropped the ball in mid-game. How do you explain this?
Well, I mean, first game, right, they actually had the advantages, right, that they needed to have in order to win against G2. But then when it comes to mid-game, I think we even had it in stats, right? After minute 10, they're like one of the worst teams that actually, like, they just don't have any actual gold advantages after, because they're just throwing away the games during that mid game, you know, during that transition from elite to mid game. And today I think it will be crucial, especially for the combination of both Peach and Ignar to actually make it work, because as we could see, right, on that Yuumi, it felt like it was not his comfort choice in a sense. I'm sure they practiced it and it looked good, but on the other hand, that's not how they actually won games in the regular split.
No, because this is kind of how, well, they didn't win this game, but it looked good in the beginning.
Yeah.
And they won against G2 in the early game on that skirmish. But it's once again the fact that Ignar and Peach is on something where they can skirmish together. And it's not just limited to this game alone. It goes all the way back to when Ignar was playing on Energy as well. This is a guy that just needs facilitation or needs a champion where he's allowed to engage on. He looked great on the Blitzcrank in the beginning. His Rakan's been fine as well. Even the Alistar he brings up, he needs to be on a champion where he can pull the team forward, not where he's sitting in the back.
Yeah, and right now it's all gonna be, you're basically dealing with a team that is mostly, I think, the most proactive team in like LEC when it comes to MDK, maybe like outside of G2, right? They're gonna be aggressive. They're gonna make sure that you have to match them, otherwise they'll just get free leads, and that's something that I really want to see from like both Peach and Ignar, to just pick comfort champs, the champs that they can actually fight back, because we saw it from Ignar and Peach. They can, I think they can actually match it, you know, maybe MDK looked better, but if they do so, I think it's gonna be a great show.
And Ignar, I mean, he had a long career and he's been here for a while, and before playoffs, he reflected on his motivation for 2024. Let's check it out.
To be honest, my motivation to win right now is, maybe you can think about this can be weird, but to be honest, I know my retirement is not that far, and then I'm just fighting for my best like legacy, or maybe just memory or something for my teammate. At this point, I don't play that much myself, to be honest, but like when I see my teammate or when I see the organization really passionate about the game, I want to win for them. So I don't know, at this point, long time ago, I was playing myself a lot, motivation myself a lot. But at this point, for my fans and then for my teammate, for my organization, I think that's my motivation.
Ignar's motivation for his fans and for his teammates. Hopefully he is motivated not to play Yuumi, because I heard that happened while I was away. And I can only say, sorry, guys, I wasn't here to make sure that she wasn't picked.
Yeah, man.
Banned.
How could you
I
leave
let
the
you
fans
down.
like this?
I let them down. My motivation is the fans, and this time I have let them down, really. True.
But now you're back.
I am back.
This is Medic.
That's Betty.
And we're here to cover Giant X versus Mad Lions Koi. One of these teams will end their winter split. The other will go on to face Vitality on Monday. And they're now making their way out onto the stage. Let's see what they prepared for us this week, because yes, Medic, we did see Yuumi last week. There was a lot of criticism towards the Yuumi.
You can also criticize.
I mean, it was one of those things where, like, I don't think that the Yuumi pick was necessarily the problem, but do I think that there could have been better champions for Ignar that have given Giant X more agency?
Yeah, especially since he wanted to spend so much of the game not attached to anyone anyway.
That's also true, yeah. But we'll see. They've had now time to prep. They've recognized from their mistakes. And for both these teams, they went 0-2 last week. So a lot of going back to the drawing board for both lineups.
I think MDK did have a better performance versus Fnatic than Giant X had against G2. They had some strong early games. Those games were very messy, which seems to be the state of the league at the moment, or at least of the games we've watched so far today. Mad Lions Koi, though, on the blue side will get rid of the Maokai, and Varus taken away by Giant X.
I'm curious as to how Mad Lions rate the brand. Last week against Fnatic...
I mean, it's better now they've added Koi on the end.
You're so annoying. We've been 5 seconds. It took you 5 seconds. Giant X are actually going to ban away the brand that I was just talking about. The Kalista are going to be taken alongside. So some of these big picks that were very important in the Mad Lions Fnatic series yesterday are going to be removed. We're going to be moving down the ladder in terms of the AD carry prioritization. I wonder if something like the Xayah Rakan will be something that's prioritized. We saw Super and Alvaro during the regular season have some great performances on that duo in particular. Or perhaps the Aphelios is something that they want to stick to. We'll see what direction they go. Ivan. We did see one game from Aljoya during the regular season. I do believe they lost that game.
Yeah,
to
I think
my
so too.
recollection.
It's sad, actually. It looks like it might be... I mean, they're just going through a couple of AD carries. Senna locked in for Super.
I think this champ is so strong, man.
Yeah,
like,
really
G2 is taking advantage of the strength of the pick last week. They were combining along with the Hui. The scaling and the range from that duo was absolutely crazy. With Maokai banned away, you imagine things like Nautilus also rise in priority here, something that we've been seeing paired up alongside the Senna very commonly in the bot side of the map.
You can even look for things like Senna Seraphine if you just want to go for a farming, scaling bot lane.
You could.
If you are Mad Lions Koi.
Obviously
really
a little weaker after
the
double support changes.
Yeah, but you can still just scale up.
Sure,
Senna can just be a true support from time to time. You can play that true fasting Senna. Azir and Sejuani, though, locked in for Giant X. I like what I'm seeing for Peach in the jungle, giving him something that has agency, that can find ganks early on, is one of the ways that Giant X can pick up wins. And Jackie's on the Azir. We saw him a lot on the Nico early on in the split. Hasn't played Azir yet in playoffs, only the Army and Silas games, but Azir just very strong as a pick generally at the moment.
Also something he went to a lot during the regular season, right? Something that he'd lean on. But Azir plus Sejuani is a very old school combo. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a Renekton here, it'd be like last year.
Or like 2018 or 2017.
Often you'll pair that Sejuani with these melee AD carry champions, but with the Karma locked in, very curious as to where they actually put this. Well, they put it alongside the Senna in bot lane for a very poke-heavy, long-range scaling. They could even funnel the gold into the Karma and allow Senna to act as that support, or will they move the Karma to mid or top? She's a very flexible champion right now, has a lot of versatility, so I'm very curious as to what
I think if you're Mad Lions Koi, you get rid of anything that can pressure the Senna and the Karma in bottom lane here. You could even look towards banning out Ashe if you want, Caitlyn as well, just something that has that range that can try and match into your push. You could get rid of Heimerdinger as well if you think Ignar might pick that up, but you have such a powerful pushing bot lane, and Mad Lions Koi have shown us that they like to play through bot. They like to get Alvaro and Super ahead, and Elioya can spend his time down there. It's going to be very... Blitzcrank as well stops the ability to engage on the Senna Karma, so I really like this for Mad Lions Koi already. I think they've got a super strong draft.
Giant X, they are concerned about the flexibility of this Karma. Haven't quite committed to where it's going to yet, but they do know that Zac Top has been prevalent as an answer into the Cassante, and Merwin did showcase that so already last week. With the Taliyah now banned away as well, they are kind of hedging their bets. They're just removing some powerful picks like Vi plus Taliyah is an incredibly powerful mid-jungle duo. that they do not want to have to deal with. But still a lot of mid lane options available. Frescari, this split, has played a decent number of Nico. We've also seen him bring out the LeBlanc. I think LeBlanc Vi can also be a very powerful mid-jungle duo if they want to try and find advantages early. Akali was something that we did see from him last week that I think is very good into the Azir matchup. And if Giant do choose to go for this, well, I say immobile in the sense that she has to plant herself when she uses her ultimate. Yes, she doesn't have any innate dashes, and they're going to go for it. So Patrick with the misfortune, something that we haven't seen from him so far this winter. I believe we did see a game of it from Upset during the regular season.
I was away for 2.5 weeks.
You're fine, you're fine.
I'm still thinking about whale sharks, I'm going to be honest. So.
Yeah, I mean, the stats on our screen are confirming it as well. I do remember it popping up once in the regular season. So, I mean, it's a strong team fighter. You look at Giantex's composition, very standard front to back. Great team fight composition. They can pair this up with the Rakan if they want a little bit more engage. They can also go for an Enchanter support if they want to add a little bit more range. They are hovering the Yuumi from last week. Are they going to lock this one in? Are they going to showcase that they're not wrong, it's the kids who are wrong?
Don't do it, Ignar. Come on, man. Come on.
What are we looking at?
Where's the further battle, Leona? There we go. Something a little bit more aggressive. As the Alistar locked in for Ignar, gives them a bit more engaged potential. It is Karma mid. Frescari is going to take that. Nautilus was pushed into the support role. Gwen into Cassante, something we see relatively often. Also gives you a bit more magic damage threat from the Mad Lions Koi lineup. Karma does do a lot with Malignance because you can get her R up, her ultimate up.
Do not underestimate Karma's damage. Her poke is scary. And the craziest thing about Malignance is just mantras up so often, right? And so that Q can be incredibly devastating. I look at Mad Lion Koi's scaling and it's crazy. You've got a Gwen in a side lane who should, in theory, be able to outmatch the Cassante. I know that with the new itemization that has changed how Cassante has been able to handle some of these more scaling carries in the side, but even still, I want to give that edge towards the Gwen. You've also got Senna. As the game goes on, she's only going to get stronger, and compared to a Misfortune, I feel like that it is going to go in the Senna's favor. But when you kind of look at the composition as a whole, Giant have a very simple and straightforward comp to execute. Front to back, great team fighting, a lot of AoE damage, and just a really easy way of playing around these neutral objectives, where I think there's a little bit more nuance involved for the side of Mad Lions Koi.
Definitely agree with you there, Betty. No true tank as well on the side of Mad Lions Koi. Makes it a little bit easier for that MF to go lethality route and actually burst through players rather than having to try and chip away at someone like an Ornn, who would be a little bit more difficult to deal with. Of course, you have the Azir's DPS as well to back it up on the side of Giant. An elimination game between these two teams, or elimination series at least. First to two will make it through to face Vitality on Monday, I believe.
Tomorrow we have our best of 5 between G2 and BDS.
That we do.
So give the teams the extra day to prep in anticipation of that best of 3.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Of course, the support. A lot of support so far this split for Mad Lions Koi. Really working those in, huh? First cast back and you're like, huh?
Have to just test the waters a little bit,
Test the waters.
And like you would with the Koi.
Would you use a Koi to test waters?
Well, I've told this already. You wouldn't use any of your 3 best Kois, your A Koi, your B Koi, or your C Koi, but you might use your 4th best Koi, which would be your D Koi, to test how good the water was.
That doesn't make any sense. Don't applaud that. That doesn't. How would you use a decoy to test the quality of water?
Because if it's poisoned, you throw in your decoy. It's like, obviously there's Koi gang wars happening here. The Koi and the Carp are fighting. It's like a West Side Story all over again.
All right, well, jungle pathing. I know that you're native of the sea. How familiar are you with the jungle?
Not that familiar. I like playing Brand.
Oh, fair.
In Platinum.
Well, both going to start towards the top side of the map and path towards bot. Now, of course, you do have a few options. You can, of course, skip your top side camp. Some people will do that red into like bot side and then path back up towards. Some will start on their Raptors to make sure they can guarantee those Raptors. But it seems that neither are too worried about any potential invades. We'll look at how this early priority could also influence potential invades. You see some deep vision already invested from the side of Mad Lions Koi onto their blue buff. So they're going to recognize when Peach is in the area. But already with this push in bot lane, there's an opportunity for Mad Lions Koi to actually contest that blue buff if they want to, especially with the push that they have in mid as well. Karma has a huge amount of wave clear in the early game and can really push her opponents around. So let's see what Elyoya decides to do. Is the level 2 going to come through very, very soon from Mad Lions Koi's bot lane. The level 3 also going to be secured for Elyoya.
And Peach about half a camp behind in terms of jungle clear. Importantly, Ignar has gone Glacial Augment on the Alistar, means he won't be that tanky early game. You really have to wait until you get your Unbreakable Will before you are that big tanky cow. The Glacial Augment helps you in slowing your opponents, reducing damage, but not like an Aftershock where you can go in and just tank for days. So if a fight does erupt around that blue buff, as it might, with Elyoya pushing in, Alvaro and Super first to move. Big minion wave stacked up here as well. Patrick and Ignar need to deal with that. Patrick still in level 1. Peach coming across. Alvaro is going to land the hook, gets the Aftershock. There's the root as well. Peach tries to jump away. Super will just be able to get a couple of autos down as Peach is forced out of his jungle.
So exactly as we talked about, Elyoya utilizing the priority that he has in both mid and bot to set up for this invade, and all of this comes off the back of that early ward that was dropped onto the blue buff, recognizing that Peach choosing not to start on this side of the map gives Elyoya a clear advantage in the jungle where he can now secure 2 camps, and Giantx can't afford to do anything about it. That would be a lot of farm lost for both Patrick and Ignar, and it's debatable if they would even win out on the straight up 3 versus 3, so they choose not to go for it, and now this wave is in a bit of an awkward spot because they know that Elyoya is hovering around the bot side of the map. Their jungler is nowhere near them right now, and if they overstep, there's a real opportunity for Mad Lions to change, especially with the level advantage that they have over Patrick right now.
So Peach is coming down towards this bottom side of the map, but he'll spot that the Scuttle Crab's been taken. Elyoya is going across towards his red and his Krugs. Peach hasn't got a camp to farm apart from topside Scuttle. Could look for an invade here, will do so. Smite not available for Elyoya. Peach steps in, doesn't spot the red, so Elyoya should be able to take it before Peach gets there. Now Peach has to dash across the wall. The chase on with Vault Breaker. Elyoya decides against it, doesn't need to go any further. Peach so far behind in this early game.
But that presence does alleviate pressure from the bot side of the map. This means that Patrick and Ignar can actually get this push in underneath the tower, and they don't have to be as afraid of stepping up. But the damage is already being done. It's not a significant gold lead, but in terms of experience, you can see the advantage being gained for this Mad Lions bot lane. They're going to tick over to level 4 very, very soon. And they've got the wave in such a nice spot. So now, even without the presence of Elyoya, Super and Alvaro are very, very happy and comfortable, while their jungler will clear the top side of the map. And now you start to shift this focus up towards the top side, because now you're all like, oh, okay, Merwin, Nodoame, how concerned are they about any potential ganks, knowing that the junglers are likely to be on that side?
See Patrick and Ignar here having to try and get that wave in, but back away from Super and Alvaro. Frescari stepping into Peach's topside jungle, seeing if perhaps he can be a bit of a nuisance. Jackie's is going to get rooted up, knocked up with a Vault Breaker, but can dash across the wall. Elyoya skipped his topside camps to try and get in here. Could try and take away the Krugs, or even look towards Odoamne in the top lane as Jackie's falls lower. Does still have the flash, doesn't need it yet. A couple of biscuits in his pockets. He can chomp through those and heal up a little bit in the lane. Odoamne now, with a very sticky wicket of a lane state, has popped the Ghost. No flash on him. Elyoya, Vault Breaker, Pathmaker out, pulls him under the tower, and Elyoya will just force Odoamne away. Wave's going to get shoved in. Odo will have to TP back in here to catch this cannon wave.
Peach is on the bot side of the map. You expect Elyoya to go towards the grub, so my expectation is that Peach should cross-map this for the dragon. Ideally, you want to trade these objectives at around a similar time, because it can easily set you up for a second dragon contest, especially if that's where Mad Lions' priority is.
The risk for Peach, though, is if he goes to the dragon right now, his bot lane has only just had a chance to reset because they had to get the wave in. So Super and Alvaro are back in the lane. Peach would be soloing a Drake. You can see Alvaro realizes that's still a possibility, walks across, pings over on the dragon, and now can step into that river to make sure that Peach is not trying to take it away.
The other problem is Jackie's just doesn't have the HP to contest, right? Frescari with full control over this wave right now. The clear health advantage, you're right. If Peach did try and cross-map that, it would have posed a lot of potential problems, even if they did have the numbers advantage.
Do you think it's fitting that a player called Peach plays for a team called Giant?
No, why?
We just need a player called James as well, and then it'll be... You have James and the Giant, ex-Peach.
How does your brain work?
This is jet lag brain, man, right now.
At first I thought you were talking about the Beanstalk, Jack and the Beanstalk, and I was like, he's got the wrong story in his head. He's going to make a fool of himself, and then you brought it all together.
Me and Roald Dahl were like that. You know?
Well, the dragon is up. That we imagine is going to be the next major objective that these teams look to contest over. And with this wave slowly pushing back in the favor of Mad Lions Koi, they should be able to set up for it. Given that Frescari should maintain control over this mid wave, and has invested the TP now. The first bases have been completed. So let's see, what's Elyoya up to?
He's already level 6 here. Just going to clear out the vision. Peach forced away from this topside Scuttle Crab. And across the board, this is a great start for MDK. You know, you're 1,000 gold ahead, 7 minutes in the game. You have 20 stacks on Super, who is getting easier stacks because he's playing into an Alistar lane. So you've got that melee matchup that you can just keep autoing. Elioya has a lead in the jungle. You're even-ish in mid. You have a lead in AD carry, 20 CS there. It's a very strong start for them. And we talked about the fact they'll scale up well through this game as well. MDK should be pretty happy with the state of affairs. Giant X obviously not too far in arrears, and they do have scaling in the form of Azir. And MF to a degree, but not one of the strongest scaling AD carries in the game.
I mean, everyone's experienced that late game multi-man MF ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Like that. We don't want to underestimate the value of that damage, but it's all about whether or not you can land it. You've got to plant your feet. You've got to make sure that the spacing is good, and your CC's got to connect. And there is definitely some great setup. Patrick in a bit of danger there for Alvaro.
Oh, Ignite going forward. We'll look for the stun here onto Alvaro. You can see Peach on his way as well. Alvaro flashes the Glacial Prism. Super caught up in the slow, but able to escape. Ignite is low here. Does still have the flash, but Super flashes forward. Counter flash from Ignite. Elioya now on his way to join the fray. Patrick has a flash of his own if he needs to invest it, and will do so wisely. As Elioya steps into this bot-side jungle. Frescowy's moved his way across. Peach using the Gromp as a bit of a body block. Cease and desist onto Patrick. No flash on him, remember, as Frescowy's going to get stunned up. But the root on Patrick's enough for Senna to secure the kill. A super shot there by the MDK AD carry.
Nice first blood from Mad Lions Koi. Punishing the all-in from Ignat and responding well to the potential gank from Peach. Super. The only reason why he had to burn his flash was because he saw a kill opportunity onto Ignat. And they were end up... And, I mean, it ended up not even being a kill onto Ignat. They found that kill onto Patrick. The root coming out from the center, that is what Patrick was forced to flash away from. And that's what he was so concerned about. And so to this point, you'll see he feels like, oh, I don't need to flash, but there, that root, that's what he has to flash away. He realizes if it connects, he's going to lose his life. And then just really great positioning from the mid-jungler here from Mad Lions, already on the move towards the bot side of the map. That continued push that Frescowy have, making it so much easier for him to rotate down. And just a great demonstration of how Mad Lions Koi are using their priority very, very well. First Dragon should go in favor of Mad Lions Koi here. Chose to reset. Now they're making their way back out onto the map. Is this an objective they want to try and contest already? Or instead do they want to wait a little bit longer? I
mean, the grubbies are up in 20 seconds, and it's a veritable buffet for Elioya if he goes across there.
It is.
6 grubs, that's all you can eat, if I've ever heard it, Betty. I'm going to have the owners of the shop coming across me like, excuse me, sir, please slow down. It's too much grub for you right now. Sorry, I've charted my inner hysterics there for a moment.
It reminds me of, it's Timon and Pumbaa, right? The grub that they have.
Yes.
And it's crazy how delicious those insects looked in that movie.
Insects are eaten in a lot of the world. Very good source of protein, Betty.
That's good. That's
Shouldn't
what my
look
mother
down your
always
nose
said.
at insects, unless they're on the floor, in which case you do have to look down your nose to see them.
Thank you.
They're the grubs.
Educational.
Gonna get taken.
Yeah, so they're foregoing the Dragon. Mad Lions Koi's priority is on this top side of the map. The beauty of having so much push in the other game is you get so much extra value out of these grubs, right? Because you just chip away at those towers ever so slightly more. I see only 2 plates have been taken so far, 1 top lane, 1 bot lane. Now the Dragon, can it finally be started by Peach? Nope, he's not going to gamble it.
Again, it's about prio, right? Like, they don't know Elioya's on the grubs. They can assume, but they don't have vision. But Frescowy can always get mid-prio. Super and Alvaro have pushed in the bot lane, so that has to be answered by Patrick and Ignite. And now you're starting up the Drake, but Elioya does have the time to get across here. Obviously, you get the notification when those grubs have been taken, all 3 of them at least. So Peach starts it up, but it's going to be difficult.
Notice how Mad Lions Koi abandoned bots to move up towards the top side of the river so they can move into the river with Frescowy. That basically guarantees equal numbers in while Elioya makes his way over.
Frescowy might be caught out. Who's going in? Jackie's tries to land the knockback onto Frescowy, has to burn the flash. Patrick low, cease and desist on him once again, and the MF is just culled from the back of the fight. Now Frescowy's going to join the fray. Another hook connects onto Jackie's, who has no flash of his own, and it's 2 quick kills to MDK.
Well-executed fight from Mad Lions Koi. Jackie's invests his ultimate to try and pick Frescowy off, but he flashes out of the way to avoid that collapse. Meanwhile, the rest of Mad Lions Koi is engaging onto Patrick. Eliminating one of the big damage sources right from the get-go makes this fight an easy one for Mad Lions Koi. So far, an incredibly clean game from Mad, as they've dominated the early game in terms of their priority. They've controlled the jungle, and they've been able to secure every single neutral objective. We're going to look back at this engage, and it's Frescowy who looks caught out initially, but then as the rest of Giants tried to collapse, that is when Mad Lions Koi go for the punish, and it's just a single target lockdown onto Patrick. He loses his life, and then they just chase the remaining members of Giant X. They get themselves another kill, converted into the Dragon. Incredibly clean play so far. They've only lost a plate in top lane. Outside of that, this has been a perfect early game for Mad Lions Koi.
Mad Lions have had their taste of the terrestrial with the Grubs. Now they're having their taste of the aquatic. Patrick Star constantly getting focused down in these fights. They say in the jungle the lion sleeps, but it doesn't seem to be right now, Betty.
It's true.
I've been storing these up for like 2 weeks.
You literally had 2 weeks off, and you were just like, you wrote a little notepad, and you were just like,
Yeah, alongside my proposal lines, which is the puns I was going to use in the LEC.
So you started those, that's how you started your proposal.
Yeah.
She's like, what? And you're like, oh, wrong book, sorry. Herald spawning, 45 seconds. It's okay, Hysterics is my new favorite now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I love his accent.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah, it's got a lot of energy. He also says funny things, usually about things that I don't understand.
Hysterics has this way of just going down like 4 different permutations of an idea and giving you the end result, but not showing his working.
It's true.
How he got there.
It's truly
So
a
it's an
masterclass.
enjoyable experience.
You go on a journey.
Almost 14 minutes on the clock, 3,000 gold lead for MDK, and Giant X have looked very lacking so far in terms of ability to do anything on the map. Alvaro going forward, Peach going to get locked up. Alvaro taking the shortcut with the hook, and Super takes the kill.
I like
MDK's, yeah, the single target lockdown is sublime so far. Jackie's forced away, no flash on him, but he can just dash to the safety of that bush.
I mean, you highlighted it in the play, but just the use of the hook to close the gap, to connect the ultimate, to then allow the center to land the root, to then have the damage come in from Karma, it was clean. I liked it a lot. Very well done.
And this is the problem for Giant X as well. As soon as they step up, Elioya's there. Someone's always there to force them away from the tower. The Grub's obviously helping out. Those little Void Mites going to help chip away at this turret, but there's no space for Giant X on the map. Every time they step into any area of darkness, they're met with 2 or 3 members of MDK. Next up, the Rift Herald, you have to assume. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake, and you can see Alvaro and Elioya just teaming up. They'll path through mid together. At the moment, Super has a lot of protection from that bottom side of the map. You can see the control ward and a couple of extra wards, keeping him safe if he pushes forward. Alvaro now pathing towards bot, deciding that Elioya can do the Rift Herald by himself, it seems.
I mean, they still have control of the top. There is a 0 gold difference. Well,
it's 12 now.
Okay, yes, there's 12.
26. Kanik Rukon has turned this top lane around, Betty.
Effectively neutral in top lane.
If I gave you 26 gold, and then I took it away, you wouldn't say that was effectively neutral.
Well, I would, because if you gave me the 26 and then asked for it back,
I worded that poorly.
Haha!
You were technically correct.
Now, the cross map is happening from Giant X. They will steal away a red buff, which consequentially, Mad Lions not going to be too upset about. But at the very least, it's something back for Giant X. They are kind of scaling towards those team fights. They're hoping that they can get a nice 5 versus 5, but at the rate at which Mad Lions Koi is accelerating this game, like this center is stacking now. What, is that 49 that I see?
It is 49 stacks and 2 items already. Opportunity and the Yumu's Ghostblade complete. The Rift Herald charges in. Elioya's taking his driving lessons. They'll wait for it to walk past the turret before they pick it up to make sure you can drive it into the second one.
Play.
Mite's helping out as well. The root's going to land here onto Peach. The Herald charges in and Peach is locked up. Ignar trying to dive into the backline. Not a lot of damage coming out from Patrick with that bullet time. Oda1 TP's in. Elioya trying to get away from the Cassante. Ghosting forward. Jackie's dashes in as well. Elioya should be able to trade with Cassante here. Can just Vault Breaker away, but the Q3 knocks him back. Alvaro's killing. Jackie's off towards the top side. All the meanwhile, Merwin is just taking towers. Oda1 led them all on a merry chase, but in the end, the rest of MDK are able to collapse. Ignite now ticking onto Elioya. Oda1 trying to trade back forward. He gets her back. Elioya going back onto Ignar. Blast going away for the Alistair, not in time. 2 kills to Alvaro, and Patrick has nowhere to go. MDK 8-0 up, Betty.
They didn't lose a single member in a 4 versus 5. An incredibly impressive team fight from Mad Lions Koi. The shielding, the healing, absolutely incredible. Merwin looking to get another tower top, and I think he's going to get it. There's nothing that Peach can do to lock him down. Is he going to give up? Yeah, he's going to be forced to. Thumbs up from Merwin. That's a 7K gold lead 17 minutes in.
And a Drake up for them in 2 seconds' time. They need to clear out a little bit of this vision, but they are so far ahead. Locket complete on Alvaro, who's gone Solstice Slay as a support item. Malignant's already complete on Frescowi. Item and a half for Elioya. Merwin on his way to 2, probably sitting on about a K and a half after taking those towers in the top lane. Gets a Haunting Guise and some Ionian boots. And you can see Giant X don't even really want to play around the Drake. They know that's where MDK are going to be, so they overload the top side to make sure that Jackies can get this push in. Objective Bounties, the name of the game. I'm more of an Objective Snickers sort of man, but the coconut in the Bounties doesn't really agree with me.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately for Giant X, they're not going to have much of a choice as to which delicacy they go after as Mad Lions Koi continue their assault. They have a wave in bot lane, they continue to push. They're setting up with the 4-1 already. Merwin sieging down the mid lane tower that's already gone. They're looking after the base.
And Jackies has no TP and they know that.
Nice ultimate there to clear out as much of the wave as possible.
And gets most of it. Alvaro getting pulled back here. They're going to land a knock-up. Cease and desist onto Patrick, and Merwin comes in from the side. Ignar now running for hills. Odo's already down. Nakasante nowhere near as tanky as he would be later in the game. MDK have another minion wave pushing in. It's 10-0. It's a 6,000 gold lead, Betty. And this is looking mighty one-sided.
They're making it look easy from start to finish. They have just dominated, already sieging onto the inhibitor towers. Mad Lions Koi looking to do what T1 did to them. They're going to back away for now, though.
About 2 minutes too late.
Yeah, they're going to back away, though. Giant X left wanting. Very few options for them right now. The deficit that they find themselves in, unless they get some sort of miracle fight. But even then, I think that with the amount of utility on the side of Mad Lions Koi, you've got a shield on the passive of Vi, you've got the shield from the Karma, you've got the heal coming out from the Senna, and then you've also got the Locket. Like, it's just shields on shields on shields on shields, and it feels like that they can actually survive that initial wombo combo burst, and then they just win the extended fight. So, Giant X, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board because it feels like that this is Mad Lions' game to lose.
And how would they lose it? Like, it would be a throw of monumental proportions. It's not. I don't even think it can just be Giant X playing well anymore. I think it has to be MDK making a few mistakes. Maybe there's a 500 gold bounty on Super. There's 300 on Alvaro. Maybe they overstep a little bit. Maybe that's what's happening right now as Alvaro trying to get away from this. Lands the knock-up onto Patrick with the depth charge. Hook goes wide, though. MDK now stepping forward. Jackie's in a good position. Control ward in the bush means he hasn't been seen as of yet. Though I think he may have walked past some minions in the mid lane, so they would know that he's on his way. Elioya trying to flank from the top side.
But look at the control they have. They've created a line in Giant X's jungle. Observer's highlighting it for us now. There is that one ward around the Baron, but Mad Lions Koi forced Giant X out of their side of the jungle, and they're just clearing out the vision. If you want to step up, you're going to pay for it.
Onweme is taking damage, even though that magic damage shield still sitting pretty on him. He's down below half. Super, the Dawning Shadow coming out as Odoamne's forced away. Already Patrick down again. That's his 5th death out of 11 for the team. MDK.
That's going to be a Baron, I think.
Yeah, can just turn towards the Baron,
There
as
are
you say.
TPs available on both Jackies and Odoamne, but even if they do flank, what are they going to achieve with it? The Baron now being started.
I mean, do you flank just so maybe Peach can get in? I think that might be the play. TP behind, all out, the jungler out. Odoamne could look.
You think Peach is getting in?
Peach was trying, but he can't get close enough. Rotten to the core this game from Giant X as Peach is forced away. At the moment, that pit doing a little bit of work as Peach not gobbled out, but Frescowi will kill him off in the end. Another kill in the books for MDK. The Baron still being done by Super and Merwin. And 21 minutes in, it's a Baron buff. It is a 9,000 gold lead, and it is an absolute demolition here from Mad Lions Koi.
12 kills to 0. They've lost 3 towers, but I have to say it again, a flawless game from Mad Lions Koi. I have seen, I mean, maybe there are mistakes that I didn't comment on, but what an incredible game from them. The fact that they've bounced back from their performance against Fnatic from last week. Like, they had a very close nail-biter game against Fnatic, which they just fell short on at the very end. But this is very clean stuff, and this is exactly what you want to be seeing from a team after they've spent the week going back to the drawing board and figuring out how they want to change here in the lower bracket of the playoffs.
I think it's also the polar opposite of how their Fnatic series went. That was a very messy series. There were lots of skirmishes, there were lots of fights. Here, MDK have just suffocated Giant X out of the game. There's been nothing that GX have been able to do. Inhibitor now falling in the mid lane, already bot lane inhib down, still 90 seconds before that one respawns. Next wave in about 20 seconds will crash towards that top lane inhibitor tower. Hex flash forwards by Ignar, but he can't get close enough to really do any work. Elio now sinking that wave in the bottom lane, double supers on their way. Mid lane wave about to die, as only the cannon will survive. Merwin pushes in top. There's the knockup with the depth charge. Patrick forced back underneath his Nexus towers. Ignar forced back down to half HP. That cow getting absolutely boiled by MDK. Oda1 tries to step forward, rooted up, locked up, taken out as he's forced back to the fountain. That's 3 inhibitors at 23 minutes. Jackie is now just absolutely deleted, and the bullet time can buy you a second. But it's Agent Smith winning this one, Patrick. MDK just wipe away Giant X once again. They're tanking the towers, and those towers won't last for much longer as the Nexus tower's down, 15 kills to nil. A demolition by Mad Lions Koi.
An exquisite performance from Mad Lions Koi. You mentioned it, but I'm going to mention it again. 0 deaths for Mad Lions Koi. Giant X, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board as we go to a quick break.
Wow, this is amazing.
I mean, I had a break, so... do you want to try? I'll be right back.
I want to try. Me? Maybe. What am I gonna do?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Wow, Veli! Incroyable, magnifique. What? No, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, keep it. It was so good.
Yours was better.
Frescowi's moved his way across. Peach using the Grump as a bit of a body block. Cease and desist onto Patrick. No flash on him. Remember, as Frescowi's going to get stunned up, but the root on Patrick's enough for Senna to secure the kill. A super shot there. Jackie's tries to land the knockback onto Frescowi. Has to burn the flash. Patrick low. Cease and desist on him once again, and the MF is just cold from the back of the fight. Now Frescowi's going to join the fray. Another hook connects onto Jackie's.
I know Miss Fortune. No flash, Miss Fortune. Casante. Yeah, I'm taking the gates. Okay. No flash on him. Nice.
I played this so good, but hey, nice.
I blame it.
And welcome back to our second elimination game of the day as Giant X got 0 kills here in game 1. Guys, the last time this happened was spring 2023 against Mad Lions as well. But it's been a year. How crushing was this defeat on this side of Giant X?
And to be fair, it is really a rare sight. As we could see, the game was not a perfect game. They did get some turrets for GX, fortunately, but honestly, it doesn't look as good. And yeah, let's be honest, MDK actually played like really solid early game, and they just like capitalized on that.
I mean, we knew that there was a lot of fire coming from the side of these rookies, Aragon, and they showed it up once again, bringing a new champion. We knew that Karma was really strong. I didn't see the champion mid lane, quite too much, but I want to focus on what happened bot lane here, because we said that Ignite needs to be on engaged champions. Didn't work out so well, being dove all over again.
Yeah, absolutely. And this feels like classic MDK. You moving around as a set 3-man unit, these set plays down bot side with priority in the bot lane, moving with Elyoyo and Alvaro and finding plays in the enemy jungle, whether it's invades or dives, they always manage to pull it together.
Yeah, and when it comes to engage, right, we did talk about the fact we want to have that like synergy between Peach and Ignar, and we want Ignar engage. But this was a game where he cannot really engage the way he wants, even though they have an MF and they want to pressure that Senna. It just felt like they were suffocating pretty much on lane, and as we said, they had 3 losing lanes in this game.
Yeah, kind of difficult when you don't have prior, which gave a boulevard, I feel like, to Yoya here, Aragon, who was the maestro here in this Mad Lions Koi early game, leading his team to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have triple prior lanes, you're open to doing absolutely anything. You can gank bot on every single slow push, you can gank top, you can do absolutely anything you want, because no matter what, you will always have first move.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't know, like it doesn't look too hot for GX, I'll be honest. Like they have to for sure try to find a way to first, of course, in the draft, try to give some more tools.
Yeah.
Because it just felt like even though they tried to draft to their strength, it didn't feel like they could do anything actually.
I want to take a look at the draft a bit later here, because even though they were not in the best setup to keep the ball running and make something happen here, for me it's also been critical mistakes, individual ones here. Aragon on the side of Peach especially, who we've been praising lately for being a bit more active, didn't have a lot of room to do so here today. But the jungle mid duo from Giant X today was clearly underperforming. We'll see what happens next.
So I went back and looked at all the games where they were getting leads, because recently they've been struggling, right? And generally the leads they were getting were actually through Jackies and Peach teaming up together with setup in the mid and jungle. Stuff like the Zinzao LeBlanc, stuff like the Maokai plus more setup from the mid lane like the Nico. And then they would transfer that lead down to bot side or wherever, and then team fight as well. But this Karma pick, I know you don't want to talk about draft, but this Karma pick flex neutralized Jackie so much to the point they just could not snowball through mid.
No, but that's the thing, and I think it's important because we've been criticizing Giant X approach last week and the way they've been preparing draft. We know that Mad Lions has always been, since the beginning of the year, this team that can innovate, bring new things to the table, but also play by the book. Here, they have an advantage, winning the first game. When you look at the side of Giant X and Jackie's, for instance, who is a rookie, how do you expect the team to bounce back, and what do you want to see in the second game here, Trimby? They will be playing on the same side. Improvements and adjustments, but where?
Well, yeah, when it comes to red side, well, one of the this is like really favorite, at least for me, because it just feels like you can actually find the counter picks to make use of it, right? And sadly, in the game 1, they did not make use of that, right? They had, as we said, 3 losing lanes. They didn't have any like kind of tools to actually play around anything. And when they tried to play around stuff, MDK was just better, right? They had like better 2v2s, 3v3s, 4v4s, and the game just, went downhill from there. So I really hope that they're gonna get some easier tools. I personally didn't really like the Sejuani. I feel like that champion, especially One Tooth, feels like quite weak compared to the other champions like Zinzao that are like much more sufficient in like so many ways. So I really hope there's gonna be a little bit of change in that. And I hope that bot lane will be also able to fight 2v2, because I'll be honest, I felt like bot lane was already doomed from the first wave, the way they were playing like 2v2, you know? And after that happens with an MF lane, I feel like it feels so bad to give Senna so much like options and priority to make use of everything.
Yeah, and that's where I want to give props to MDK's coaching staff, because they clearly did such good scouting. They came to the same conclusions as me, where they target banned Peach by banning away his Maokai and the Xin Zhao, giving him such simple early game where he'd go mid and then snowball using the setup from Jackie's. And that forced Peach to pull out his classic Sejuani that he's played for a very long time, but I just don't rate the Sejuani as much. I really want to see more firepower in the mid and jungle, stuff like Lee Sin LeBlanc, you know, bring that old classic out.
Now, on the side of Mad Lions Koi, we saw a lot of different stuff from this team, and we know that they like to take risks. And as Melzet was saying in the coach interview before the game, if their players feel something in the moment, he will let them do it. Do you wanna take risks going into this game, or do you think the approach is gonna be, let's keep things simple, guys, and close this out quickly?
I think it depends how you view it, because if it's something that it's not really too prepared, or it's something that they're really interested to see how it's gonna be in an official game, I think sure, let's try it. But if it's something they're actually been preparing for a while, and they're maybe not sure so much, but they have a feeling it's good, I don't think you should actually show it in this game, because when you come as MDK, you're like, yeah, I mean, this series is looking quite good for us as of now, and we didn't really have to change anything outside of just us playing the same game we've been playing in regular split. So for now, it's just about making sure that you stick to your identity, because it looks like it's working against GX as of now.
Do or die, once again, GX on the verge of elimination here. What kind of advice would you give the players before we head into the draft, of course, Aragon?
I think it's incredibly difficult, right? But I'm on the same sort of wavelength as Trimby. I would make sure to give them a draft that they're very comfortable on and go back to the style that they were actually winning games on in the regular season. There weren't that many wins, but when they were winning, it was through that mid 2v2.
Yeah, and it did feel like, for instance, for me, right, like the picks like MF, I can see, like Patrick is a guy, at least from solo queue, as far as I know, he likes to experiment with different stuff, and he's not scared of like picking out some new champs. Like I don't think MF was like played much if ever.
Yeah.
So it was fine into Senna, but it was not really good in versus enemy team code that they already built upon. So that was like something that felt a bit odd. And as you can see, well, Mad Lions Koi, as you said, Aragon, is just Maokai, Xin Zhao, again banning out Peach. We're starting out with the Varus ban, so Supa cannot really fight too much on bot lane. I think it's same bans as they were game one.
Yeah, exact same bans so far. No reason that it would change.
I imagine now they'll follow up with the Karma, thank goodness. That was neutralizing Jackie so much. I think maybe the Ivan was a staple ban against El Yoyo as well, or the Brand if that's OP. If Brand is open, then I imagine they might just first pick that.
That's true, actually. Brand was banned previously, now we try to change it with Karma, so let's see what's gonna be the third ban, because Brand, it is a quite powerful pick, especially if Peach decides to pick against Sejuani.
They're both of them, so they're trading them.
Okay, we're basically gonna... I mean, I'm not sure if it's gonna be Senna again. Maybe it is. It's quite of a strong champion, and with the flexibility that they showed, it might be looking good. And yeah, we're seeing it again, the Senna. I'm curious what's gonna be the counter picks, or like the 1-2 picks, because Azir is a solid champion, don't get me wrong, but you have to kind of pair it as well as something that actually can like do something in the game. I felt like Azir Sejuani as a mid-jungle duo is not as oppressive as you would like it to be, as well as you kind of want Azir to both be scaling and kind of be able to fight, and I don't think that's something that Sejuani can provide.
And this is something we see in a lot of the drafts. Their drafts are often very one-dimensional. They'll blind pick Odo, his super comfort, and then pick their jungle and AD often early as well. I really hope we see Peach and Jackie's on some kind of strong 2v2 duo. I think what they were really dead set on was some kind of front-to-back comp with the Azir and Sejuani in the front line, but it looks like they might change that with the early proactivity on the role.
I mean, I really like it. Like, although I'm on Rumble, that's a champion that, oh my god, in 2021 he was getting banned off all the time because it was his like signature champion. So I really hope it's gonna be looking
good. Is it still as good though? Because we know that he's a master of the champion, but it's there from this patch.
Ah, the Rumble. I mean, you already got a pretty nice setup with Israel, and you flex it, so I believe it's a nice pick. Let's see if they're gonna, I don't know, maybe look for like a Poppy angle. For now, it's just Akali, so they want to give some more like threat into an enemy team. I wouldn't like to see Ivern specifically here. I think with Akali, you kind of want to match with more aggressive jungler. Oh, okay, actually, Sejuani Akali sounds I would say it does sound fine with especially Senna on their side, because there's actually any kind of front line that Senna can like work with. What I assume now will happen with GX is that they're gonna either look for a mid counter on Akali, unless they think the Akali is a counter to Rambo, but I don't think that is the case, because I don't think... Back in the day, it used to be like a Hex Drinker meta. Okay, it's Jhin, so basically we decide to mismatch bot lane, and we don't want to fight unless we're gonna get a good matchup, which might happen, because we have a last pick, right? So Jhin is just a neutralizer, which I would say he's quite of a good one. The only issue is you see already Sejuani. If you're gonna see another tank, which might...
or something?
Yes, which might be a counter to Rambo, because that's what we actually see a lot of times, well, then it's gonna be a bit annoying. They already go for Tankage ban as well, which I would say is a really good ban with like champs we already have.
Yeah, probably gonna maybe a Nautilus ban as well, banning away the pairings. That's also a good duo with Sejuani.
I'm thinking actually if it's not gonna be Mad Lions Koi who ban Nautilus, but we'll see that, because think about it, maybe you want to just go like the Leona and just actually fight bot lane, because Leona Jhin, quite of an old school duo, but they already have the Damwon skins together, so it is actually a bot lane that can pull off quite a lot of miracles. I'm not sure if in this match, but sure. Well, actually they banned Talia, so I guess they're thinking it might be, but I don't see much of a reason. Maybe it's actually good 1v1. Okay, there is a Hui ban as well. I think it's a pretty good... I think Hui has a really good setup, but I'm not sure if you want to have that much AP. Okay, I'm not sure if they should actually go for Nautilus.
I wonder what AD mid they're going to pair up the Sejuani with, because if you go an AP mid here, you're going to be really overstacked, I feel like, topside.
Yes.
So maybe, what are your AD mids that synergize well with Sejuani? Yone?
I mean, knowing Frescovi... Oh, he actually likes to play Ezreal. It might be Ezreal mid, even though it's blind. I think he likes one of those champions. I don't know how good it is this game.
Oh no.
Maybe it's just Corki. Maybe you just think about Corki though. I mean, I would say maybe it's too much AP damage actually.
Tristana.
Okay, Tristana, I guess. Okay, yeah, sure. That makes absolute sense. I mean, they did pick Nautilus, so Braum angle is fine. It's quite of a good neutralizer, but they have a last pick on mid lane. And I'm really curious how they're gonna salvage all of it.
Orianna maybe? They need some kind of... It's a good matchup into the Tristana.
But then they lack kind of the base damage, like the constant damage, right? With Jhin, Rambo, it's more like a burst champs or like the champions that want to set up. Okay, we're going full poke, full like, kind of all-in way. I'm not sure how is the Jace Tristana matchup. I do think it's a bit better for Triss when it comes to scaling. But I think what's gonna be happening a lot first bot lane, even though it's a Braum, I think Jhin, Nautilus can actually look for stuff with Rel. And second is how the top lane will go versus Akali versus Rambo. But do you have any like idea how it could look nowadays?
I imagine the Rumble gets early shoved for a long time, but then Merwin, we've seen, he's very good on Akali. He actually flexed this before, so I was suspicious if it was going to be a flex pick early on. But yeah, I imagine the skirmishing's pretty good with the melee topside.
Looking at both compositions like this, given what Mad Lions Co has been able to do in Game 1 in the crushing way, they defeat Giant X. Who do you expect is going to take this one?
I think I would say this draft might favor GX just because of how much tools and like poke they have. And I think like the champions they get make quite a bit of sense into enemies. But again, right, enemy team has Tristana with Braum, they have a Senna, and they have like a Sejuani, which most of the time is quite tanky. It feels like the front to back for the left side is just so oppressive that it might not be even like worth picking so much poke and setup from the other side.
It's about how much uptime the carries are going to get versus that poke, you know, dropping the Rumble R as well as the Jace poke and the Jhin R. So it'll have to be down to execution, I think.
Let's see if Mad Lions Co's domination continue here in Game 2 as we leave it with Medivedi.
Thank you very much, Laura. We are into Game 2 of this series. Things continue the way they did in Game 1. We'll be heading home in about 25 minutes. Very Mad Lions just dominating. Absolutely one-sided stomp. Giant X have a few more tools in their toolkit this game, though. Obviously, Odoamne picking up his Rumble. Played that once so far in Winter, won on it. But we do have Jackie's, Patrick, and Ignar all first timing, at least for 2024. They're champions on the bottom and middle of the map.
I am very curious as to how this early prio is going to work. We think back to Game 1, the biggest reason why Mad Lions quite won that early game, they had pushing lanes everywhere, right? and the composition in and of itself from Giant X didn't matter. And sometimes like that's the case, right? You kind of look at a draft and its totality, and you believe, well, okay, like if these comps fight, this team should win. But at the pro level, it's never quite as simple as that. And Mad Lions demonstrated for his last game why that's the case. So we've been seeing them try to get more prio this week. Last week we saw Akali from Friscawi. We also saw the Ezreal. Ezreal was a neutralizer. The Akali wasn't a great performance from him. But game one, he went for the Karma. This time he's going for the Tristana. Both champions that are really good at getting that push in lane. And credit to Friscawi, he moves a lot with Elyoya. He does a really good job of working with his jungler to work with where they have pressure. This bot lane should be a little bit different compared to what we saw last time round. Braum, while a pretty powerful duelist, thanks to his passive in the early game, against this Jhin, I'm curious as to if they have more power. It looks like Senna still wins.
And concussive blows are just so powerful in the 2v2, and when you get unbreakable as well for Alvaro, it becomes very hard for Ignar to ever hook in, because you hook in, you're met by a shield that blocks all of Jin's 4 shots, and then it can be a big struggle for Ignar to ever get out of the play.
You also have a few options on Braum too. You could go back to your teammate when the engage comes through, or you can actually just run at the other AD carry to just lock him up, right? Your slow from your Q is still very powerful. So
what's he going to do, auto your shield?
Yeah, exactly, right? So, and then Braum will still have the W afterwards once he realizes that the other support is kind of isolated. Anyway, on the top side of the map is the matchup I'm actually the most curious about, because Akali, well, she loves melee matchups. She favors when you kind of have to come into her. The extended range that she has on her Q is really nice into these shorter range champions.
Wait, Peach is going to jump this wall,
I see Peach. Level 3, looking for an early gank bot lane.
No pings. Elyoya didn't spot him. He's going to jump across the wall, look for that invade. This is so smart, actually, from Giant X, because they know MDK have been playing around the prio in the bottom lane to look for the invades. Here, they preempt the fact that Elyoya is going to invade. Super having to get away with the flash heal burnt already. Alvaro now trying to escape as well. Still only level 2, but Elyoya pulls away from the blue buff, comes across for the gank, flashes forward, lands on Peach. Peach re-engages. Patrick has no shots left. Nothing left in the gun right now as the stun lands onto Peach. Patrick reloads, but just not in time. MDK react well to the change of play from Giant X. Ignar stunned up, no flash for him, but concussive blows won't proc in time.
Wow. So Mad Lion Koi's bot lane do a good job of moving from the lane into the river. They don't try and retreat back to the tower because they know even if this jungler is creating this gank from behind, their jungler is still in the bot side river. So as soon as they can close that gap, the better. Alvaro does a good job of mitigating a lot of the damage thanks to his shield, and they buy enough time to turn this one around. So the gank is going to come through, only level 2 for the bot lane. The heal immediately popped and the flash. Great response. But then look at how much this is mitigating with the shield from Alvaro. They then turn their attention to him. The 4th shot is then going to come out from Patrick. And like, what other damage does he have? Nice engage from Elyoya. The re-engage from Peach, they think it's enough, but they just don't quite have the damage. And now Peach is isolated from his team. And again, it's this Sejuani Braum double passive, just gives so much utility and damage in this early game that Mad Lions Koi find themselves another first blood.
Patrick uses the 4th shot into an aftershock Sejuani as well, while the aftershock's active, so it's even tankier. Very difficult for Giant X to win out that fight. As soon as Elyoya joined, you could see they were trying to preempt it. It was smart play initially to get round and get the gank off, but as you say, very well coordinated by MDK to escape it. Once again, they are out to an early lead. Ignar now teaming up with Peach, trying to get some vision in here on Elyoya, who was unable to steal away as many camps as he did in game 1 because that fight did begin. Patrick and Ignar here as well for the grubs. Now the wave is being held in the bottom lane. We'll see if that's frozen by Alvaro or whether or not he's just trying to hold it outside of the tower so that Super can get there in time. Ignar going forward. Friscawi jumps away from the dredge line. And Patrick and Ignar will work their way back down towards bot as the wave starts to crash in towards their turret.
Should be a Dragon Star here for Mad Lions Koi. You can see Giant X don't want to give it away completely uncontested. Rel clears those grubs very quickly, but already the push is coming in from Mad Lions Koi.
They're gating really well here. They're making it very difficult for Patrick and Ignar to get back down towards the bottom lane because they can anticipate, hey, we've started to shove the wave in bot. They're going to try and get back down here. We know Ignar was around mid, so if we can catch him out, it gives us more time for Super to push in the wave, get some damage on this tower, and deny XP from Patrick and Ignar.
But they can't spend too much time here because notice that Jackie's is already here. This will be a 3v4.
Peach dives in, the root on Alvaro as well, super stunned up, and Jackie's comes in. Patrick takes the kill, super down first, Alvaro sacrificed as well as Elioya limps his way away. 2 kills over to Giant X.
And this is exactly what I was just talking about. They initially respected the fact that Fresskowy wouldn't be able to move as easily as Jackie's was. He cleared out that mid wave and he had immediate access to his side of the jungle, whereas Fresskowy would have been forced to go all the way around. Regardless though, MDK still tried to force a fight. This time, though, they had the additional damage of Jackie's, and they were able to find 2 kills. Elioya, though, is still hovering around bot lane. Super and Alvaro will make their way back. This is a huge minion wave, though.
Can't fight that.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it, because even if you get a kill, is it worth all the experience and gold that that wave would contain? Just look at the minimap here. You can see that Jackie's is underneath this tower, and sorry, Fresskowy is underneath the tower, whereas Jackie's has already made his way over to the fight, and that extra damage was all they really needed. They get a kill handed over to Patrick. Do they end up giving it? No, they end up giving the other kill over to Jackie, so it ends up being a kill for both carries, and Giant X finally find themselves with a small gold lead for now, and definitely a relief from all of the pressure that Mad Lions Koi have been putting on them ever since the start of last game.
Yeah, probably the first bit of sloppiness we've seen from MDK as well. They didn't need to push forward for the fight. They could have just satisfied themselves with denying a few CS to that tower, getting a bit of chip damage down towards the first plate, which seems to have fallen. Instead, they look for the fight, and because of it, they lose both of their bot lane and their support's lives. Still a lead, though, for Super in terms of CS. You can see he's 63, 64, about to tick over to 46. Only a slight gold lead because of the kill that Patrick did acquire.
Keep your eyes on mid as Peach is hovering around the lane, has the level 6 now. But nope, nothing really going to come off the back of it. Elioya just going to be clearing through his bot side, getting close to his level 6. He should be able to secure it after red buff. But with no major objectives on the board at play, unlikely that we're going to see anything too chaotic. Just a bit of trading back and forth. The grubs will be spawning relatively soon. You imagine that will be Peach's prerogative to try and get. And credit to Merwin, he's kept this matchup very even. I expected it to be a little bit more favored towards the Rumble, especially running the Comet. We've seen, I believe it was Merwin that we saw do this last time, where, of course, you can use your Q to reduce the cooldown of your Comet, which means that, you know, it's a pretty effective trading tool in the top side of the map, but Fleet Footwork just gives you way more sustain, which is often what I would have thought that you would need against a Rumble. But hey, Merwin still, regardless, doing a very good job. Has a small CS advantage, which should be closed by Odoamne catching that wave any second. And grubs now in 35 seconds.
Another plate falling in the mid lane, no one there to pick it up though. Jackie's the only red gold lead for Giant X right now, about 200 gold ahead and even gold between the two teams. Looks like Ignar's going to reset, not yet level 6, I don't think he's in range for the XP from these, so won't get it before he bases. He'll team up with Peach to look towards those grubs, as you say, coming up in about 15 seconds time. Elioya's on that side of the map as well.
The difference is Ignar is making his way out onto the map first, but he's not level 6 yet, whereas Alvaro is. Would love to see Ignar making his way over. Ooh,
Ignite. Odo's dead. Yeah, he's just dead.
Oh, the shield.
No, I think Ignite still gets him. It's enough for Merwin. A blasting one enough to take down the Rumble. Remember, without his mech, he's just a little Yordle. You can always kill him.
Flawlessly done there from Merwin. Very well played. Akali does have a lot of trade potential. Wasn't expecting that tower dive to come through, though. Credit to Merwin. Now the Herald fight, but the numbers in favor of Mad.
Out from Alvaro. Elioya going in. Currently, it's a 4v3 in favor of Giant X, but Super joins the fray. Peach diving in. Alvaro able to escape, and Peach getting burst out by MDK. A huge investment from Giant X to try and get these grubs. Instead, they lose their jungler, and they'll lose at least one of these. Odo could look for a steal, decides against it, doesn't really want to invest anything into taking away one of these grubs. Going to be 3 for 3 on as even in terms of the grubbies.
I underestimated. I thought that Merwin would actually just go straight from top down towards the fight. I guess he argued, you know what, I'm too low on basing, guys. It ends up being a 4 versus 4. I guess that's why Giant X actually thought they could win the fight, because they were saying, hey, Patrick is going to be here before Super well, so it should be in our favor, but the amount of stall that Braum Sejuani has is excessive. And even in this early game, just because of the Unbreakable, they just have so much durability. And the Sejuani passive, it's a lot.
And you have extra CC coming out from the Senna, you've got damage from her, you've got healing, you've got the Tristana who's able to free fire, and you've got Jackie's getting caught out here in the mid lane. Dawning Shadow coming across. Jackie's has the flash, and Frescowi saves his life by knocking him away with the Buster Shot. A little bit of a miscalculation there. Frescowi did the maths, but damn, he's bad at it as he kicks him away to safety. He will still get some damage on the tower in the mid lane.
I guess he believed that with the explosion from his E and the ultimate, that would be enough burst damage, but that health pot doing wonders for Jackie's, keeping him at just above the required HP. I thought that they would just siege for this tower. They decided, you know what, we need to go back to base. We need to reset, spend some of our gold. Very close call there for Jackie's, but the gold lead still mounting in favor of Mad Lions Koi. Leandri's actually picked up for Merwin. I mean, I've seen a lot of Akali builds. Comet with Leandri's Rush is definitely on the lower end of ones that I've seen.
You're going to pick it up for your solo queue.
Not that I have any criticism towards it, of course. Like, it's just so many build variations. I have to imagine that this one is more about like chipping away your opponents, and obviously you can take full advantage of the passive because you're in fights for so long. Anyway, the Dragon being started off by Giant X. Super still needs to make his way down. I don't think he's going to get there in time. And Mad Lions Koi, I think, should just prioritize that mid-tier 1. Let's see what they decide to do, though.
Alvaro will step forward, the Drake taken. MDK just trying to stop Giant X from having a free route towards this mid lane. Frescowi pushing forward. There's the Glacial Fissure going down. Unbreakable used as well as Peach falls lower. Yoya diving in. Equalizer on the back line. Not able to get the damage down here from Odawamne. Merwin, though, diving forward. They've taken out one already as Frescowi gets the kill. Jackie's forced away. The rest of Giant X still trying to get back towards that mid lane. The curtain's open. Will they close on Elioya? Again, the Unbreakable eats a shot, but Alvaro eats his death. Frescowi now diving forward. Jackie's and Odawamne low, looking for the resets. Can't find them. Glacial Prison flashed by Patrick. Super still stepping in, looking for a bit more damage. Last Embrace, the stun. This cleanse not enough to allow Patrick to escape.
Great awareness of his damage output there. Super finds an extra kill onto Patrick. I believe that ended up being a 3-for-1, maybe a 3-for-2 in favor of Mad Lions Koi. They would love to secure that mid tower as well, but if he overstays TP coming in, I don't think Odo can get anything here. His ult doesn't back up, or is it?
No. That's about halfway off this cooldown.
Okay, my apologies.
I mean, you gave us a moment of tension, though. It's like one of those murder mysteries where you know exactly who's done it, but it's like, oh, but did the policeman do it with the tartan of milk?
I thought that they would just act as zoners to try and allow for Super and Frescowi to get the tower. They go all in. They get a good amount of damage onto Peach, who's able to get away to safety. But then Merwin comes in, cleans up the explosive shot, ends up getting it. Then you know what, they back away. They realize, you know what, we can't get anything more of that. Giant X trying to retreat, Mad Lions Koi trying to retreat. Then Patrick said, hey, still got this ultimate available. I think this could be a good fight. Ignore with the re-engage, but Alvaro blocks so much damage from both Odawamne and Patrick. They end up trading 1-for-1, but with this numbers advantage, they think that they can keep chasing. They get the flash out then from Patrick, and then Super, I think Patrick wasn't expecting this. He reacted incredibly well. Good cleanse, but the damage was far too much, and Super secures another kill.
Super on the center having an excellent series so far. 46 stacks on him, 14 minutes into the game. So definitely doing a lot of work for his team. Patrick steps forward here. The control will cleared out by Elioya and Merwin, but this will be the mid lane tier 1 falling and a 3,000 gold lead materializing for MDK after a much more even early game than game 1.
For sure. I mean, they're finding great fights again, and I just think G2 picked up the center, Mad Lions, Koi picking up the center. I think center is really strong. I do think some teams are sleeping on the power of this pick. I feel like the whole idea is like, oh, she scales, you know, she's really good in the late game, but I'm yet to see teams successfully punish this champion in the laning phase. And perhaps there are better teams out there that are better at punishing this champion, but in Europe, they are struggling to do just that.
All right, Betty, I have been away for a little while, but having watched today and a few of the VODs, I can say there are definitely better teams out there. Okay?
Well, you don't know that for certain, okay? You gotta give me something, man.
I know you went to the dentist recently. Did you get a prescription for that copium? Or? Some powerful stuff you're on right now,
Lions Koi putting their focus towards the bot side of the map. Dragon's running around minute 45. And Again, they're creating this 4-1 setup. They love this setup. They've been using it all season long. Usually it's Merwin sitting in the isolated lane. This time, though,
I don't think the Rift Tower is really necessary.
Oh, there he is. He's with the rest of his team.
Here we go, charging forward. Jumps away.
But looking for Scowie mid lane as well. He's just chipping away at that tower. They're more than happy to concede this tier 2 in the top lane.
It's exactly the exchange that Giant X took in game 1 as well. Jackie's was pushing in top. They had bounties at that point, but he'll take 2 towers in exchange for 3 or 2.5. MDK could look for more. They'll take away the jungle. Jackie's will be able to finish off that tier 2, as you say, but it's still only an even tower trade, and you're losing your entire jungle.
My question is, do Mad Lions Koi choose to reset ahead of the dragon spawning?
I think they might fight Betty as the Glacial Prison hits onto Peach. He tries to jump away, but he's locked up, knocked up, and almost taken out of the fray. The explosive shot will be enough. Scowie goes on a killing spree, 3-0 on the Tristana.
Yeah, that was ambitious by Peach to try and steal away the blue. He ends up getting punished, 7 kills to 3, 4K is the gold lead.
Pear-shaped for Peach?
Well, no, because he's not a pear, he's a peach.
Yeah, but pear-shaped, it means it went poorly.
But he's a peach, man. Another tower secured for Mad Lions Koi. Dragon is spawning, 15 seconds, curtain call.
That should be fine. Allure can tank a couple of these. Frescario will tank one as well. Oda1 looking for a little bit more. Does have that equalizer, but where's the rest of the follower? He burnt the curtain call. Ignar comes in, just trying to stop the recalls from MDK. They don't do those, but they can just recall a little bit further away and they'll be fine.
And while that was happening, Merwin, unsurprisingly, went mid, pushed another wave. I mean, this team, they're doing a great job of playing around the lanes. They will concede a dragon, not the end of the world. They did spend a lot of time on the bot side of the map. They were sitting on a lot of gold. I'm curious as to what Frescawi will buy. Will we see a fully completed item? Oh, not quite. Opponents working their way up there, though. But now, what do Mad Lions do? They turn their attention to the top side. You look at the minimap, and immediately they make a beeline towards mid lane. Their bot lane has already pushed in that wave. Tristana is going to go and catch. The vision is already being invested into the top side jungle. And that means that they're going to secure another objective. Mad Lions Koi are doing a great job in this mid game of just putting the pressure down. And the fact that they always control 2 lanes means that they always just get that bit more. They grow that gold lead ever so slightly. And they should be able to continue this siege. Resets are actually coming through for this team, or some of the members of the team, I should say. The Baron is spawning in a minute 20, so I wonder if they say, you know what, we're happy to just take this tower for now. We're going to go and catch bot wave. We have TPs for Frescawi, so why don't we send him to get that extra bit of gold to complete that second item, and then we can make immediately back. They can move back towards the Baron to start contesting that objective.
I was trying to work out where Frescawi was going with this build. Corefield's Vamp Scepter and Pickaxe don't really build into anything. I think the Vamp Scepter might just be to sit on. The Corefield's,
that was my suspicion, yes.
Corefield's and the Pickaxe to build into something else, but we'll see. I think the removal of mythics in the game has allowed a little bit more flexibility in terms of build, which I quite like. Considering mythics were introduced originally to provide more flexibility in terms of builds, I think we finally got to that point, which is nice.
I mean, I'm having a lot of fun playing the game right now.
Do you ever get to a point in the game? I do it a lot with supports where I'm like, I've got Locket, I can't get Shurelias now. Because in my head, you can't get them both, right? Because they were both mythics. And then halfway through the game, my Twitch chat will be like, hey, Medic, why haven't you bought Shurelias? What are you doing?
The only thing that annoys me is that I'm a Nakali one-trick now.
Okay, that annoys me too, but we go ahead.
But the game keeps telling me to build, like, when I finish my 3 items, it's like, you should build Void Staff, or you should build Zhonya's. And I'm like, why aren't you recommending Death Cap?
It has seen your playstyle, Betty. Yeah, there's an avoid second. So the Vamp Scepter was just to sit on for Frescawi. Now Mad Lions pushing in the top side of the map. They've already cleared off the turrets everywhere outside of the base of Giant X, except for this lone tier 2 in the top lane. Super continues to chip away at this tower. 60 stacks for him. Jackie's slowed, but just forced away enough that MDK can tank up the turret and take it. The inhibitor tower in the mid lane falls. Merwin trying to flank here will get hooked. Riptide going out as well from Ignar as Merwin, no flash on him. Won't be taken out, no more damage remaining. Really, the equalizer will not kill him, but the curtain call will. 1-for-1 trade so far as Peach falls as well. Frescawi's now going to open up on Oda1, who's gone a very, very long way from home. And it's a 2-for-1 exchange in the end in favor of MDK.
With the jungler dead, that could be the window that MDK are looking to jump through to secure this Baron. With 3 members still alive, Giant could look to contest. They do have decent range. You're looking at a Jhin and a Jace here. The curtain call is available. Let's see if they can get to cooking.
Let's see what Giant X decide to do. I think curtain call was used in the last fight. That might be a graphical overlay bug there. As Patrick steps forward, Elioyo is low. He'll get taken out. Frescowy now opens up and jumps, and Goomba stomps Patrick to the floor. Ignar next on the menu is going to be a triple for Frescowy. 7-0 now on the Tristana.
So the Baron ends up not being secured by Mad Lions Koi, but they do take out another 3 members of Giant X. The gold lead continues to mount. Resets are going to come through. Dragon spawning in about a minute's time. They could turn their attention towards it. But overall, I've really enjoyed the way in which Mad Lions just keep trying to accelerate the game. They keep trying to push forward. But in this situation, it's them starting off the Baron. Giant X finding a window with good damage initially onto Elioyo. He turns onto Patrick. The shield isn't quite enough to protect him, so he ends up losing his life to Jackie's, but then Frescowy, untouched on the backline, gets the resets on his W. Kill after kill after kill, triple for the mid laners of MDK.
Yeah, it's had a really good performance on the Tristana in this game. I saw a few people saying they put him on the Karma in game 1 because you don't have to have as much of a carry impact on a champion in the form of a Karma. Obviously, you can still do a lot of work, but here on the Tristana, he's really showing up. As 7 of his team's 12 kills and a 7,000 gold lead for MDK. They'll keep trying to force the tempo. Peach caught out a little bit. Concussive blows not procced as Ignar steps around the corner to try and help his jungler, but MDK have total control of this top side. Still that tier 2 remains for Giant X, that last bastion of hope outside their base. Root lands onto Alvaro. He puts up the Unbreakable. Super looking for the stun. Glacial Prism going down as Peach falls low, but he does have the time to jump away. And now Elioyo is a little bit split from the rest of the team. Frescowy is coming in from the side here as well, though, as he could look for Patrick and Ignar. Doesn't quite join up with the team in time, but in the end, MDK's foray into the jungle does secure them some Razor Beaks and some vision, which will have to be cleared out by Giant X.
Yoga ult and Alvaro ult were used in that exchange, but they don't quite secure the kill. Overall, they do get very good vision into the top side of Giant X's jungle. But they can start off this Dragon. Completely forgot about that objective with all of the priority being centered around that top side and the Baron. There's little that Giant X can do to contest this. Frescowy's going to come over and help him clear that one out alongside Super.
I mean, the benefit for Giant X is they've taken 2 of these. So it's not like this is getting MDK onto Soul Point. It's not like they have to worry too much about a Mountain Soul too soon, which would be very powerful on a Sejuani and a Braum. Just makes you that much tankier, that much harder to deal with. And with Giant X falling behind in terms of gold, they'll fall behind in terms of damage as well. Jackie's is at 3 items, so he'll start putting down some DPS, but it's hard when he's really your main damage source against a Sejuani and a Braum.
The components are now complete for Frescowy, though. Bloodthirster finished as well. Means that he's strong. This Tristana is terrifying, if he wasn't already. Giant X doing what they can to not lose all control of their topside jungle. The top wave pushed in once more. Observers highlighting what Giant X can see. And it's not very much. The mid wave is constantly pushed in. That ward on the top side of the map offering a little bit of information.
Okay, so there's Farsight number 1. I believe they have 2 more. There's Farsight number 2. Oh, that's just the ward across the wall. Ignar, no wards left in his inventory. There's Farsight number 2. You know, it's down to about 5,000. Unbreakable comes out from Alvaro. Curtain Call being held on. 2-second bullet fired out. There's the 3rd one left in the chamber. Merwin, a good flank position. There's the 4th. It's Alvaro. Hook goes in onto Ignar. Jackie's going to join the fight as Merwin tries to keep him away. And Jackie's tried to flash a Shuriken but couldn't get away in time. Merwin just assassinates the backline. Patrick low, Peach down to 2/3 as well, but Elioyo, Super, and Frescowy are forced off towards the top side here. Odoamne flashing forward, Glacial Prison going wide, Super flashing away. The heal as well for a little bit of extra movement speed, but Peach now has a good flank position off as Merwin does have the TP and is about to reset. Can he find a way to join this fight? Ignar flashing in as they catch out Elioyo. Good hook onto Frescowy as well, but he still has his flash, and there's the TP behind by Merwin. The Dawning Shadow goes wide. Ignar down there, and Frescowy, he can see the resets in his eyes. He jumps on 1, he jumps on 2. He gets a double for Merwin too.
Mad Lions Koi make the fight work out. The ace is secured. And that's going to unlock the Baron. so much of my focus at the start of that fight was on Merwin. His flank looked so good, and I thought that was going to be a one fight. But on the left side, the front line from Alvaro disappears. He ends up losing his life. Just keep your eyes on Merwin here. Gets this execution. A really nice combination on the back line, though, between Peach and Odoamne. Sets up Giant X beautifully. The problem is Merwin is going to go back to base and then TP back into the fight. And all Mad Lions Koi are doing are buying time. Super gets a bit of a heal, does good damage, stalling where he can. They're going to get a nice interrupt onto Peach here with the Q from Elyoya. And then even though Elyoya loses his life, they recognize, hang on a minute, we've got more than enough damage to kill here. They've got full HP on all the carries. And yeah, it just becomes a slaughter. Well played from Mad Lions Koi. A great TP from Merwin to solidify the fight, the Baron, and very likely the game.
A little bit messier here from MDK, but still in commanding position. 26 minutes in. They are 10,000 gold ahead. They have Baron buff for the next 2 minutes, and they've already cracked an inhibitor. You can see Frescowi in this 1-4 split is down in the bottom lane, getting that next wave forward. MDK can walk through the base. It's a little trickier, as Giant X could collapse as they go forward. Ignat, Hex flashing, Alvaro with a good Glacial Fissure. Lands on 2, the prison on Odo as well, and he doesn't even have time to use the equalizer. Peach dives forward with the Magnet Storm, but he's immediately assassinated as MDK find 2. It's up to Patrick, Jackies, and Ignat to try and defend, to try and fight for Giant X's lives here in the winter split. But MDK have a date with Vitality on Monday, it seems, and they do not want to be late. The curtains open, but the curtains on winter will fall for Giant X. MDK are looking for more as Ignat locked up, stunned up. The flash forward onto Patrick. Jackies gets onto the back line, but Patrick's down, Jackie's down, and MDK are through to the next round.
Another impressive game. And overall, a very clean performance on the day. Mad Lions Koi should be very happy with what they showed. And they are looking strong going into that series against Vitality on Monday. Very excited for that one. But just great mid-game macro control. Overall, a very solid performance. But of course, commiserations to Giant X. That will end their winter split. We will, of course, see them again in spring.
Yeah, see them again in about a month's time. You can vote for your key player of the series at LEC on X. Elyoya, Frescowi, and Alvaro are your options. All of them had very strong performances.
Oh, yeah.
I think Alvaro's Braum really good. So did Frescowi's Tristana. Elyoya, obviously, the early game kind of it's set up by the fact that his bot lane had
a great
cryo.
team performance. Yeah. Like they played the map very well. On top of playing their team fights well, of course, but just great utilization of where you had your advantages. And I mean, if you want to contrast it to the first series of the day, like we heard Dots talking about how with the compositions, it was hard for them to continue pushing their leads. Like Mad Lions Koi made it look easy, repeatedly.
The games were kind of carbon copies of each other as well. It was
Yeah.
like play through bot, push in, try and look for that first blue, try and steal camps, then play that 4-1 split between mid and bot when you have the Rift Herald, charge forward. It was very well done. Obviously, Giant X tried to fight back a lot more in this game, but still, Mad Lions just clean with it. Just clean with it.
Very impressive stuff. Giant X, they're going to have to reevaluate their approach to the game moving into spring. They didn't have the best debut with the roster changes that they did make coming into this year. They ended up finishing the regular season towards the bottom end of the standings, and not winning a single game in playoffs is going to be frustrating for a lot of these players, especially with Odoamne and XL making it all the way to the finals of the summer season last year. So he's hoping that they can bounce back strong here in spring.
Yeah, we'll see how they are able to bounce back when we get towards the spring split. But for now, we're going to hand it over to Trouble, who is standing by with Elyoya.
Thank you very much, Medic. Elyoya, congratulations. Swift series versus Giant X. Was it as expected?
Yeah, I think we're always really confident into every team, even though not always we win like this. But the expectations for us is always to win convincingly, and I think today we showed.
Absolutely, and with that, you also shattered some expectations on tier lists. Do you have anything on that matter?
Well, I mean, I think this tier list topic has been going for too long. Like, I think it's just people don't have really idea of what they are talking about, and they just talk without knowing. So, like, I'm fine with that. It's nothing new. I already knew. So.
Yeah, you are getting backed up by 4 ERL players who have made their debut in the LEC, and it's going fantastically well. Now, I want to dig a little bit into the perception of new rookies coming over to the LEC, you know, like the old 2021 KC. How would they have done in the LEC? But now you're bringing it to life. You literally have a bunch of players that had never played on the stage before, and they're doing so well. Is it something that can shatter that perception of like new rookie players coming in and not achieving as much as they should?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly really dislike the label of rookie because I think it just sets you up for failure in a way that you're accepting that, oh, I'm not going to do as well because I'm a rookie. I feel like this is, in a way, putting excuses to yourself. Like, you are a player as any other, and maybe you don't have the capabilities of more experience, but you have others. You are more willing to play, like you get more adrenaline. I think there is just many other things that you have in your favor. So I really hate when people just say, oh, they can't perform because they are rookies. I feel like that's, yeah, not good.
I mean, with your history coming in as a rookie back then and shattering everyone on the Rift would also make a big example. Now, I want to ask you what your role is in helping them develop as the most experienced one in the team.
Well, mostly I think I take care of the gaming. Like, I try to put everyone in the same page and shot call for the team because I think that's like the harder part. And I always try, or I always make sure that I sound confident so they are not doubting, because this is what scares me the most, that since they haven't been playing for this long in stage, they can crumble upon the people or the crowd. So I always try to be a support for them. But honestly, they are doing great and they don't really need me. Like you can see today how they were just playing as much as they could.
Absolutely, and also the expectation was that maybe they would play for you and you would play the carries in the jungle. But we've seen some Ivan shenanigans. We've seen some Setsuwani step backs a little bit. You're taking a little bit the backseat when it comes to carrying. Is that the trust to your team, or does it also help when you shot call to play a champion that's mechanically not as intensive as others?
I think it's mostly meta, and also the fact that I don't know, I just got meta right now is, I don't like it, it's just tanks. So
Dog champions in the jungle?
There is not many. The few that there are, like, I'm slowly trying to, so I can play it, but yeah. I think it's, for now it's like this, but I can't keep this tank meta for long. I'll have to pull out some Kiana or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Lee Sin, Kiana, you know, I've heard Talon is kind of good with the new items as well. I'm trying to influence here. Now, of course, your support would have to step up and play more tanks, right? Just so you can be freed more to play in the jungle, more carry champions. Do you have anything to say to him? Because he's waiting on the other side in PGL.
It's more to my top laner. Please stop having so much fun. Play tanks already. Like, my support is on Nautilus duty. Cannot say anything to him. But my top laner is just enjoying the game too much.
All right, back to Ornmern we goes. Thank you very much, Alioya, for joining me. We're going to send it over to PGL, where Lore is accompanied by Trimby and Alvaro.
Yay, thank you so much, Trouble. Amazing to hear from Yoya today. And I wanted to have my support reunion here in the post-game lobby. Alvaro, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on taking down GX today. You made it look easy, especially in game one. But the game two game plan was also really solid. Can you talk me through your preparation coming into today's series after losing last week?
I mean, already my coach said it in some places, but we kind of had like a mental problem into Giants, usually in scrims. Like we were not doing really good into them. I think they were like a strong opponent. And we were a bit surprised because they didn't like, the practice was not showing on officials. So I think we didn't play into them in scrims and we tried a lot of things and I think it's working. And for me, for example, like the plan is like so easy and we just execute it. I don't think they were expecting the Senna pick. And I don't think they adapted well to the draft.
You talk about the mental block, and I think that's a good segue that Trimby has been through this. Actually, when I remember you against Rogue, you with Rogue, sorry, when you guys won the title in Malmö, I know that you kept on losing against G2. You lost against them the week before you won the title, actually. How do you overcome a mental break like this?
I mean, it is especially, you can see it in scrims, right? We had such a mental block for like 2 years straight versus G2, even though like maybe in the second we were not doing as well in scrims maybe in the summer, and that was the time when we actually won. It was just, it's such a weird feeling, you know. You just have to overcome like certain like boundaries that you set yourself up somehow, and you don't really feel it at first. But yeah, when you actually get out of it, and you're able to actually shine, especially on stage, it just feels so much better than any other win, especially that one. But I can imagine with you as well, right? If you guys felt like GX was actually the one that was making a lot of problems, and now you win it this convincingly, I'm sure you guys feel good about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a statement from Mad Lion's career as well, because your coach was talking about the confidence that he has for the players and the confidence that you guys display on stage, whether it's through interesting drafts, creating drafts. How comfortable do you feel in the LEC right now? Because it feels like you can just go like off the boundaries and everything and try whatever you want. Maybe that wasn't the case today, but I feel like this series was pretty much one-sided. But tell me about the confidence that you have showing up on stage.
I mean, usually I'm really confident on my skills because I have like confidence on myself, and especially when I start on a new league, there is not like this problem that other people have or rookies. So I think I have like a advantage on that point. But overall, as a team, like we really believe that we will win. And basically, like of course, you cannot say we will win, and no matter what, you need to put the hours and the work, and it's something that we are doing. And you just have to be confident about your teammates as well and on yourself, and also show to your teammates that you are really on the we call it on the mood. And I think today we kind of show it, and everyone follow up. So I don't think there was like anyone who was not feeling it today.
It's very good, as you said, right, to set an example for others. Because right, if you feel like there's already one person that gives your actual hardest, at least, from my perspective, it's so much easier to actually put up the work. And that's something that I feel so great, if you have like actually, because it can be you, but it's so nice as well, and it sometimes also comes from like others. And I can imagine for you guys, since it's like kind of like, I mean, I'm not sure how it is. It's like family of like, or it's like more like a group of friends, playing together. If you guys can make it work, I think it's like such a beautiful thing, and very rare, I would say, in quite a bit of teams where it's just like friendship, going on, and the actual players liking to play with each other and setting up examples for each other. That's something that I
mean, we're kind of a family, and our friendship is already built from before, and with the new people joining us, like it's so easy also because they are like really good people. And I would say mostly, like today, for example, people don't know, but Supa was a bit not feeling it today. So I think Melza did an insane job. He was talking with him because they know each other for like 3 years already. They have been working together for a long time. And I think it's kind of like showing the confidence to Supa. I think he played insane, as well, but he was like, I'm not sure, and he just goes and show it, So I think also giving the confidence to him and everyone that he can, even if he's having a bad day, if the rest is cheering him up, it's gonna be good,
Yeah, it's great to know that you can have people backing you up and just like compensating you for when you don't feel in it. It depends on the form of the day, obviously. But you all played super well today, I feel. But who should get the player of the series, would you say? Who was the standout player?
You can say yourself. Like,
I mean, I'm not sure. I would say the most impact, I would say Elioya or me.
And Elioya gets it. The fans chose him. But talk me a bit more about Elioya. We had them on stage earlier talking about his experience, the way he's guiding you guys, and it was like, they're doing it themselves. So do you think there's been an evolution in the mentorship that Elioya has been bringing you?
I would say kind of Elioya, because he was not working with us, he had like a different mindset. Anyways, he was also like really working and all these things. But when he joined us, Melzet really showed him how we were working and doing all the things right. And I think he's right now like stepping up, putting the work and like carrying the team as well. I will say he brings a lot of confidence. Like he's the shot caller. Anyways, it's kind of like easy because everyone knows their own play. Like of course you need to already think on what you need to do individually, but he's the one reminding it, and I think it's like doing an insane job. And it's like really helpful.
We've been talking about Elioya guiding the rookies, and I know that you guys are getting a bit sick of this narrative. And you've come a long way, I feel like, as a team, for us to stop talking about this rookie thing. But on the loser side, there is a rookie, unfortunately, who we won't see before spring. And Jackies is standing on the other side with trouble, reflecting on the season so far with Giant X.
Thank you, Laure and Jackies. Thank you so much for joining me. It's the first time we interact with each other, unfortunately, under these circumstances. But I've got no papers on me, I've got no iPads, I've got nothing. I just wanted to reflect on your first season over in the LEC, because making it that far is an achievement on its own.
I mean, we made it to playoffs at least, so at least that's something. But I'm kind of sad it ended this fast because I think we could show, or even myself, I could show a lot more. But to reflect a bit back at it, I think I'm learning really fast. And this winter format, it feels like, oh, everything is like really fast. Like, let's say you have 3 scrim days or you go playoffs. So, like, the learning process is a bit hard in a process, like in a, yeah, whatever. Because everything is fast, but I think I'm learning. So that's basically the most important thing for me right now.
What would you say were like a few lessons you got throughout this season, whether it would be, you know, getting yourself into a routine where you have to play scrims a certain time and where you have to show up for your officials, or anything in your everyday life doesn't have to be gaming related?
I think it's a lot about like the mental stuff, basically. Because I think I thought, let's say being a pro in LEC is kind of easy. You just go, you play your favorite game, and
that
that's
easy?
it. That's what I thought. But now I realize it's not really that. Like, it really hits your mental a bit because, let's say, scrims go bad, then you have officials coming, a new patch, blah, blah, blah. Everything stacks up. So, yeah, that's probably the thing. Like, that mentally, it's kind of hard.
All right, and how are you planning to move forward right now? You've got some time in your hands. What are you planning to do? Is it dive back straight into league and start practicing, or are you going to take some time off?
I mean, I'll probably just go back to solo queue. I've been kind of slacking, not gonna lie, so I'm gonna go hit rank 1 or something probably.
Okay, hit and rock on, Zakis. We're going to keep an eye on you. What champions are you going to do that with?
Probably Yone. Just gonna OTP my own and see what happens.
All right, that sounds really good. I'm not going to keep you any longer, Zakis. Thank you very much for the insights and best of luck for the upcoming split as well. Laura, back to you.
Thank you, Trouble. We'll see Giant X in spring. Of course, Zakis is going back to solo queue. And you were saying that actually you're solo queue buddies. You often meet in solo queue.
And I want to say hello to Zakis.
Yeah?
I'm sad that he lost today, but someone had to win.
Yeah.
But yeah, we meet each other from solo queue, and we kind of build like a relationship because we were sniping each other, playing at 3 a.m. on the night on vacation. So yeah.
On vacation, okay.
Yeah.
Not before officials,
No,
you don't know.
no.
Okay, that's good to hear.
It does work though to play like late, even though it's a bit of a different change, you know, in schedule. You still wake up a bit, sometimes a bit later than usual, just because of how late like the games are. I mean, depends of course on which game you play, but yeah, if you play it that late, you know, maybe you can actually like get some more practice. I don't know how useful it is, but if somebody feels comfortable about it.
The problem is the queues are so long.
Oh, I can actually on Calendar it's probably
Yeah,
like,
for
what,
you guys,
20
for
minutes
us,
now.
plebs,
Yeah.
not so much, I guess. The advice you guys give for solo queues usually don't apply for the rest of us mortals, just saying.
To be
So
a good
audience,
coach, you need
be
to give
careful.
good advice depending on how you approach the game, you know,
Yeah.
because it's not the same advice if you are playing on a specific elo or another. So
True.
That's true.
True. You said that you had to be a winner and a loser today. Of course, that's the case on the first series we had as well. And Jankos had some strong words about what happened for him and Heretics earlier today. Bad draft, bad gameplay. Sorry. And I don't even know where to start on this Heretics team because obviously we've been criticizing them an awful lot. But what kind of improvements do you want to see Trimby? And what would you like to see on the set of Heretics, of course, of Aro moving into the next?
I mean, I can start if you want.
Yeah,
I played into them 2 days ago, both scrims. So
okay,
we were just screaming like partners.
Is it different than in scrims? Like, do they show more?
I just don't think. Okay, I mean, you know, every team has their own like things like weaknesses or strengths that you don't know. But I think they could do something different approaching the draft. And
Okay.
I don't know why they didn't do it because something that they were doing was working into us. And I was surprised that they didn't do it today.
Interesting.
interesting, yeah.
I mean, I do think like the players that they have like they have strengths that not many teams actually have right now, you know, when it comes to some flexibilities in certain roles where, you know, I can see Flacket pulling off like a kind of a weak side role where like I personally think he's like really good at those champions that are like on the mission, you know, they're just like pushing out the wave, but they're actually supporting your team. And even though I like to see him as well on some of the carries, because I think he's been pretty good at it too, and he's been like the main force of why Team Heretics was actually winning some of the games, I still feel like sometimes the yeah, the way they drafted, it didn't really allow them to do as much, you know? Sometimes the games just felt so out of touch, I would say, and it just felt like they couldn't do much. Maybe it for sure not only is the draft thing, right?
No.
'Cause
Yeah, of
I do
course.
believe that they did not play as well as they would like to, I'm sure, and that's why we saw a tweet from Jankos like that. But yeah, we'll see how it goes for like the upcoming split for them at least. But now I guess we have to focus on like other matters, which is like the winners bracket a little bit more.
Perfect segue for the rest of PGL. Chimbi, thank you so much. Let's take a look at the bracket actually, because as we said earlier today, we're gonna swap sides of the bracket here as Mad Lions Koi is gonna face off against Vitality in their next game, and we will have SK Gaming versus Fnatic, of course, on the same day. Thoughts on your opponents, Alvaro?
I mean,
What
I'm
do you
looking
think?
forward to play already. I mean, I used to play a lot into Karthi Halisan already the last year because we were screaming Mad Lions.
Okay.
And yeah, I will say it's like I'm hyped for the matchup. The other time we won the game, but was a bit shaky on the early game.
Yeah.
We kind of like rely a bit on like skills. So yeah, I just want to play into them because I think it's gonna be a good game.
I don't know what to make of this Vitality team because we had the bloodiest games, the longest games in the regular season into one of the most controlled series we've seen from them versus SK Gaming. What is the expectation coming into this opponent who, again, brings a lot of interesting things in draft, Chimbi?
I mean, the thing is that, right, for now at least, from my MDK, we kind of saw like more of a oriented around like 3v3, 2v2 skirmishes on bot lane overall, and I think it's been working for you guys phenomenal. You've been like invading enemy jungle like all the time, getting so many leads, and it's not as simple as people think, but it's also like it's a bit simple with how it works, and it just works perfectly for them. And I think for Vitality, the thing is they actually kind of started to do a bit of a similar thing, I would say too. And it felt like both their mid jungle was doing well as well with Karzi. Like this, actually, the duo matchup between like two bot laners will be really interesting. I think 2v2's bot lane. I hope they will be bloody. That's what I know after playing quite a bit versus Halisang, you know. So yeah, I hope you guys like. Yeah, I really hope you guys keep it up, you know, and make it work. But yeah, today we saw the Senna lanes. It was the farming Senna, which I like to see because it's a bit of a different style. I'm not sure how it is better with the support Senna. I don't get to play scrims nowadays, so I don't have that much intel. But I think that the Karzi and Hilly will also try to pull off some things off. I don't know if you're prepared for Pyke, for instance. I'm sure you are.
He lost already into me.
Wait, you played actually like Blitz. Was it Blizzard?
Yeah,
oh
I played
my
Blitz.
god! Actually, if that was the matchups, like you could play. Oh my god, that's so nice actually.
I'm super excited about this series, but we have another exciting one tomorrow, match of the week, G2 versus BDS. Is it going to be the banger? I hope it will.
What do you think?
What do you think?
I think it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah.
Is best of 5 or best of 3?
It is best of 5.
Yeah.
It is best of 5, the
Then,
first best of 5.
Then it's gonna be a good game. I'm
Yeah.
not really sure who will take it.
Okay.
I think G2 is probably favored, but I think BDS is playing good on their strengths and like as a team. But anyways, I think G2 should take it. Probably if I need to say a score, I would say 3-1.
3-1, all right. Benji,
I mean,
any
it's quite
predictions?
convincing if you don't give 2 wins to BDS,
Yeah.
honestly. But I would actually agree with that. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people have agreed with that kind of, because G2 is the favorite there. I think BDS trends, they actually work with the way they want to play, but I really don't know how it will work against G2 specifically. Even though G2 has been dropping a little bit of a ball throughout like both early game and sometimes in the mid game, you know, some of the team fights and the way they set up things were not the best. I still believe sometimes when they get the macro plays that they want to do, they're like just taking over the map, and that's what they are trying to like improve on and try to work around. And I feel like BDS has like structure that they work around and it's looking good. And the team fights look phenomenal. So I really want to see where it's going to be from the team fight perspective from both of those teams. Because if both of the drafts will be good for both of the teams, I just feel like it will be such an amazing show.
And a lot of things can change within a week of preparation, and especially best of 5. You want to try stuff? I hope they will. But that's all for us here tonight in PGL. Alvaro, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck on Monday, of course.
Thank you.
Not a lot of time to prep for this opponent, but that's going to be interesting, no doubt. And Chimbi, was great having you this week again. We'll be back tomorrow for the match of the week, G2 versus BDS. But the night is far from being over, as we have more League of Legends here in the LCS with a new champion making his debut on the Rift. Let's check it out.
Oh, true, it's live.
Smolder. Smolder.
Smolder.
Smolder, smolder, smolder.
Smolder.
Yeah, smolder.
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 Guys. Stop. Okay. Smolder. Oh, smolder. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Mom!
Won't be able to get that wave crash, so doesn't even opportunity for Wonder to reset for bot lane.
It's so dangerous, especially with concussive blows up against all. It's rough. The dive gets messy, though. Isma's gonna die. It's a double over to Flacken, and he survives.
Guys, if they take this, I wanna
flash
go.
bomb, no flash bomb.
I wanna go on Varus. I wanna go on Varus. Okay.
Okay, stop side.
I ult him.
Bomb the flash, blah. Okay, cool, come now. I'm on bomb. Okay, cool, come now. Okay. Well played, boys. Inside play. Okay, stop side if you didn't show bot. Okay, guys.
I ult a sec, it was. Maybe it's...
Look at
okay, maybe it's okay, maybe it's okay.
I'm on shin.
There's a tower, they can go into tower. I'm live. Kalista. Okay, go Nash. Nice.
I'm tryharding. I'm angry.
I'm angry as well.
I'm angry as man. What was that shit gameplay?
No flash.
No ult.
You reach?
Azir? No ult.
Really good, guys.
Nice.
Okay.
What the f***?
They're rotating. Driving lessons. Go Drake.
Okay, go Drake now.
But is he really? He's got Amelia by the side. The fire's out. He flashes out. Chains of corruption. He tries to fight it, but he does it for perks. Flies on in. X-Kick, though. They'll finally do it. I think this is it, Dagda. Ankles here to match. And XP now even as Irrelevant is running down Wonder.
Oh, no.
The Team Heretics top lane and trying to get out, but he gets killed. Name him Relevant already. It's been so every single day.
Alpha is on top, okay? He's also...
I got him. Yeah,
I'm watching him, okay?
Yeah.
Just one shot.
Yeah, nice. It kills Niski in the meantime, but Irrelevant, and now Flacken dead.
Nice.
Cease and desist onto Patrick. No flash on him. Remember, as Frescowi's going to get stunned up, but the root on Patrick's enough for Senna to secure the sit and kill. A super shot there.
I go Miss Fortune. No flash, Miss Fortune. Casante. Okay, I'm taking the gates.
Okay.
No flash on him. Nice.
I played this so good, but hey, guys.
Would love to see Ignar making his way over.
Ignite. Odo's dead. Yeah, he's just dead.
Oh, the shield.
No, I think Ignite still gets him. It's enough for Merwin. Blasting one enough to take down the Rumble.
I'm going.
You win it.
Nice.
Play with it.
Good job, Fresh. Holy.
Nice, do the Nash.
Sweden.
Okay, do Nash.
Nice. Yeah.
It's